Chiefs, it was the wide receivers.
Yeah.
And we talked about the Eagles, Dan. You and I both mentioned the secondary for the Eagles. So this is an opportunity for this Chiefs team to turn those things around, specifically Rashee Rice, who, in my opinion, it's time for the Chiefs to hand the keys over to him at the wide receiver position. He's shown to be trusted. Him and Mahomes have built the chemistry. He's been good in the middle of the field. He has a 78% catch rate, which is like third in the league right now. So it's time to start deploying him more on the outside, in the inside, whatever it takes to get Patrick Mahomes back to his normal self, to really let it go and trust beyond Travis Kelce.
Do you think he's good enough to play on the outside consistently?
I think so. I think for what they're doing, because Patrick Mahomes is so off script, and they have time. The biggest thing about being an outside receiver is you being able to get open in the timing, right? Patrick Mahomes is great at that. And again, if they are going to key on Travis Kelce, give him double, give him triple coverage, it makes it that much more easier to beat one-on-one outside.
I like him on the inside. I do. I like him when it comes to how many different ways can we just get him the ball quickly, a little bit of RPO action, because he's like this big physical guy. The interesting thing for me with this game is, to that point, can he or someone start to step forward and hurt teams when they double Travis? And we'll double Travis, because that's not really in Philly's repertoire with Sean Desai, their defensive coordinator. Because I look at it like this: obviously, you want to double Travis, see if you can win the game. I also look at it in the context of the Cowboys and going, are you going to start to implement something like that to double CeeDee Lamb when you meet them and force those other receivers to beat you? So, like, can they break their mold a little bit and say, Travis, you're not going to beat us, even though that's not who they are. And force somebody else to, and does that actually happen for Kansas City?
You know, it's interesting you bring that up, because as much as we're excited about this game, I mean, what really matters for the Eagles if they want to get back to the Super Bowl and really get revenge is beating the Cowboys. So this could be a blueprint game. I hadn't thought about it that way, but interesting to think about. All right, time for ESPN Bet Future Spotlight. The Chiefs are currently the favorites to win the Super Bowl at plus 450. The Eagles tied with the 49ers for the second at 5-1 odds. See the full list at ESPNBet.com. Go check that out. And Marcus, right now, just between the Chiefs and Eagles, who is more likely to win the Super Bowl this year?
I got the Eagles, Boogie, and this is hard for me. Right now, today, it's the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, when you get to the Super Bowl, if Patrick Mahomes there, it changes. But right now, the Philadelphia Eagles, just the firepower offensively. You just heard Hawk and Dio talk about the struggling of the offense, and we'll see if that gets going. But right now, even with the turnovers that they've had that are very uncharacteristic, the Philadelphia Eagles are 8-1. I think they're the team that knows who they are more than anybody in the NFL right now. And I would go Jalen Hurts in this offense, and obviously A.J. Brown and the firepower that they have between those two teams. It's so hard because Patrick Mahomes played for the Chiefs, though.
I know. Well, I mean, it was interesting watching that recap of last year's Super Bowl and just remembering Jalen Hurts could have been the MVP, and he was he was on the team that lost. So I love it, Marcus. We'll remind you of that if you're wrong. Let's get to some top stories as we bring Adam Schefter back in here. Starting, Adam, with positive news out of Chicago.
Well, the big story today is Big Homie picking Eagles to win the Super Bowl. But as for the Chicago Bears, Justin Fields, in the words of Matt Eberflus, is progressing well and is expected to start Sunday's game against the Detroit Lions. He's missed the last 4 games with that dislocated thumb, but he's made enough progress. He's now able to grip the football, and it looks like we will see him back out on the field on Sunday. However, we will not see Deshaun Watson. He's expected to undergo season-ending shoulder surgery next week. He is expected back for next season, but in the interim, the Browns now will turn to their rookie 5th-round draft pick, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, with Watson being out for the year with an injury that he suffered in the second quarter Sunday, a brand-new injury on top of the rotator cuff injury. And, of course, we're going to bring up Deshaun Watson's contract because he redid the deal this past offseason to lower his cap number for this year, but look at the numbers that exist in future years. He counts against the Browns cap for $63.9 million in each of the next 3 years, and we should point out, as you remember well, Laura, that money is fully guaranteed, unlike any other quarterback contract you've ever seen. All guaranteed money, all due to Deshaun Watson, so he will be the Browns quarterback on opening day in 2024.
Yeah, Adam, it's just part of the story. No way else to look at it, and we thank you for that information. Dan, as you see the guaranteed money laid out the way Adam just did, and you think about the injuries, we're going to throw some of them up on the screen just to remind people, he just hadn't been out there on the field.
Yeah, I think if you're the Browns, you certainly hope that he's able to be your guy and everything that you thought on the field-wise he was going to be. But not only has he not played, so just to put this into context for everybody, because I think this matters with the DTR conversation. So those are the games missed in some of the injuries. Bottom of the screen, tore his ACL in 14, tore his ACL in 17. He had back issues in 19, the shoulder now, also with the ankle, right? So shoulder surgery. So we're talking about a guy who's going to be 29 years old next year, that's got at least a list of injuries, and he's going to go basically 3 years without playing football. So if you're the Browns, and again, for Deshaun and for the Browns, I hope he gets completely healthy and is able to get back on the field and play to the level. But if you're the Browns, you're really realizing how important your backup quarterback position is. And while you have the money committed to Deshaun, I think part of the DTR decision is, can this guy be part of our roster next year as a very reliable backup? Because that's the duty to the football team.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, Dio, and they need to be in a quarterback market, and maybe not for a starter, but a competent backup if they get in this situation again. Look, we talked about Deshaun when he was in Houston taking injuries. We talked about the injuries before all of this transpired, and you see what's happening now. You hate it for the players that want to be out there on the field and play, but ultimately, if you're the Cleveland Browns, you have to make sure that you're in a better position than you are right now. And to your point with DTR, like if he plays well, hey, problem solved. He can be the guy, he can be the backup. But if he doesn't, you got to go take a hard look at some of these veteran backups.
Coming in, all the people seeing on the road and thinking it's cool will more than offset any potential cancellations, in my opinion.
Coming our way. You don't want to miss this. It's about Amon-Ra St. Brown and this Lions offense. We'll be right back.
ESPN Bet is the official sportsbook of ESPN. For exclusive offers with your favorite ESPN personalities, sign up for the ESPN Bet app. All users get $200 in bonus bets after making any sportsbook bet. Download the app and sign up today. What a play.
That could be true, and knowing that it is true just blows my mind.
You get to the pros, everybody's talented. Whoever is the most prepared is the one that's going to dominate.
And my service is always in front of the field. When we're in meetings, I have the ability to draw up our new plays, put notes. I have something that keeps it all in order for me.
It's really essential on game day. When you out there and your brain is moving extremely fast, heart pumping, surface, it just slows it all down.
You see a certain look, you adjust, and if you adjust the right way, it gives you the opportunity to be able to get out there and score a touchdown.
Lunch? Yes, please. That'll be $23. Your ad says it's free. It is for our economy ultimate passengers who paid extra. I'll just have water. Okay, cash your card. For water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. Made with titanium.
We do have free movies with the purchase of headphones.
I'll just use my
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular plan. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Folks these days need to protect one another. We should care about our neighbors. That's why I tell everyone I know about CarShield. CarShield was founded to protect drivers from the high cost of car repairs because money's tight. Car breakdowns shouldn't stop you putting food on the table. I can tell my friends, CarShield has helped millions of drivers having to pay for unexpected car repairs. All you have to do is call CarShield before your car breaks down.
Well, after working for 30 years, I appreciate the fact that CarShield enables me to have a much less stressful, carefree life. The flexibility to go where I want, when I want, not having to worry.
A plan through CarShield pays for expensive repairs on your out-of-warranty car or truck. And with their price lock guarantee, CarShield's low monthly rate never goes up as long as you cover your car.
My family depends on my truck every day. With a plan for CarShield, you can get protection over 5,000 major parts and systems. I'm talking big money items, like your transmission, engine, electronics, and so much more. If any one of these breaks down, you could be stuck with thousands of repairs. So don't wait. You want peace of mind driving the car you love without worrying about a breakdown? Call CarShield.
Working for the Department of Defense, I know a thing or two about being prepared, and that's why I called CarShield, and you should too.
If you love something, protect it. That's why I call CarShield, to protect my car.
Plans through CarShield also include many extra benefits at no extra cost, like roadside assistance, free towing, help with flat or damaged tires, and lockout help. Don't pay for those things separately when you can get them included through a plan with CarShield.
CarShield is here to keep you on the road and turn car breakdowns and repair costs that follow to just tiny bumps in the road. Call now.
Protect yourself from the unprecedented rise in cost for parts and repairs. Call now to save money with your price lock guarantee. Call 800-319-4849. 800-319-4849.
I am close to finding my second love of my life.
A proposal could be at the other end of this. If he asked me to marry him, I would say yes. He told me he loves me, but I don't know what he said to her.
I think you're the one. Someone is going to come out hurt beyond what I can imagine. They took a good person and broke their heart.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.J. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
I believe there's two reasons you need
Call J.J. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.J. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
Escape the never-ending cycle of nasal medications with Navage Nasal Care.
I tried a bunch of solutions. I tried nasal sprays, I tried allergy medications, and I tried the neti pod, but I found the Navage much better on all fronts.
Navage flushes saline through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs without drugs.
I referred a lot of friends and family to Navage. The Navage is worth every penny. And then some.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
This wide-eyed wisdom. Hit it, Pop. Take it away. When does he know coming inside?
Game plan within the game plan. Don't do what's on the paper. Do what you know.
We call it squirrel. I want to work backwards here.
I am licking my jock because it's time to eat. This is why he's such a smart football player.
Let's just ask the speed.
If I tried that now, I would share everything. You have my permission to slap him to sleep. 6'6" worth of Connecticut swag.
Whoa.
That was good. That was tough. Wide out.
I still love the feel. Okay, so there's a part of this segment that I'm not going to tell you about. I will ask you about at the very end to see if you picked up on it. So the Detroit Lions, massive win on the road versus the Los Angeles Chargers. And Amon-Ra St. Brown came into the season as a nice thought receiver-wise and has absolutely emerged as one of the elite wide receivers when it comes to full guys in the NFL. So let's talk about this in-breaker route at the bottom of the screen versus Taylor with him and Jared Goff.
Now, we put a lot of receivers up here every week, and typically they're man-to-man routes. You're breaking out to go in. You're playing this way man-to-man. You talked about the Lions offense being one of the most precise in the league. Yes. And I'm going to show you why the level of detail is why Amon-Ra St. Brown has been so effective. All right, so on this concept, it's called a couple of things. An offense not run under the Shanahan system. It's been called the drift concept. Okay? Bang post, quick post, whatever you want. It starts off with the alignment. So this is a book split, what we call this.
What's that mean, book?
The reason why we call it book is because typically a staple in this offense is running the read concept. Okay. About 15 yards down the field, it could be an out route, it could be an in route, it could be a post. You can stutter it if that safety is getting a little nosy and take it up the field. So we have them in a book split. Next is what our depth is going to be. Okay, so typically on any route there's a depth. Is it 10 yards? It's 15 yards. This is the beginning stem before you make any break to get open. This route isn't going to be run off a yardage depth. It's going to be run off a step.
How many steps is he taking on this route? This wrap or bang 8 concept steps.
The important part of this concept is timing. So it is a 5-step route for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, there have been offenses that run in 6. I would run it in 7 because I had a very, very fast turnover and quick step. So it's going to be a 5-step. Now, take it back to the beginning one more time, okay? Because I need the people at home to know this as well. Running routes is almost like choreography, right? And this is what it's important. When you see a receiver line up and their feet, they literally have to figure out and decide which foot to put up first, because if it's a 5-step post, you have to have your inside foot up so that it times out on the outside foot being the last foot to to break.
So since this isn't a depth route but a steps route, he has his inside foot in, so he can basically break off of that outside leg on the in-breaking route?
Absolutely. So what you see here is a corner cat. Corner cat is a corner blitz. We'll get into that in a minute. Take it back one more time. And because of that, the safety is now guarding him. He has to know that because it affects his angle on his stem. Usually in a book, you can wide release this to give some more space. Because that corner comes, and now he's running his route against this safety, he can straight stem it inside edge of the numbers. That is super important and very precise in the route.
So he changes the route, that at least the guy that he's running it off of, because the corner pressures and his safety goes over the top. Now let me ask you this, when he gets to the top, what's the angle like? Like what's the most important part when he gets into this part of his stem and puts his foot in the ground? How does he know not to do this? Flat, or back to the football?
This is where the feel comes in, right? Because he has to feel what the defense is. Because this DB, the safety, with outside leverage, he knows he's safe in here. The other reason why he knows he's safe, if you look at the top of the screen, I think this is Jameson Williams. He is wearing a big post. And all his job is, this is called a for the love of the game route, right? He is literally just affecting his safety to protect the inside. Because Amon-Ra knows he has it up top, he can just bend it in wherever the vacancy is, and Jared Goff is going to find him. Now, my question for you, Dan, is, because this is a corner cat and a corner blitz, knowing this is a timing route, how does that change it for the quarterback of what he's seeing and when he's throwing it?
For me, as long as I know it's protected, Taylor Decker, their left tackle, is kicking out, it makes me think even more likely that the big play is going to be there because corner coming, I have it protected. That safety plays so far over the top. I know as a quarterback, as long as we play on time, and look at how much space is in the middle of the field for you to attack. That's why Jared does such a great job of 1, 2, 3, and the ball's coming out right when Amon-Ra is making that break. And this is, you and I know, this is where those reps all offseason pay off because I have to throw this ball at the right angle where you're leading to have that ball basically be on your chest and or face so you can catch and run with it.
And to your point, that is the key of this route. This is an opportunity for a catch and run.
We don't want to hold you up or anything like that.
Catch it on the run, and you can see from Amon St. Brown's poise and his demeanor, he's expecting for that to be a big play that it turned into.
I've called that a wrap route before, or a hammer route. You called that?
Yep, hammer.
Now, the part of the segment that, did you pay attention to the most important part?
We're dabbing it up, baby. Come on.
Oh. Dress like you.
You swagged out. I thought something smelled good about you.
Hawk, don't be so nice.
He's clean. I should have worn my blue suit.
Yeah, come on now. Hey, still to come, the Bengals and the Ravens face off in a pivotal AFC North battle tomorrow night. Find out why Marcus thinks Lamar Jackson is not the biggest concern for the Bengals defense. We'll be right back.
Turn your Thanksgiving into Thanks Grilling with Ace. With free assembly and delivery on all of our top brands, including Weber, Traeger, and Big Green Egg. And celebrate Thanks Grilling with us this Saturday from 11 to 2.
This is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
They're still going to sell out everything that they make. So I don't think prices, you might see them.
Lowe's knows you need to save money this holiday, so
You can get more of what you want.
with our lowest price guarantee, this holiday, if you find a better price, we'll match it. Get more for your home and your family. You got this. We got you.
With FanDuel, every night is a watch party. New customers spend $5 to get $150 bonus bets if your team wins. Bet all the stars with all your friends and tell them that all customers get a profit boost every single day. Only on FanDuel. New customers spend $5 get $150 bonus bets if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day.
So exciting.
It's time for Formula One.
Yes, guys.
This is a race under the lights.
This is such an amazing atmosphere.
Give it up for Formula One tonight in Vegas.
It's going to be the best event in the world. I'm so excited to be here in Vegas.
This was going to be the best race of the thousand.
What an unbelievable race.
Listen to that roar.
This is absolutely epic.
Turn your Thanksgiving into Thanks Grilling with Ace, with free assembly and delivery on all of our top brands, including Weber, Traeger, and Big Green Egg. And celebrate Thanks Grilling with us this Saturday from 11 to 2.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware of yours.
Total by Verizon is wireless that goes all in with our no contract unlimited plan for just $25 a line, plus Disney Plus. Now for a limited time, get a free Samsung Galaxy A13 5G when you switch. Only at Total by Verizon.
She runs and plays like a puppy again.
His number twos are perfect. He's a brand new dog all in less than a year.
When people switch their dog's food from kibble to the farmer's dog, they often say that it feels like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do.
All right, Tandy, what's it gonna be? The drink made from whatever was laying around? Or the one made with your grizzly haul?
Drizzly!
Suck up today, sip well tomorrow. Drizzly!
Liquid IV powdered hydration, now it's sugar-free. Scientifically formulated to deliver 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink. Packed with flavor and 0 artificial sweeteners. Liquid IV, now it's sugar-free.
Looks like it's grind time on.
Dr. Garcia?
Crest Reality Checkup.
That grimy film on your teeth is actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities and months. And your toothpaste just isn't cutting it.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but the antibacterial fluoride in Crest Pro Health protects for up to 12 hours.
So I can stop cavities before they start.
Can I get a latte?
The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
The NHL on ESPN Plus. Knowing where the season's biggest events can be seen, knowing you'll never miss one. Knowing where you live doesn't control what you watch. It's always seeing your team in action. Knowing you have access to 50 exclusive NHL games. Knowing your plans for the next 6 months. Bolts and Hawks Thursday on ESPN Plus.
Yeah, exactly. And also, by us, you have that kind of versatile value. Let's go!
And we're coming to
Glad with us on NFL Live. Let's get Adam back in here for some top stories. We start with the big news, Adam, out of Cleveland today.
A gut punch to the Cleveland Browns, Laura. At 6-3, the Browns found out that they've lost their starting quarterback, Deshaun Watson, to a season-ending shoulder injury. It's a new injury, different than the rotator cuff one that he's been dealing with since week 3. He suffered this injury in the second quarter on Sunday, and he will undergo surgery next week that will end the season. And sticking in the AFC North, take a look at all the players who will be missing Thursday night's big game between the Bengals and the Ravens. No Sam Hubbard, no T. Higgins, no Ronnie Stanley, probably no Marlon Humphrey as well, but the Bengals will be getting back Trey Hendrickson, who's dealing with a hyperextended knee. He wasn't even listed on the injury report and is good to go Thursday night against Baltimore.
All right, well, that's good news, but lots of injuries there to keep an eye on. We talked about that earlier in the show. Dan, of course, singling out that Marlon Humphrey injury. But let's talk a little bit more about this one for tomorrow. Lamar Jackson has shined against the Bengals in his career, posting a 7-1 record with 12 passing touchdowns to 4 interceptions. Look at him there. He's pumping us up, okay? He's also been highly effective on the ground against the AFC North rival, averaging over 79 rushing yards per game. It's the most by any quarterback against a single opponent since 1950. Marcus, we start with you. How might Lamar and the Ravens take advantage of that Bengals defense again tomorrow night?
Listen, this is, for me, about the run game. I know we talked about C.J. Stroud and the success that he had against Cincinnati, but I bring back Devin Singletary running to the tune of 150 yards and averaging 5.0 a carry. And I know Dan made reference to Cincinnati. I mean, the Baltimore not having Marlon Humphrey, I think Sam Hubbard is the same impact on the other side of the football when you start thinking about this defense, and especially when Lou Anarumo wants to give you different looks and potentially have those run blitzes where he's bringing corners off the edge, and Mike Hilton in particular. The Baltimore Ravens are still a running football team. That is when we've seen them be the most dominant offense. Cincinnati going to have to get that fixed before tomorrow night.
Yeah, and I would say on the other side, or on that same side of the ball, but the other team, Marcus, is the Ravens have to close these football games out offensively late in the game. They cannot get away from the run. And how you do that is you rely on the players that I've showed you. We're at that point in the season, right? Like, we're trying to figure things out. They have a very versatile offense. They spread the ball around. Now it's time to rely on your playmakers. And OBJ, critical of him earlier in the year and how he came on in this offense. But as of late, he is showing that he is one of the guys that needs to be a focal point. Yes, we get it from Zay. Yes, we get it from Mark Andrews. Late in that game, they needed first down catches. They needed guys to get open.
Slants.
And they needed slants. And they didn't go to OBJ. And for a veteran receiver and what you're paying him and what he's shown recently, there's no reason not to.
Yeah, like, it's time now. Maybe early on in the season you were giving him some time, but come on, he's ready to go. All right, so you disagree. There's this narrative, Hawk's kind of talking about it, that in the fourth quarter, this Ravens offense needs to finish the game. They need to do more.
Yeah.
How can they do that?
Well, everyone's talking about it. I don't think it's their offense. I do think the bunch will be a big part of the game. If we look at their 3 losses late in games, it is an explosive pass play that totally flips it. This is the one versus Indy. Then you remember the one versus Pittsburgh to George Pickens. Last week versus Cleveland, there's 3 of them. Look at the difference of this defense. This defense, in the first 3 quarters, they're really good. When it gets to the fourth quarter and overtime, we're talking a full yard more per attempt. We're talking a QBR that's more than doubled. The 20-yard completions in 1 quarter are 3 more than it is in the first 3 quarters. They give up these explosive pass plays. And I think that's going to be the storyline for me tomorrow night. I know this is going to be a close game. Can they stop Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase from big, explosive pass plays?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. He has to be aggressive.
Yeah. Time for one more thing before we go, guys. And you got to listen to this from Dan Campbell. It's so good.
Here's what I would say because I tell my family this, just wear a diaper before some of these games. And I'll give them an alert, say, put them on and be ready to roll.
Those fourth down calls have people doo-dooing in their pants.
I need more context. That is a wow quote.
You would be just like the fans.
Oh, whatever. No, I wouldn't. I got full control. We'll see you tomorrow.
Happy Hour is presented by Bullet Frontier Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
Just when everything looked like it could finally work out well for the Cleveland Browns, news today, Deshaun Watson out for the season. What now? And Thompson versus McDaniels versus Gobert versus Green. And last thing, Wemby, Holmgren was a dud. But at least we got this photo, which really makes you recognize how much pressure there is on the referee for the jump ball. It's like putting an angel on top of the Christmas tree while standing on one foot on a stool next to the fireplace. Let's go.
They look like giraffes fighting. Some of us have seen that here.
New York Knicks. There was a mysterious rotator cuff injury that had Deshaun Watson missing 4 games earlier this season. This is a new injury sustained in the first half versus the Ravens, a fracture in the right shoulder. He played the rest of the game with it, led the comeback, then he pulled his team. His season now over, and what now for the Browns? 6-3? It'll be P.J. Walker and Dorian Thompson-Robinson for the playoff push. Kevin Stefanski said today, Thompson-Robinson, the rookie, will start Sunday against Pittsburgh. Kevin, so we have that news. Is Thompson-Robinson the right call? And then we have the big picture. Can the Browns survive Watson's season-ending injury?
Okay, I woke up this morning, Tony Rowley, thinking the Cleveland Browns could make the playoffs and steal a playoff game on the strength of their defense. This afternoon, after this news, I feel the exact same way. This is a defense that has allowed a score on just 22% of offensive possessions. That's lowest in the league by far. And Deshaun Watson, his yards per attempt this year is lower than Jimmy Garoppolo, Desmond Ridder, and Gardner Minshew. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is the option here because he has the higher ceiling. We kind of know what we're going to get with the other guy. But Josh Dobbs should have been the other guy. This is a team-building failure. We should have had a plan behind an unreliable quarterback. This is on Andrew Berry.
But you still believe the Browns have a playoff team this afternoon with news of losing Watson for the year. Israel Gutierrez, same question to you.
Well, it's interesting that it's coming on the heels of that second half that he had in the last game because, 14 for 14, everybody thinks, Deshaun Watson's back and he is going to carry the Cleveland Browns. When you look at the entire picture of his situation in Cleveland, it has not been a good one. He has not been especially good, has not been consistent, has not been on the field enough. This team is obviously winning, as Kevin threw some of those stats out there, some of the more simple stats there. First in the league in yards allowed, first in the league in passing yards allowed, and they're top 5 in sacks and interceptions and points allowed. And so that, all you really need is a competent quarterback to deal with that. And the Browns, unfortunately, have a very high-paid quarterback who's just not on the field. From this, absolutely, they can still make the playoffs, but they need to address the quarterback situation going forward if they can trust him to stay on the field, if not, have to find a capable backup, which is not going to cost.
So you still feel Cleveland's a playoff team, and you think the bigger story may be looking forward and whether they can trust Watson in the future. Woody, first start with this season right now. This Browns team 6-3, and now the quarterback position really a question mark.
I prefer to start with, I'm concerned about Clark. He wakes up in the morning and the first thing he thinks about are the Cleveland Browns. I think about Yes, but in regard to this team, I don't think there's any way they're going to make it. Now, if you check the schedule, forgive me, Tony, but if you check the schedule, I think there's 4 more losses in there. And I just don't believe that they are going to be able to make the playoffs. Given that you've got 2 quarterbacks on that roster now that you're going to play with the rest of the year, they are 1-8 in terms of touchdowns against interceptions. And that's really good. Who are you going to put I don't care how good their defense is. They're going to have to score some points. And I don't think it will happen with a rookie or with a guy that basically belongs in one of the other leagues, not the National Football League. I think they're in real trouble. In regard to the future, you've got a guy that's got a fully guaranteed contract. His salary cap for the next 3 years is going to be $63.9 million, and you don't know whether he's going to be healthy enough to play after coming back from all these injuries that he continues to have. No.
And Clinton Yates.
We can get into sort of the karmic elements of what's going on with the Browns from a history standpoint, but the bottom line is that getting Deshaun Watson was a bad football move on top of everything else. He's been out of the game for so long. You did not know what his availability was going to be or even what he was going to turn out to, and I just don't think that this has worked. And then when you make the decision to actively trade Josh Dobbs, homeboy the Pastronaut, who's out here getting it done, for DTR, who, listen, I've seen this guy play, he went to UCLA, I know what he's got, but he's not the same player I think that you need in order to supplement this defense. The Browns have made bad decisions around this situation the entire time, and this is just a football version of reaping.
With Thomas Robinson, he did have an incredible preseason, at least by their standards, and that's what made the Dobbs move, I guess, happen. But Kevin, a lot has been said about Watson's future here. It was the rust, then it was the injury, and now what do the Browns have going forward?
Yeah, even the 14 for 14 in the second half that Israel mentioned came after a first quarter in which he was 1 of 10 to start the game, the worst quarter of his career. So it's been all inconsistent. Even the last 4 games, I mentioned yards per attempt, it's still 7.1, which is mediocre. So even his highs haven't been that high, the lows have been very low. He might play better, but this is never going to become a good trade and never going to become an offensive good team.
News of the day, Deshaun Watson season-ending surgery. The Browns 6-3 against Pittsburgh Sunday. Another team in the playoff hunt. You got to imagine that game will loom large as the season progresses. Before we'll move on. Timberwolves 104, Warriors 101. Minnesota 7 straight wins, and in that stretch, wins over Boston, Denver, and the Warriors twice. This game's melee. We're going to show it to you right now. Thompson holding McDaniels vice versa, tearing Thompson's jersey. Everyone comes in quick. Gobert hands around Thompson's upper body, shoulders. Green hands and arms over Gobert's neck in the rear naked chokehold. Thompson, McDaniels, Green ejected Gobert, who's ruled to be somewhat of a peacemaker, so not ejected. Steve Kerr did not agree with that, said Gobert's hands were on Thompson's neck. And then Kerr said that's why Green went to the neck of Gobert. Kerr also didn't think Thompson should have been ejected. All this came 100 seconds into the game when the score was 0-0. And this from Gobert. Every time Steph doesn't play, Green doesn't want to play without him. So he goes and does anything to get ejected. Called it clownish behavior. And the stats do show that. Last 10 ejections for Draymond Green, and that's a ridiculous statement that someone had that many to begin with. 7 of them came when Steph was not playing. Israel Gutierrez around the horn to you was the ejections last night, right? And should there be more punishment?
First of all, it's good to see Draymond fighting players on other teams again, rather than his own team.
All right.
And I do think this is also a product of sort of the back-to-back home games, that teams are playing now on the schedule to keep some of the travel limited because they were already upset with each other after the last game, and now you have no Steph, and Draymond's going to see the first opportunity to get out of the game, as Rudy said. But I do think the league needs to take a serious look at this and give Draymond Green a fairly long suspension. Because if you just look at not only his history of what he's done, League, but his history against Rudy Gobert. Okay, Rudy Gobert was clearly going there to be a peacemaker, and Draymond Green saw red and decided to put him in a chokehold. And if you think about other players in that position, if they were, I don't know, Joel Embiid, would Draymond Green be doing that? Absolutely not. So if somebody looks at a situation, a skirmish, and says, hey, I don't like that guy, I'm going to take an opportunity to, in this case, put him in a chokehold, yeah, you've got to do something about that. Draymond Green feels too entitled when it comes to this game, with the refs, with opposing players. He's got the podcast, and he can go out and just refute anything that he hears publicly. So, yeah, they need to step in and say, hey, you still have to play under the rules of this NBA, and that was beyond that.
I think that's conservative. And you say fairly long suspension. What is fairly long in your eyes?
Let's say a 70%. I'd say in the 5 to 10 years. Like, wow. Okay.
Woody Page, how about you?
This is actually severely undervalued.
Well, as you know, Israel, and you're making sense there, that in regard to Gobert and Green in the past, they've always had a history of going at each other, not on the court, in print somehow, of reaching out, calling each other crybaby, or you don't belong in the league. And Tony, to follow up on your statistics about the 7 out of the 10 that Curry didn't play in, the first time he was kicked out of the game, Green was playing against Gobert in that game, so Gobert knows his history in regard to that. But I think that he does determine that he needs more punishment than the one game he got in the playoffs when he stepped on his opponents in the chest. He's a repeat offender. This is detrimental, as the league says, to the league. And 3, it's conduct unbecoming. I think he should be suspended to the end of November. That would be 7 games and not play back in the league until December.
But Yates, on what you saw last night, and should there be more punishment?
My thing about it is, we can talk about the league, we can talk about his reputation, but in general, for the Warriors, what Draymond Green used to bring to the table was an edge that got other players off of what they were in order to be able to upset their apple carts. Now, it feels like Draymond is the one losing the psychological battle, and a reminder, they lost both of these games to the Timberwolves. He challenged Ant on the court. Guess what Ant did? Took over the game, and they won that bad boy. It's one thing to talk about who Draymond is as a guy. It's another thing to look at this from a team standpoint and say, hey, this isn't helping, and that's the point we're at right now.
And just to get a number here, do you believe there should be further punishment?
I'd go 10. I think 10
games as well. These are substantial suspensions.
You can't grab guys by the neck in the middle of a game, Tone. What are we doing?
And Kevin Clark, how do you see it?
I agree, lengthy suspension. Draymond was in choke first, ask questions later mode. He's a classic podcaster. He had no idea what was going on, but he came in hot anyway, just decided to go for it. Just classic podcast behavior. We need to sit him down for a couple of games, let him figure it out, and not do this again.
Israel, I'll give you one last word on this.
Yeah, and I love Steve Kerr, but he's not helping here. Like, you already had Draymond Green believing he can do anything, but you adding to it, just sort of egging him on by saying that Rudy Gobert was pretty much choking Klay Thompson as well. Yeah, so it doesn't help. He's going to do this stuff anyway, Steve. You don't need to support him publicly.
And something that gets lost because it was such a melee. The Minnesota Timberwolves have won 7 straight against as good a schedule as anybody has played this year. How real are the T-Wolves, Yates?
They are a fantastic team. Best league pass alert squad we've got. Anthony Edwards is in.
Israel Gutierrez?
Excellent defensively, which is the biggest key. But yeah, the offense sort of going around Anthony Edwards as opposed to Karl Anthony Towns most of the time just suits this team a lot.
What do you saw them beat your Nuggets in the last couple games?
Yeah, I was impressed with them in the first round of the playoffs last year. I thought they played the Nuggets harder than any of the other teams until they got to the finals. I can see them coming.
See them coming. You can see us going right now. Buy or sell next.
Around the Horn is presented by Bullet Frontier Whiskey. Please drink responsibly. Part of Happy Hour.
Your shipping manager left to find himself, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Popeye's new sweet and spicy wings don't make sense. Marinated and tossed in a blend of chili, garlic, and ginger, as sweet as they are spicy. Speaking of flavor, order Occasion-style turkey at your local Popeyes this holiday season.
What if your entire day glided like Dove Man? It's made with a plant-based moisturizer and glides on without irritation.
Lawrence!
But these ones round.
No, I don't know. Maybe a red one will help you see it from a different slant.
Yes, I got it.
Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
I go back 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, beef roast all over.
You could just go back to the holiday buffet right now. Time travel? I'd get a pet pterodactyl. What? His name is Moon.
You tripping right now.
A new arrival alarms the brotherhood of muscle. Muscular features signal power and performance. Attributes they've never seen in this build. Behold, a new breed. Ready to swarm. Ready to sting. Ready to electrify. The defiant, power-packed, all-new hybrid electric Dodge Hornet RT. Performance electrified.
There's so much at stake here.
Heisman contender Michael Penix Jr. and the undefeated Huskies continue their playoff pursuit in a road test at Oregon State.
November, the pressure starts to dial up.
Washington, Oregon State, Saturday at 7:30 on ABC.
Jameson, a famously smooth whiskey from a famously big family. So big that Jose here could be one of us. You see, he's nearly as smooth as our whiskey. For him, long turns usually turn out all right. Even when he shows up uninvited, he's never empty-handed. And he only ever drinks smooth Jameson whiskey. Surely he must be part of the family. Must be Jameson.
Total by Verizon is wireless that goes all in with our no contract unlimited plan for just $25 a line. Plus Disney Plus. What? Now for a limited time, get a free Samsung Galaxy A13 5G when you switch. Only at Total by Verizon.
That's the DQ Cheeseburger Lovers Deal. 2 singles for $5 or 2 doubles for $7 for a limited time. So, how is it? Deal this good speaks for itself, I guess. DQ, happy tastes good.
Having diabetes can raise a lot of questions, like my morning ride. Will it help lower my glucose? With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, you can know where your glucose level is and where it's headed without finger sticks. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. Ask your doctor about the Freestyle Libre 2 system, now widely covered by Medicare for patients managing diabetes with insulin. Visit freestylelibre.us to learn more.
Feel that? That's the foundation of basketball erupting. A new era begins.
Welcome back to Around the Horn, coming to you from the Seaport, brought to you by Chase.
Well, we didn't get in the first couple weeks college football playoff rankings. We do now. A jump. Georgia, with the throttling of former top 10 Ole Miss, now number 1, leaping Ohio State, who falls to 2. Michigan, America's team, with their win of former top 10, the offensive Penn State doesn't move. They stay at 3. Florida State, Washington, Oregon stick at 4, 5, 6. Mr. Gutierrez, buy or sell this week ranked.
I'm going to sell where Washington is. I was going to say that every time they play a ranked team, they put up at least 35 points. But so does FSU. So it's not a great argument for jumping FSU, but I would say they're more consistent offensively for sure, putting up 30, 40 points pretty much every single week. And I think FSU has not really shown that consistency against the lesser teams, so I would put Washington ahead.
I mean, when are the questions ever good? When does anyone ask a good
buying
question?
Georgia being the number 1 team in the country. They should always be number 1 in these rankings until proven otherwise. They are the perfect program right now. I think that Washington should probably be number 4, just in the sense that they have the best win in the country. Florida State played an inconsistent game against a Miami team they should not be in a one-score game with. I say that with love and respect with the Miami Hurricanes. But you know what? It'll work itself out.
It'll work itself out. Woody Page, how about you?
Well, I'll tell you why it's going to work itself out. That's because
work itself out.
Florida State's going to end up playing in the championship game against Louisville. Michigan and Ohio State will play. So it doesn't matter what it is right now. As the Beatles sang, it will work itself out.
It'll work itself out. I hear this every year about college football. Somehow I don't believe it. Clinton Yates, how about you?
Right. It'll work itself out as if we haven't been arguing over the format of this for decades in itself on its own. Washington clearly is a team that should be in the number 4. They've got a Heisman candidate, and they got a bunch of guys on that offense who are going to play on Sunday who are not Nate Penix Jr. as well. Love to see it.
But the whole it'll work itself out. Let's just, while it's working itself out, Woody, what happens if Alabama beats Georgia in the title game? Then you have the one-loss Alabama, and then what happens if Texas wins out? Then they all could be. You see, this happens every year, guys. We've been here before. We'll move on. Buy or sell 2. Jets coach Robert Saleh today.
Aaron's a big boy, grown man, and no one's going to know Aaron's body like Aaron knows his body. And if he feels after all the doctors clear him, and I'm sure there's a million of them, I have no idea on that stuff. But if Aaron says he wants to play, he's going to play.
Kevin, if Aaron says he wants to play, he's going to play. How do you hear that from Coach Robert Saleh?
I'm selling this entire concept. I understand why Robert Saleh would want to indulge Aaron Rodgers and why Aaron Rodgers would set these goals to get healthy sooner. But right now, the Jets are allowing a 60% pressure percentage on third down with Zach Wilson back there. That's not all Zach Wilson's fault. Why would you put an aging quarterback trying to set a record for an Achilles return behind that line getting hit that much? This is a 2-year decision. See you in September, Aaron.
Israel Gutierrez?
Well, first of all, is he a big boy or a grown man? You got to pick one. Second of all, he did say when the doctors clear him, right? So he's basically saying it's not my decision, it's not Aaron's decision, it's going to be a doctor's decision. And so while the rest of us can sit here and laugh and say, Aaron, you're crazy, you're not coming back from a Achilles tear that quickly, if Aaron keeps saying it, what is his head coach supposed to say? So he basically gave the only answer he could there. Yes, if he's medically cleared, he's a grown man who, if he chooses to, wants to play, we're going to let him play. There's a lot of ifs there, but if Aaron keeps saying this, he's going to have to show up someday, is he not?
Woody Page, how'd you hear Saleh?
I'm telling the coach. We've paid attention to him while he's talked about Zach Wilson the last 3 weeks. Now he's talking about Aaron Rodgers, who's not on the roster. He's not in town except when he comes for a game and throws on the sidelines to attract attention. So he's not going to make that decision. It's going to be made for him.
Here's Kate Kirkwood right here. How about we wrote your name on the back one? Michael Taylor just said that.
Well, when we get there, not now.
He's talking about it because this is part of the package when you get Aaron Rodgers. He is the story. Here's the cart. Here's the horse regarding him actually getting on the football field. I think this conversation is one that is not really of import until we actually see him put on a helmet and pads and play on the field. Until then, we're just talking about a guy who's not on the team.
Yes, and it will work itself out there with the doctors then making a decision.
Perhaps. Science. Stuff with it.
Woody Page, Kevin Clark. One hair part's going one way, one hair part's going the other way, and I'm like, hey, what do you want from me? Woody, I like the glasses you were rocking before. That looks like a Nick Nolte look from 1990. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's here. Nick Nolte. Showdown next. Clint Yates is Rick Gutierrez. It'll work itself.
70% of the deceased right now are women and children.
At Domino's, we know life doesn't always go as planned, which is why we're giving you a free pizza. An emergency pizza to use when you need it most. Here you go. No matter the reason, Domino's has you covered. Thanks. You're welcome. Get your emergency pizza to use in the future when you order Domino's online.
Growing up, Hughes and Cowboy was one and the same. My daddy's a cowboy. I'm a cowboy, and I'm raising a cowgirl. And discovering that my family come from farmers for generations. This life is in our blood. We ain't stopping no time soon.
Give the gift of family heritage with Ancestry.
Lowe's knows Black Friday savings should be more than just one day. That's why we're giving you Black Friday deals every day, where you can find the best value all November long. Shop now and save big, in store or online.
Daddy says no gifts. Who drops the logs? You need some help. Etsy. Log back.
Gifts delivered on time or your money back. Etsy has it. What if your entire day glided like Dove Men? It's made with a plant-based moisturizer and glides on without irritation. So you can glide through your entire day with confidence. Feel the Dove Men glide.
From dress the bird to deck the halls. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market. Experience the joy of gifting at Jared.
Now get pre-Black Friday access with 20% off store-wide. Total by Verizon is wireless that goes all in with our no contract unlimited plan for just $25 a line. Plus Disney Plus. Now for a limited time, get a free Samsung Galaxy A13 5G when you switch. Only at Total by Verizon.
We're building a better postal service for more on-time deliveries and easier, affordable ways to ship so you can deliver even more holiday joy. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
We're an unflinching, undeniable force. Just can't say it. All right, that's our move. A new season of women's college hoops on the networks of ESPN.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.J. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.J. Wentworth, 877 cash now. 877 cash now. They have thousands that help you too. 1 lump sum of cash they will pay to you. If you get long-term payments but you need cash now. Call J.J. Wentworth, 877 cash now. 877 cash now.
877 cash now.
877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.J. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
Around the Horn is presented by Bullet Frontier Whiskey. Please drink responsibly. Part of Happy Hour.
Clint Yates is Rick Gutierrez. Good luck in showdown. LSU was trailing Penn State in the second half, but then turned it on. Michaela Williams had 42 in the kitchen. Look at the LeBron Wade like reaction. Kim Mulkey doing a dance. at the end. They would go on to win by 30, but it's how the second half turnaround came with Angel Reese on the bench for the entirety of it. Kim Mulkey was asked after the game. Here it is.
Could you expand a little bit more on why Poole didn't play and why Reese didn't play in the second half?
Yeah, I could, but I won't. Just the coach's decision.
How do you hear Mulkey there? You think everything's all right with Coach Starr and these defending champs after the last 2 weeks?
Not great, Bob. That's not the reaction you want from somebody who's known to talk a lot about their players in many different ways, which we discussed earlier in the week. Lisa Morrow is still trying to figure out how to get with that team. They got a lot of transfers. And even though they got a lot of talent, that's still basically what the job is in college basketball these days, getting people to get together and get on the same page. That's a couple with down there in the bottom.
Israel Gutierrez
is lying about
And it sounds like a woman who is coaching hard. And where is Frank Isola right now to ask if Angel Reese, maybe with a year of fame and all these riches, has had a little bit too much? But look, it's like Chicken Little said, you know it when you see it, and that's some coaching. I can see it.
The Chicken Little, yeah, that was from last week where it maybe didn't land. This one absolutely lands because they won by 30. Agreed. I mean, that was getting it done. Point Israel Gutierrez. Showdown 2, Kansas over Kentucky. Duke over Michigan State in the Champions Classic. Israel, give me the number one takeaway from last night there.
My number one takeaway is that Kentucky is only showing you a little bit of what they can do. Their bigs were not available to them yesterday, basically, and they still hung in there with that big Kansas team. And the bench, they've got Rob Dillingham coming off the bench. This guy is a firecracker. He's going to have 30-point games off the bench if they keep him off the bench, on the bench rather, because he's so talented. I think when Kentucky gets healthy, they're going to be scary.
The story for me is Hunter Dickinson. I mean, who knew? A name we know that's been around men's college basketball for a while. He goes from blue blood to blue blood, and he took the highest bidder. That's how you work the system, kiddos. I love this kid.
Israel Gutierrez is getting the win. 30 seconds of FaceTime.
Thank you, Tony. And we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama and saying who's the favorite for Rookie of the Year. Well, who went out and had a great night last night? Not those two guys. It was Asar Thompson for the Detroit Pistons. 21 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. A ridiculous baptism of Clint Capella on the break. I mean, just the most impressive dunk you'll see this year. It's a shame that his twin brother Amen is hurt, has an ankle injury in Houston, and it's kind of a shame that the Detroit Pistons have lost 9 games in a row, more than any other team this year. But I'm still watching them like I'm Eminem because Asar Thompson is worth watching. He's so much fun. I actually would put him right now atop the rookie last Rookie of the Year last. So you guys want to watch the team that loses, but it's still fun to watch. Hey.
Hold me now. You love those Thompson twins. Can I get an amen?
Yeah, amen.
OSU and Washington State should play in a bowl game for the Pac-12 title.
It'll work itself out, please. We'll see you tomorrow.
Happy Hour is presented by Bullet Frontier Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
Pardon the interruption, but I'm Mike Wilbon. I flew from Arizona to Los Angeles for today's show. Tony Kornheiser. I have switched locations as well. I went about 3 inches to the right. That's what I did. Yeah. Well, I might have been 3 inches to the left on a map, but not in real life. Right. That's right. But you know, you like LA, right? You like going to LA. I love the West. Okay, so I'm a Western guy, Tone. I-5. Wait. I thought you were a Midwestern guy. I thought you were a Midwestern guy. Well, now you're out of the Midwest? Love the West. Love the West. Welcome to PTI, boys and girls. In today's episode, Deshaun Watson's out for the season. College football playoff rankings have a new number 1, and James Harden. And the Clippers go down again. But we begin today with Draymond Green choking Rudy Gobert last night and getting tossed from a game the Warriors eventually lost at home to Timberwolves 104-101. Green wasn't the only Warrior ejected. Klay Thompson was asked to leave for skirmishing with Jaden McDaniels just a minute 40 into the game, and Steph Curry didn't even play. So the Warriors had nothing. Wilbon, how should the league handle Draymond? Well, Tony,
my suggestions for anyone who can't be physically present at disruptive events is to just start working with your community to divest. One thing that I've been trying to
Draymond Green
just help
is a
people
great
realize
player, one of
is
the
that
all-time
mutual
great defensive
funds
players
and
in the
banks,
NBA. He's going to the Hall of
those
Fame. They have 4 championship rings. He's essential to what they do. Their personality is largely set by Draymond Green. Having said all that, he's involved in all these dust-ups. When we last were paying real attention to the Warriors, they were playing the Sacramento Kings in the series, and Draymond stepped on Sabonis' chest. And he got suspended for that. They're going to give him 2 to 3 games, is my position. That's what the league will do. They could go north of 5. Based on past history alone. And you can't have this. And the league talks about player safety, and they talk about cleaning up the game, and they don't want it to look like the 80s. I'm fine with it looking like the 80s. Draymond would have fit great in the 80s. But they don't want this. And if that's the case, they can send a strong message. I don't think the league will do that, even though it could and probably should.
So I have three theories as to why Draymond Green did this. The first theory is that he looked at the Minnesota Timberwolves and he understands they're a lot better this year than last year. He sees them as a possible playoff foe for the Warriors, and he wanted to let him know it's not going to be easy beating us. My second theory is that he looked at Klay Thompson getting in this pawing match with a lesser player and McDaniels and getting tossed out. And he said to Klay, I've got your back. And my third theory is he simply hates Rudy Gobert. And I understand that after what Rudy Gobert said afterwards in his post-game analysis, where he said, hey, here's the deal with Draymond Green. When Steph Curry doesn't want to play, he doesn't want to be out there, so he looks to get out. My feeling is that as I step back from the situation, that if I'm Steve Kerr, I am very happy he choked someone on another team and not on my team, like last year when he punched out Jordan Poole. So I'm happy for that. As you know, Mike, and I'll make this brief, I'm a sucker for Draymond Green. Yeah, I think to win, you need players like this. You need an enforcer. You don't need 4 or 5 because that's over the threshold. You need 1. Yep. But if I'm Adam Silver, and this happened 10 games into the season, I'm asking, do I have a Draymond Green problem again? So I'm going to sit him down for 3, and then when he does it again, and he will, I'm going to sit him down for 5 to 8. That's how I look at it.
Tony, that's pretty measured, and it could happen that way. If I'll give you one last possibility before we move on. Is it possible that the Warriors, the frustration, there's a lashing out because they're not what they want to be? And they got plenty of time to get to where they want to be. But they're not there now. And you look at a loaded Western Conference with the Warriors at 6-6. I think they've won 1 game at home. And they look at Minnesota and they go, yeah, well, and Minnesota's looking at them. Anthony Edwards is looking at them. And he's saying, I got you. Now, he may not. I mean, Steph Curry's still on the other side. Steph Curry's the greatest player in the equation. But Anthony Edwards is a problem, even for a team like Golden State. And maybe the Warriors sense that. Maybe. I'm just saying.
I thought I said that in my first theory about
NFL. Yeah, but I'm narrowing it down to Anthony Edwards. That's who I'm getting at. The NFL. The Browns have lost quarterback Deshaun Watson for the rest of the season. Watson suffered a bone fracture in his throwing shoulder in the first half of the Browns' big win over the Ravens Sunday. Watson went 14 for 14 in the second half. He says he wanted to keep pushing through the pain, but doctors say he will risk significant further injury without surgery now. Tone, where does this leave the Brownies?
Honestly, I think where it leaves the Browns is what I would call the karma payback box. I've never understood how the Cleveland owners could give Deshaun Watson that kind of guaranteed contract. There was all of those accusations of sexual misconduct by all of those massage therapists. But let me give Watson credit for football, what he did the other day. Because he had the greatest half that he's had since he went to Cleveland, and he did it on the road against a good team, Baltimore. 14 of 14 in the second half, 7 of 7 in the fourth quarter, leads them on the drive that ends up with them winning on the field goal. They are 5-1 this year when he starts. And Mike, honestly, I think Cleveland's the biggest surprise in the league. I think that's over Pittsburgh and over Houston. I think Cleveland has been that good. But here's where it leaves them right now. Here's their next quarterback. All right? He's Dorian Thompson-Robinson. He's a rookie out of UCLA. And behind him is P.J. Walker, who's a veteran of no particular consequence to this point. Together this year so far, Mike, they have 1 touchdown pass and 8 interceptions, and they're completing fewer than 50% of their passes. So if I had any advice with the game coming up against Pittsburgh, it would be bet the under, kids. because they're not going to score. Cleveland's not going to score, and Pittsburgh doesn't score. They score 17 a game. They're 25th in the league.
Well, so where it leaves Cleveland is out to me, because you're not going to be any better than your quarterback, and that's how I initially feel. My knee-jerk reaction is right. And then I think about Josh Dobbs in Minnesota, and you would say the same thing if you hadn't just had these fairy tale things that happen with him, and he leads every week. Now, is that likely to pop up as well in Cleveland? It's not likely, Tony. And you know, they paid so much money for that quarterback, guaranteed money, as you point out, $250+ million, or about $250 million. That there are other positions on the team that they can't even shore up. That defense has been so great that moderate quarterback play from a veteran who understands how to play, and Deshaun Watson does know how to play. Plus, that defense can equal not just getting to the playoffs, but a run in the playoffs. Now, in that division, that I think is the best division in football, I don't know that I can see Cleveland getting to the playoffs without Deshaun Watson.
The latest college football playoff rankings came out last night, and while much of the first 8 remained in place, there was a change at the top. Georgia surpassed Ohio State, likely because of the way they hammered Mississippi, which came into the game at number 9. Wilbon, do you have any issue with what the committee did or did not do with this week's rankings?
No. I have no issues. The committee rankings are basically irrelevant right now. They're just not relevant. You're going to put those 4 teams at the top unless you want to put Washington ahead of Florida State, which I would do. I just think Washington is a better team than Florida State, so I would do that. But I'm not touching the first 3 teams. I'm not doing that. They're going to stay as they are. I don't care what order they're in. If they win, now they can't win out Ohio State and Michigan, but those are my 3 teams until somebody loses, Tony. So whether it's Georgia or Ohio State or Michigan at the top, I'm not going to get overly excited about that. I'm not going to have some phony hot take. Are you stressed about the order of those teams at this point based on last night's revelation?
I am to some degree. Yeah, and I said this yesterday when we did the Sports Center segment. Yeah, in this regard, I don't think they went far enough. I definitely would have put Georgia ahead of Ohio State, and I would have put Washington ahead of Florida State. Look, when the rankings first came out, they made a big deal about strength of schedule, and I agreed with it. They said Ohio State had played the hardest schedule among the unbeaten. And they'd beaten Penn State, and they'd beaten Notre Dame. Well, those wins are slightly devalued now, as Penn State has 2 losses and Notre Dame has 3. Georgia, in the interim, beat Missouri, and they walloped Ole Miss. Okay, then Missouri walloped Tennessee, and now they're number 9. And Ole Miss has dropped only to number 13, whereas Penn State is 12 and Notre Dame is 19, so do the math. And my case for Washington is similar. They beat number 6 Oregon, they beat number 22 Utah, and they beat USC when USC was ranked. Florida State has a nice win over LSU, which is number 15, but the strength of schedule to me favors Washington. And you know what, Mike? I think the Pac-12, even in its dying gasp year, is better than the ACC. Yeah, and I don't see how Florida State gets further help if they're playing 3-7 North Alabama and 5-5 Florida. Whereas if Washington beats number 11 Oregon State, you got to move them, Mike.
Well,
you got to.
You can move them next week. It's okay. You can move them next week. We can see about that. But Washington's got a tough game. Washington's got a difficult game that is no guarantee to win. So Washington just better win and hold on, not slip, certainly not out of number 5, because that would be a disaster. But, the committee, you could have made this vote.
Let's take a break. Coming up, what's the word for last night's matchup between Victor Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren?
And was Luka right to complain about the colors on the Pelicans court last night? Their in-season tournament court. Phony junk.
Pardon the interruption is presented by Bullet Frontier Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
When you order Domino's online, we'll give you a free pizza to use for a future pizza emergency. So you'll have an emergency pizza. A free pizza when you need it most.
Thank you.
Only at Domino's.
Jameson, famously smooth whiskey from a famously big family. Meet Jose, that could be one of us. Even when he shows up uninvited, he's never empty-handed. You see, he's nearly as smooth as our whiskey. Must be a Jameson.
Attention Walmart shoppers, get a Walmart Plus membership plus not pay for it because now it's included with Straight Talk Wireless. Yeah, Walmart Plus gets you free delivery, giving you time to spend with your family or people you like, and a Paramount Plus subscription included so you can stream me. Walmart Plus even saves you money on gas. We can go on a family trip. Vegas.
Only Straight Talk Wireless gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus on select plans for free. Available at Walmart.
Geico makes car insurance easy.
Enjoy your flight. You too.
As easy as saying the wrong thing.
Me too. Really?
What?
Dad, why would you say that?
Why would you say that?
Do I look like I'm going on vacation, sir?
It's not how airports work, man.
You could?
Dad!
Are we leaving? Or
I don't even want to go on vacation anymore.
I thought I knew you.
She has hairspray that is over the limit.
With an app that puts your policy in your pocket, it's easy to Geico.
And you're not wearing socks. Get a grip, man.
What would the ideal weight loss program look like? No hunger, no cravings, no isolation, more energy, lasting results, and easy. Is that possible? It is with Golo. These people changed their lives with Golo without starvation dieting. Whether you have 100 pounds to lose or want to shed those final 20, try Golo for 60 days and never diet again.
From dress the bird to deck the halls. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
If we want a more viable future for our kids, we need to find more sustainable ways of doing things. America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars in new technologies and creating plastic products that are more recyclable, durable, and dependable. Our goal is a cleaner, healthier planet for generations to come. For a better tomorrow, we're focused on making plastics better today.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The Sonic Garlic Butter Bacon Cheeseburger is back for good. If you're wondering why, let us clarify. Garlic butter, cheese, garlic butter, bacon, garlic butter. Need we say more? Sonic Garlic Butter Bacon Cheeseburger.
You are watching Pardon the Interruption, presented by Bullet, part of Happy Hour.
You all know that when I wear this jacket, Wilbon and I are about to get down and wordy. What's first?
Last night's matchup between Victor Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren was blank.
My word is underwhelming. These are great prospects. Wembanyama in particular is said to be revolutionary. It just felt like the great hype machine busted a gasket last night. Here's Wembanyama, the overall #1 pick in the most recent draft. He shoots 4 of 15, which stinks. He gets 14 rebounds in 28 minutes, which is fine. But when he's out on the floor, he's minus 30, and he had 5 turnovers. Here's Holmgren, who in the previous draft was the overall number 2 pick. He shot 3 of 10. That stinks. His line was he had 9.7 rebounds and 1 block in 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes, which is a nice line that anybody can get, Mike, and by anybody, I mean a 7th man or an 8th man or a 9th man, right? Now, he wins because they won the game and he's plus during the game. I just hope, and they're going to meet a lot more times, obviously. They're in the same conference, but I hope it's better than this.
Tony, the matchup is futuristic because that's what you're looking for. Not last night. I told you the other game was going to be better last night, and it was. We'll get to it. But, Tony, these two, first of all, don't like each other very much, going back to some games when they were 15, 16 years old, which is kind of cool. Tony, Oklahoma City in 2 years, when Wembanyama's still trying to figure it out and San Antonio's still trying to put pieces together around him and he's getting better, Oklahoma City may be the favorite in the Western Conference to win the conference and get to the finals. That's how good Oklahoma City is going to be. And Chet Holmgren is at the center of that. He doesn't need to average 25, 30 points a game like Wembanyama's going to. He can average 15 points a game, 14 points a game, and he can average nearly double-digit rebounds and block shots and change the way the game is operating in the middle for his team. It's futuristic, but Chet Holmgren is going to be way ahead for the next couple of years.
It was garbage last night. What's next?
Luka was blank to complain about last night's court after a loss to the Pelicans.
He was correct. Now, it may be whiny, and he had a terrible game. He was, what are the numbers, 5 of 16 shooting with 8 turnovers. That stinks for him. But did you see that court? It was like green, and it was purple, and it's nothing. This is for the in-season tournament. I understand that. They want to make it visually attractive to someone else's idea of what's visually attractive. But to me, they're playing on courts they never practice on. They never play on. It's different. This is total marketing stuff, so I can't imagine you're happy with it. And what I'm saying to you is that if you could rid yourself of your prejudices against Luka, who I know you've said on this show is immature and whiny and selfish, I think you would agree that that court doesn't work. And I think 95% of the players would say the same thing.
Luka was being Luka to complain about the court. That's what he does. Luka is a petulant little dude. And that he is 2 things, Tony. More than one thing can be true. He's a great, 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 great player. Okay? First team All-NBA, although that may be changing. And he's also petulant. He's going to complain about the refereeing. He's going to be like this. The play is going the other way. The other team's getting layup, and he's screaming at the official. That's what Luka does. All right?
Is he right? Is he right?
Tony, the court, some of these courts are awful. One of the courts they couldn't use because the three-point line was mismeasured. It was inaccurately measured, and they couldn't use the court. Another one of the courts they thought was too dangerous. I don't know why. The paint job shouldn't make it dangerous. The Bulls court is so weird red. It's like the same color as the basketball. You can't see it. A couple of these courts are okay. It is the marketing people. The marketing people have gotten a stranglehold on the NBA, and nobody seems to have the cojones to tell the marketing people to get the hell out of the building and turn in your playbook.
That's the final word, playbook. Let's take one last break. Still to come, James Harden and the Clippers lose again.
And the Celtics and Sixers, they're going to duel again tonight.
I can't imagine players like playing on these courts.
They do. They love it. They love everything about it. They bought the whole in-season tournament, hook, line, and sinker. They're young. They love it. You and I are old. We hate it. That's the breakdown. That's your hot take.
Tonight on SportsCenter at 6 Eastern, what Deshaun Watson's season-ending surgery means for the Browns' chances in a packed AFC North. Plus, Josh Allen sounds off on how the Bills are moving on from their frustrating loss to the Broncos. And the latest on the NBA's reaction to the on-court fight between the Warriors and Timberwolves. SportsCenter, 6 Eastern on ESPN.
A new arrival alarms the brotherhood of muscle. Muscular features signal power and performance. Attributes they've never seen in this build. Behold, a new breed. Ready to swarm. Ready to sting. Ready to electrify. The defiant, power-packed, all-new hybrid electric Dodge Hornet RT. Performance electrified.
Tim, he's so tall, very tall, cooks a lot. Etsy. Can I afford custom? Yes.
Custom gifts for all budgets. Etsy has it.
Jameson, famously smooth whiskey and a famously big family. Meet Jose, could be one of us. Even when he shows up uninvited, he's never empty-handed. You see, he's nearly as smooth as our whiskey. Must be a Jameson.
The warp rift is expanding. All worlds within the Calaxian Veil will be consumed.
This difficulty demands a specialist, an ease specialist.
Yeah, that's me. Geico makes it easy to get coverage for what you care about. Cars, apartments, jewelry.
And what about the warp rift?
I've got you. There you go.
Dust in the cartridge.
Good evening.
From cars to renters to jewelry, it's easy to Geico.
Domino's new pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread is the best thing since bacon and jalapeno stuffed cheesy bread, which was the best thing since original stuffed cheesy bread. Get Domino's new pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread or any other 2 or more mix and match items for just $6.99 each at Domino's.
We're building a better postal service for more on-time deliveries and easier, affordable ways to ship so you can deliver even more holiday joy. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Fairlife Chocolate Ultra Filtered Milk brightens all your holiday traditions. With 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and a delicious taste, Fairlife makes any moment magical. Fairlife. With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed. No finger sticks needed. Manage your diabetes with more confidence. Freestyle Libre 2. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Football's in full swing. You ready? QB of the future? Check. Division on lock? Check and check. MVP case? A season that's still anyone's season? Check, baby. NFL on ESPN.
Tommy John is for men who value themselves and their comfort, who want fabrics that are lightweight, breathable, and insanely soft, with stay-put waistbands that adapt for the perfect fit. 360-degree stretch prevents ride-up and supports any move you make, and mind-blowing innovations like our Quick Draw Fly. We've also reinvented loungewear. Yeah, loungewear. You can trust our thousands of 5-star reviews, because Tommy John knows how comfortable you want to be.
Go to TommyJohn.com now and get 20% off your first order with code TV20.
Today I'm trying out the Everlywell food sensitivity test. I decided to get this test because I think there may be some foods I'm sensitive to that are affecting my stomach. After collecting my sample, which was super easy by the way, I filled out the card with my information, sealed it in the prepaid sleeve, and shipped it off to the lab. I received an email on my phone that my results were ready, and just like that, I figured out that there are 13 foods that I'm sensitive to. Getting insight on what may be causing my stomach pain feels so good.
Pardon the interruption is presented by Bullet Frontier Whiskey. Please drink responsibly. Part of Happy Hour.
Happy time, people. Happy 31st birthday, Trevor Story. Middle infielder came over to the Red Sox 2 years ago as a free agent. For 6 years, $140 million. Story left Colorado, where he was a 2-time Silver Slugger and a 2-time All-Star. In 6 seasons with the Rockies, Story batted .272, 158 home runs and 450 RBI. And since arriving in Boston, the story's been heard. He played 94 games in 2022, missing time after being hit on the hand and then with a heel contusion. This past season, an elbow operation limited Story to just 43 games. So in Boston, he has 19 homers and 80 RBI. Story's descent mirrors the Red Sox, who have now finished under 500 and last in the American League East both years, which is why they have a new GM.
Tony, it's amazing how guys lead places where they're highly successful when they're younger. And it reminds me of Chris Bryant, who winds up, being the MVP of a team that wins the World Series. He winds up in Colorado and can't get on the field. I don't know who's played fewer games. Chris Bryant, again, a National League MVP, or Trevor Story. These guys are too good at too young an age to just disappear, but they sort of have.
Happy anniversary, Buster Posey. On this day, 13 years ago, the Giants' phenom catcher was named National League Rookie of the Year. 2 years later, Posey was named the NL MVP. In all, Posey was a 7-time All-Star, 5-time Silver Slugger, twice named Comeback Player of the Year. Ultimately, Posey was on 3 World Series winners with the Giants, the cornerstone of his clear Hall of Fame career. Retired 2 years ago at just 34 after suffering enough injuries that baseball instituted the Buster Posey rule to prevent catchers from being run over. Posey said he was at peace retiring. He's now part of the Giants ownership group and believed to be influential in the direction of the team.
Tony, I saw Buster Posey not too long ago here in California, up north, at Steph and Aisha's charity event. And I said to him, no, you're too young. You need to be on the field. And he said he loves his life. He's involved in all kinds of philanthropic events, charitable things in Northern California, probably throughout the state and elsewhere. Playing some golf, looks great. Good for him. Good for Buster Posey.
Happy trails to the Clippers. 3 of them. Happy trails to the Clippers again. By virtue of losing by 3 points at Denver last night, the Clippers have now lost 6 games in a row and 5 in a row since James Harden started playing with them. The Clippers actually had a chance to send the game into overtime, but Paul George's shot wedged between the backboard and the rim with 5.3 seconds to play. Denver won the ensuing jump ball, ran out the clock. George had 35 points, but complained about the officials calling them, quote, awful, unquote. Also complained that sending him to the line for only 5 free throws was, quote, very disrespectful, unquote. Well, do you ever wonder about George's sense of self?
Sometimes, Tony, he's a great player, but I hear you. And by the way, the Clippers were better last night. They could have won that game. They would have beat 25 out of the 30 teams in the league last night. They couldn't beat Denver in Denver. They're getting better. They're going to be all right.
Quick to the big finish. Lakers made 32 threes in a win over the Grizzlies. Are you impressed?
No. And tonight, if they do this or something similar or simply beat Sacramento across the street, that'll be impressive. Baltimore's Brandon Hyde, Miami Skip Schumacher, our baseball's manager of the year, managers of the year. You okay with that?
Absolutely, completely high. NFL Network reports your boy Justin Fields should be back as quarterback for the Bears against the Lions. Excited?
Yes. The only chance we have for beating the Lions is if Justin Fields is healthy or close to it and out there doing his thing. Yes, I'm excited. Sidney Crosby had a hat trick as the Penguins beat the Blue Jackets for Pittsburgh's 5th win in a row. Is that significant?
16th overall hat trick, and he's now tied with Gino Ford with 560 goals. That's a lot of last one, Celtics at Sixers tonight. We got that game.
Sixers lost last night at home tonight, though, in a back-to-back. I'm going to take the Sixers to reclaim first place, beat Boston tonight.
Why does Boston play at Philly every time they play? We're out of time. Trying to better the next time. I'm Tony Kornheiser.
I'm Mike Wilbon. Same time tomorrow, Knucklehead. You can get the podcast on the Apple Podcast. Tyrese Maxey, Tony. Watch Tyrese.
Well, there we go. See, we're making
this. Is Sports right L. Duncan and Kevin Nagano.
Welcome to the studio. Big showdown in the East with the Celtics Sixers, but without 2 stars. A live report just ahead. And Woj just standing by if Draymond Green is suspected.
The way your voice drops through octaves, but without 2 stars. Let's America's team. Michigan and acting head coach Ron Moore with some new comments today and details about Friday's hearing. But first, the news of the day in the NFL. Sunday against the Ravens, Deshaun Watson finally looked like the franchise quarterback the Browns have needed and paid for. Today, devastating news. Watson will miss the remainder of the season with a shoulder injury. There's a reason the Cleveland Browns Stadium is sometimes referred to
As the factory of sadness, Michelle Steele has more on the team losing Watson tonight towards the report.
Matchmaking space. This is amazing. Oh, I thought you invited me to do this.
Deshaun Watson met with the media after the team announced a shoulder injury would rule him out for the rest of the season. And he was asked to describe his emotions in the moment.
All right, let's play. Yes, Shelly. Please, let's go.
Sometimes
let's play
what isn't said says it all.
Did you guys hear this one? I think it came out just yesterday with Kevin O'Leary now showing a new exchange.
We've been through a lot, and this is kind of another challenge and obstacle.
In what may have been his most promising game as a Brown, Watson, already playing with a high ankle sprain, fractured his throwing shoulder in Sunday's comeback win against the Ravens. While he finished the game, an MRI during the week prompted doctors to recommend season-ending surgery to preserve his shoulder.
I think the best situation for, longevity in my career is to be able to get immediate surgery. And that's what all the experts said. So, I gotta follow their footsteps and go from there.
It's tough, and we've all been around this game, and we've seen guys have season-ending injuries, and it's no fun for anybody. You feel for those guys. We know he's going to go heal up and get better, and in the meantime, he's going to be supporting his teammates.
Watson's time with the Browns has been rocky, starting out his tenure with a suspension, missing time this year with a rotator cuff injury, and now a new injury to the same shoulder. But his GM says he's excited to get him back next season. I'm Michelle Steele, ESPN.
We've got much more, though, on those Browns as we bring in our Browns reporter, Jake Trotter.
Yeah, in the field world, absolutely.
We're going to get to that in a moment, Al. Let's get to the NBA. Coming up 7:30 Eastern, right here on ESPN. The Sixers hosting the Celtics. Boston entering the night on a roll, outscoring its opponents by 137 points this season. That's the Celtics' largest point differential through the first 10 games of the season since 2007, when they went on to win the NBA title on the other side. Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey. Quite the duo. They have combined to score 615 points this season, the most by a Sixers pair through the first 10 games in team history, 20 more points than the second best such mark. Both the Sixers, Celtics have excelled on both ends of the floor this season. Entering tonight, both Philly and Boston, two of the 4 teams in the NBA this season that are top 10 in both offensive and defensive efficiency, along with the defending champs, the Nuggets, and the Thunder. NBA reporter Tim Bontemps on the scene from South Philly and joins us now. So the Celtics looking to avenge last week's loss in Philly, but both Jaylen Brown and Kristaps Porzingis dealing with health issues. What's their status heading into tonight?
So yeah, Kevin, the Celtics said that both Jaylen Brown and Kristaps Porzingis will both miss tonight's game just a few minutes ago. Jaylen Brown was not at shoot-around this morning with a non-COVID illness. He's been ruled out for tonight. Kristaps Porzingis, who was here, had a very large bruise, visible one, on his right knee that he said came from a collision with Julius Randle in Monday night's win over the Knicks back in Boston. Porzingis said he was going to see how his leg loosened up over the course of the day. Obviously did not get to a point he's going to be able to go tonight. That means Al Horford, longtime foil for Joel Embiid, will step into the starting lineup at center, and we'll likely see Drew Holiday again get a significant amount of time against the league's reigning MVP. Holiday guarded him a bunch in last Wednesday's loss to the Sixers, but Embiid did not like the look and how the Sixers went against it last week. Holiday said this morning he thought it went pretty well. It'll be interesting to see how the Celtics use that tonight, and if they can potentially give him a few more problems in tonight's game.
And by the way, heading into this game, Embiid listed questionable for the second straight day with hip soreness. He did play last night as well in that loss to the Pacers. And for years, Embiid has been looking for a reliable, a consistent number 2 guy. Tyrese Maxey has emerged as someone who could fill that void. What more can you share about Maxey's rise here in Philly?
Well, Kevin, as you know, the Sixers, as you said, have been looking for that consistent co-star for Joel Embiid, really going back to the beginning of the process days. The whole goal was to have 2 tentpole stars moving forward. At one point, it seemed like it would be Ben Simmons. Then at one point, it thought it might be Markelle Fultz, who was number 1 overall pick. That obviously didn't happen. Then when they traded for James Harden, 18 months ago, the idea that was going to be Harden and Embiid going forward. But now, with Harden out of the picture, Tyrese Maxey has emerged into a bona fide star, averaging 28 points and 7 assists a game, having a 5-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio, erasing the big question mark about him coming into the season, which is whether he could be an elite playmaker. And frankly, he has exceeded every expectation in ways that nobody could really have predicted when this season started. And so for a Sixers team that the questions about it coming into this season were how are they going to keep Joel Embiid happy long term, having Tyrese Maxey play this way is the best sales pitch they could possibly have.
And by the way, too, you're in that environment. He is a big fan favorite. Maxey and Steph Curry are the only players averaging 25 points on 45, 40, and 90 shooting so far this season. You could read Tim's full story on Tyrese Maxey becoming Embiid's perfect co-star right now on ESPN.com.
Some other stories that we're following for you tonight. Bengals receiver T. Higgins won't play Thursday against the Ravens, the second straight game that'll miss because of a hamstring injury. Defensive end Sam Hubbard also out. In the college ranks, Pete Thamel and Adam Rittenborg reporting that Northwestern will give interim coach David Braun the permanent job. Pat Fitzgerald hired him as defensive coordinator in January before the hazing scandal cost Fitzgerald his job. A couple of NBA stars are out tonight. Giannis Antetokounmpo missing the Bucks-Raptors game because of a strained calf. And the Mavs won't have Kyrie Irving against the Wizards because of a foot injury. And how about the Warriors? Good news on Steph Curry. An MRI on his knee revealed no structural damage. He was hurt Sunday. He didn't play last night. Golden State says he's out tomorrow against the Thunder. Of course, the biggest news of the day, Deshaun Watson, Browns quarterback, out for the rest of the year with a shoulder injury. We just played some sound for you. We said the best course of action for the doctors was to have surgery, effectively ending his season, as we bring in our Jake Trotter from the Browns facility. And Watson's season may be over, Jake, but Cleveland's is not. They are 6-3. They're in their division's race, and they're the AFC's number 6 seed. So what's the team saying right now about forging on without Watson?
I'll tell you that for the guys in the locker room behind me, this season is definitely not over, and their goals, they are not changing. Linebacker Anthony Walker, team captain, told me that, hey, we're still in a good spot at 6-3. We believe in what we're doing here. We have trust in our quarterbacks, and we still have an elite defense. MJ Emerson, Cleveland's second-year outstanding corner, said that if the offenses don't score against us, they're not going to win. We just have to elevate our game to another level. And corner Greg Newsome seemed to be relishing all the doubt out there about Cleveland now. He said, jump off board if you want. He tweeted earlier today, you will regret it.
Yeah, there's certainly a defensive impact. Since the start of last season, the Browns defense allowed 16 points per game when Watson starts. That number jumps all the way to 25 points per game in games started by anybody else. So hopefully they're having some conversations as well in that room. You can read Jake's full piece on what Watson's shoulder injury means for Cleveland over on ESPN.com.
Still to come on SportsCenter. More on Deshaun Watson's season-ending surgery. Why the Browns are in position to stay in the playoff hunt despite losing their leader at quarterback. Plus, the latest details on Michigan's strategy for Friday's hearing that could help Jim Harbaugh get back on the sideline in time for the Wolverines' showdown with Ohio State. And tracking the fallout from Draymond Green's chokehold in last night's on-court altercation. The NBA countdown is live when SportsCenter continues next.
Where are you, Bitcoin? Can you...
New Dove Men Body Wash gives you 24 hours of nourishing micro moisture. That means your skin still feels healthy and smooth now, and now too. Get healthier, smoother feeling skin all day.
It is going to be a very happy Thanksgiving.
You got blood?
Let's see.
Yes.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, why not? The three of you all have $4.
How about Westside? How about Westside?
And transcend to a wireless utopia where you'll experience unparalleled coverage on America's Smart Network and save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Infinitely better.
Over the past 2 years, Jersey Mike's fundraiser for Feeding America has been a huge success. Their efforts helped provide more than 75 million meals when people needed it most. But there's still work to be done.
Thank you, Claire. This year, we'd like to invite you back to Jersey Mike's for another special weekend. Come in this Saturday and Sunday, where 20% of all sales will be donated to Feeding America, helping families in need.
Together,
We always make a
Treasury
difference.
auction, it basically means that there is a difference between when you buy units for trading before the auction versus at auction. So they actually tailed like mid-5 basis points, which is considered pretty disastrous in terms of like tails. It can be sometimes you often see like a 2 or 3 basis point tail, but we actually printed 5.3 above the indicated yields like moments before the auction. And so
Get exclusive offers on select new Volvo models. Contact your Volvo retailer to learn more.
On a devastating fan spill by Dr. Pepper.
So that sort of set the scene for the
That's it. Season's over.
Oh, program's cursed! See? I can't watch this. Every year I fall for the preseason live.
I need all this first.
You ever watching football?
Hey guys, that was the first play of the game.
Maybe we overreact.
Dr. Pepper, what fans deserve.
I'm Andrea, founder of a boutique handbag brand, Candy, and this is why I switched to Shopify. It's the challenges that we don't expect, like a site going down or the checkout wouldn't work. What's nice about Shopify is when I'm with my family, when I'm taking time off, knowing that I have a site up and running and our business is moving forward because we have a platform that we can rely on, that is gold to us. Start your free trial with Shopify today.
Total by Verizon is wireless that goes all in with our no contract unlimited plan for just $25 a line. Plus Disney Plus. Now for a limited time, get a free Samsung Galaxy A13 5G when you switch. Only at Total by Verizon.
Dear Lord, thank you for these coats.
For the perfect underdog movie.
Because I'm quite attached to it. It's like finding a little lost white kid at the mall and telling him which way to go.
Sir, there's no easy way to say this. Your wife isn't what you say she is.
I'm shy.
This is all just a misunderstanding. Had a bad day is all.
I'm a sheriff of the American Constitution.
You want a towel?
Does my moist pose bother you? I'm a winner. I'm a winner! Consequences. They're almost here.
What is the point of being a billionaire if I can't have something?
FX's Fargo premieres Tuesday at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50 plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Do you feel that? That's the foundation of basketball erupting. And this time, it's more story than ever. With brilliant stars, giants, a new in season 2. This time belongs to those who want it most. This time starts now.
Yeah, just touching back on what you first said there, like, I don't think this is like the main reason for
Just
why
over an hour away, we got Jason Tatum and the Celtics and Philly taking on the Sixers. Tatum playing without Porzingis and Brown, matched up against the guy who smiles all the time. Tyrese Maxey coming off a 50-point performance over the weekend against the Pacers. Sixers Celtics coming up on ESPN. The waiting game continues in college football surrounding Jim Harbaugh. Michigan head coach is scheduled to appear in court Friday to argue that his 3-game suspension for sign stealing and in-person scouting should be halted. He already missed last weekend's game in which the third-ranked Wolverines beat Penn State on the road. Acting head coach Sharon Moore, who was quite emotional after Saturday's win, said this today about Michigan's mantra.
I think markets sort of
Michigan versus everybody as the shirt says, or is it Michigan as Americans?
Look, Paul. Everybody that's against us is on the other side. So if America's with us, then let's go. You guys are with us. And if not, then tough. Just gonna keep doing what we're doing. Yeah, I definitely want Coach to be the coach when that happens. And I would say it to me and to everybody else that'd be his win would count as mine. So he's the head coach of this football team, and I'm just standing in there to make sure we don't mess it up.
College football playoff reporter Heather Dinich joins us now with much more. Heather, what exactly is going to take place on Friday? Walk us through it.
So on Friday morning, a judge at a court in Ann Arbor will hear arguments about whether or not to issue a restraining order that would nullify the 3-game suspension from the Big Ten on Coach Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh and Athletic Director Ward Manuel will be there and prepared and ready to speak if need be. The timing of it, it's going to happen on Friday morning, is all unclear as to how it unfolds. So whether or not Manuel and Harbaugh fly here to College Park, Maryland, for their game with the team remains to be seen. They could fly privately following the hearing. My understanding is that the judge does not have to issue a decision immediately in court at that moment. So the timing of a resolution still remains to be seen. But Michigan has to prove 2 things here. One, that if this went to court, they would have a fighter's chance to win the case. And 2, that a suspension would cause irreparable harm to the program, the team, and Harbaugh.
Especially when you're talking about an undefeated season right now with national title hopes. For the moment, Michigan remains number 3 in the playoff rankings. Let's talk about spots 4 and 5. So after Washington beat another top 25 team in Utah this past weekend, you could make the case that they should jump over Florida State. They beat Miami. What did you hear from the committee about why they made the decision to stick with the Noles at number 4?
I asked Selection Committee Chair Drew Corrigan that question last night following the ranking, and his answer was twofold. One, they're still not entirely impressed with the Washington defense, even though they shut out Utah in the second half. The other thing he pointed to was 2 pedestrian performances in wins against Arizona State and Stanford, 2 teams that he said combined for 6 wins. So they're still not passing the eye test, but their resume is better than Florida State with 3 wins against CFP top 25 teams. And he did point out that the selection committee is well aware of what rivalry games mean. And even though Miami is an unranked team, that Florida State-Miami game that resonated within the room.
Keep in mind, Washington right now an underdog, big road test against Oregon State, Saturday, 7:30 Eastern on ABC. Heather, thank you so much. For much more, let's go to Elle.
Our betting analyst in the flesh, Joe Fortenbaugh, joining us with so much more. With so much uncertainty swirling around CFP right now, give me your favorite futures there based on everything that's happening.
It's not going to make me any friends in the great city of Tallahassee.
Okay.
Florida State, you thought I was going to Athens.
Right.
Florida State to miss the playoff is plus 250. That is a great payout. This is something Greg McElroy's been talking about. Stanford Steve's been talking about it. I completely agree with him. I see 3 avenues in which Florida State misses out. Number 1, they lose in Gainesville in a couple weeks. Possible, but even if they don't, you go to the ACC championship game where they're likely to draw a really feisty Louisville team. They could lose that game. Now, let's assume they get through both. Let's assume they end the season undefeated. There's a scenario where I could still see them being frozen out. Michigan beats Ohio State, goes undefeated. Washington beats Oregon, again, goes undefeated. And then Alabama, sorry, but a very slight win over your Dogs to the point where it's so competitive we want to keep the 2-time defending champs in, and that's your 4th seed with Florida State being frozen out.
I like that. As of this moment, the All-State playoff picture gives the Noles a 69% chance to reach the playoff. Speaking of which, you mentioned it. I know this is going to shock you. Right now over on ESPN Bet on the app, I've got a nice little boost right now for my Georgia futures and their chance to win the national championship. I'm just saying, Joe Fortenbaugh said it was a fantastic deal.
Everywhere you look across the market, it's sitting around plus 220, plus 225. Your bet is plus 275. That is what we call value. Oh, Duncan.
I like to be valued. Thanks, Joe.
Well, right now, no value for Ken Dorsey.
That's true.
Let's go back to the NFL. Josh Allen and the Bills falling apart in a loss to the Broncos on Monday Night Football. 4 turnovers, including 2 Allen INTs, dooming Buffalo. Someone had to pay for it, and it ended up being OC Dorsey. Fired the next day. Allen addressing the move today.
It's happening, especially in commercial.
Obviously, not a set of circumstances you want to be in, especially during the middle of the season. I love Dorsey. As a human being, he's one of the good ones. He's been in this room with me for a very long time. I feel like I owe him a lot of the success that I've had in my career, and he's been a huge part of that. So it's sad to see him go. The fact is, we play better as a team. We probably don't have to make a move like that.
Well, next up for the Broncos, how about this? Joshua Dobbs. My goodness. And take a look at the Joshua Dobbs experience. I think the Browns could use him. They traded him to the Cardinals for a 5th rounder before the season. Arizona sent him to Minnesota for a 6th rounder last month. And the Vikings, they're glad to have him after 2 appearances and 2 wins, saving Minnesota's season after Kirk Cousins went down. And look at the rocket scientist.
Yeah, the astronaut.
Ground control to Major Dobbs. Yeah, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that Dobbs is playing really well. He did study aerospace engineering at Tennessee. Again, it's odd that he's with his 4th different team since the calendar turned to 2023. Again, January 7th started for the Titans. In the offseason, the Browns signed him, played 1 preseason game before being traded to the Cardinals. That led us to Halloween when he was dealt to Minnesota and he was asked about the Browns situation, who now play without Deshaun Watson the rest of the way.
I don't really live in the world of hypotheticals. I kind of stay right here. Obviously, prayers for Deshaun and his surgery. I wish him a speedy recovery. We were actually just talking on the off day yesterday just about his game in Baltimore and the game here. I have so much on my plate just in preparing for each game, especially this game against a really good defense, that I got to stay right here, stay present in it all, man, and worry about my situation here.
He's a friend of the program. We love him. Our quarterback, Dan Orlovsky. Dan, given everything the Dobbs has been through, some of the things that you just recounted, what do you make of what you're seeing from him on the field right now?
It's impressive, and really, Mel, he's got a great grasp of what I would say is the most important physical trait outside of throwing the football to play in this Kevin O'Connell offense. So this offense comes from Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan. You have to marry your feet to where and when you're going to throw the football. So it's a play action, deep crosses. This has to be 7 steps from under the gun and only 1 hitch at the top, meaning only 1 gather of his feet to throw this big cross to TJ Hawkinson. This is timed up perfectly. His feet tell him Hawkinson is breaking open. I can throw the ball now. This is something that takes most guys like legit a year to master. This is going to be to the bottom screen. This has to be a 1, 2, 3 catch and throw. He is ready to throw to a choice route to Hawkinson at the bottom. Not there. You can only reset and hitch 1 time to get back to option number 2. This is so well done by Josh to marry his feet to the timing and the rhythm of where and when to throw the football. And the last one, 3rd and 10. This is late in the football game. This is power over the middle of the field. This has to be a 1, 2, 3 and hitch at the top. This has to be a little bit of a slower and deliberate hitch, because if you take 2, you're staring at those zone defenders are going to collapse down and pick the ball off. The way he has gotten a great grasp of that is unbelievably impressive. And I would say, outside of obviously Smart's ability to throw the football and some of the playmaking with his legs, that's the number 1 reason why he's having the success, certainly, that he's had in Minnesota.
Maybe more impressive than all of that, Dan, is that he unseated Taylor Swift as the NFL's header on Twitter, and their bio now says, "In Dobbs we trust."
Only you would know that.
Well, and everyone that follows the NFL. Get on it, Dan Orlovsky. We appreciate you.
More with Dan coming up, why he's still optimistic that the Browns can compete for a playoff spot in the crowded AFC North despite losing Deshaun Watson for the rest of the season. Plus, with Justin Fields expected back for the Bears, what the second half of the season could mean for his future in Chicago. Shefty standing by when SportsCenter continues.
He's young. He's vain. He's dangerous. I will win by fire.
Napoleon rated R. C. 70mm reading large format and Dimax.
Are you an alum here?
No, I'm married to Tim.
Ah, Shiver Me Timbo. Did he ever tell you the inner tube water polo story?
Yes, I have heard that a lot this weekend.
Hey, Shiver Me Timbo, you got married? Where's the invite, dude? I crush at weddings.
Are you betting against the home team at their own homecoming? They are so soft against the run, and their secondary's trash. Just remember to act sad when they lose.
Yeah, that was even for another party.
This is a good burger from Arby's. A good strawberry shake from Arby's. Good crinkle fries from Arby's.
Is this a collab for Good Burger too?
Quiet, you. Arby's. We have the meat.
This for me?
If you like squeaky toys from Chewy, it is.
Did I get anything this year?
Get up to 40% off gifts that bring the most joy at Chewy.
I'm still going to eat your socks.
No, you're not.
Get great deals on gifts that deliver excitement at Chewy.
Discover different Black Friday deals at Target each week.
She's from there. Central Cal.
Weekly Black Friday deals you can't miss. Get low prices and early Black Friday deals at Target.
New Dove Men Body Wash gives you 24 hours of nourishing micro moisture. That means your skin still feels healthy and smooth now, and now too. Get healthier, smoother feeling skin all day.
Give me a hot pink cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a Give me an early morning tea time and a Bloody Mary with Kettle One vodka.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
I just want to
Spam. Don't knock it till you've fried it. Sizzle, pork, and
Lowe's knows same-day delivery means getting what you need right when you need it. Holiday shopping got easier on affordable decor and more.
Now you can get these all at once, right, Dad?
The holidays got sweeter with same-day delivery. You got this. We got you.
start your holiday season off with one of our new holiday combos starting at $13.99.
About that time, told us last time that this needs to stop.
Or an unflinching, undeniable focus. That's our move. A new season of women's college hoops on the networks of ESPN.
At Bombas, we're obsessed with comfort,
Martel will be hosting that section.
Because your basic things should be your best things.
Which Bitcoiner wants to hook up with
Mitch? Visit Bombas.com and get 20% off your first order.
Formula One fans, support your favorite Formula One team at Fanatics.com. The largest selection of F1 fan gear anywhere. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
MyLikeU is the #1 automatic mileage tracking app, saving millions of drivers like you time and money. Our app automatically captures all your drives, so you can maximize business miles for tax deductions or reimbursement. Each year, drivers using MyLikeU save thousands of dollars. Our 80,000 five-star reviews speak for themselves. We've got solutions for individual drivers and teams alike. At MyLikeU, we track your miles so you don't have to. Try it for free at mylikeU.com.
HGTV, don't you have the hookups there? We could get it
Here
on
to know
that.
about you with a developing story. Aaron Rodgers still wants to play. Clearly still wants to talk about wanting to play. He told Pat McAfee yesterday that the Jets have to be in the mix. He has to be healthy after Achilles surgery for that to happen. By the way, Jets sort of in the mix 4-5, and Rodgers is targeting mid-December. Here's his head coach Robert Saleh on that decision.
And she's like, she made the comment.
Aaron's a big boy, grown man, and no one's going to know Aaron's body like Aaron knows his body. And if he feels, after all the doctors clear him, if Aaron says he wants to play, he's going to play. He's going to want to connect himself. There's been a lot of changes in the system since he's been out and just trying to figure things out with the guys that we have. And obviously, I've said it before. I have an admiration for him. Just we're very young on the offensive side of the ball, and his veteran presence is always welcome. But whenever his clock starts, it starts if it's able to at all.
In other quarterback news, the Bears are planning to start Justin Fields against the Lions on Sunday after he missed 4 games with a dislocated thumb. Fields went full speed in practice today. Says he isn't 100%, but feels good. Detroit coach Dan Campbell talking about facing Fields.
Sounds like Fields will be back, so he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. So I'd say they're at full force, and this is a formidable opponent. So we got our hands full. We got to be ready to go. And so this is day one of it.
Oh no, is Shelly speaking? We can't hear
We
her.
now welcome our senior NFL insider Adam Schefter into the program. The Bears, Shefty, have won just one game with Fields as the starter this season. How much of Fields' future in Chicago hinges on his play down the stretch?
Well, they have 2 first-round draft picks, so clearly everything that this franchise does in the future is going to be measured by how Fields performs. And if he performs well, then obviously they will feel comfortable moving forward with him. And if he gives them pause, then they have the ammunition in the draft to go do whatever it is that they need to do to assure the future of the Chicago Bears franchise. So is he playing for his job? To a certain extent, every player is. But with the draft capital that the Bears have, there's even more importance for Justin Fields to come out and show that he belongs as the future of the Chicago Bears.
You know what would be a great step in doing that? Ending the Lions' 6-game win streak in divisional games. That would probably be a nice step. Let's talk about another person that's trying to return from injury. Looking at Miami's Devon Achane. He's been practicing with the Dolphins this week. He was sidelined the last 4 games with a knee injury. When could we expect the rookie standout to return?
It sounds like he is tracking to play this Sunday against the Raiders. And when they put him on injured reserve, the idea all along was for him to be ready to come off this week after serving the 4 games on injured reserve. This was really a maintenance issue about him getting that knee well. It was never a long-term concern. And so he went out there, and that speed is explosive. Now, they're not going to rush it. If they feel like there's any concern this week, they won't activate him before Sunday's game. But it certainly sounds like he's going to be activated. It sounds like he's going to play on Sunday against the Raiders. And if so, it will give the Dolphins one more speedy weapon. We all remember how dangerous Achane was before he went on injured reserve. He was taking the league by storm. He was contending for the Offensive Rookie of the Year award that C.J. Stroud has since run away with. But Achane will make this offense that much more explosive, and it sounds like it is tracking to happen.
He certainly will. Something else to keep in mind, though, that could certainly affect him as well. Dolphins offensive lineman Rob Hunt and Robert Jones are 2 other injuries that we're keeping an eye on, both considered week to week with hamstring and knee issues. Adam Schefter joining us with the latest around some injuries in the NFL.
Now, this was supposed to be the year Deshaun Watson finally showed the Browns what they got when they signed him to that $230 million guaranteed contract. Instead, he's done for the season after only 6 games. Cleveland announcing he will undergo surgery for a fracture in his shoulder. Anthony Walker speaking today about the injury.
Anytime you lose any brother on the football field, it hurts, right? Franchise quarterback obviously, is never ideal. But I feel like the mood in our locker room is opportunity. We all understand that. It sucks losing Deshaun, but we have opportunity to keep this season going. We're in a great position right now. We control our own destiny, and that's our mindset right now. So obviously we love our brother. We want him to be out there with us, but right now we got folks on 1-0 this week.
Dan Orlovsky back with us here. So Watson's done for the year. But when you look at the Browns right now, they're a game out of first place in the division. They have the 6th seed in the AFC. How competitive can this team be the rest of the way without their starting quarterback?
They can be in every single game because their defense is that good. And Myles Garrett is one of the best defensive players in football. Now, turning to DTR, there's going to be 2 things to really pay attention to. We don't have a huge sample size of what he is or what he isn't. The Ravens game, 2 things. Really poor pass protection. And I think for him specifically, he has to learn, and hopefully he has, that the defense is way faster than he thought it could be. And mainly, Kev, it's his eyes. When the bad people are looking, the bad people meaning the defensive guys, like where you're looking, they're paying attention to. So how much did he learn from that one start, understanding, hey, I either have to look people off or I got to be a little bit later with my eyes where I want to go with the football because defenses are paying attention. Do I think he can do that quickly? I do. He's going to have to go do it. But their defense, and they're not playing a ton of dynamically powerful offenses for the rest of the year.
Steelers this weekend.
Yeah, Steelers this weekend. They'll play the Rams if Stafford's healthy. Maybe the Texans if they're still rolling. Really, Week 18 for Cincinnati is that best offense they'll face.
You mentioned opponents and the Steelers. So you got Watt and Highsmith now licking their chops. We'll see how this plays out over the weekend. The Browns are still minus 175 to make the playoffs according to ESPN. Dan, thank you.
Kevin, this just into Sports Center. Five-star basketball forward Joyce Edwards, who's the #2 overall prospect in the 2024 class, according to ESPN, has chosen to stay home and attend South Carolina, joining former homegrown talents like Asia Wilson and current freshman guard Mylasia Fulwiley to stay in-state and join Don Staley's program. She just announced moments ago, and she joins us now here on Sports Center from Camden High School, which is just about 45 minutes from Columbia. And Joyce, congratulations, first of all. And I know Coach Staley has long had you in her sight. She offered you all the way back in July of 2019. What about their commitment to you over the last 4 years ultimately convinced you to stay?
I mean, like you said, yeah, they've been loyal, they've been committed, but at the same time, I just feel I get the best of both worlds with their honors program and also playing for a Hall of Fame head coach.
It's the best of both worlds, and of course, you're sandwiched there between your parents, and I know that they can't hear me, but how instrumental were they in helping you make this decision, or did they stay out of it?
They obviously wanted the decision to be in my hands, but I consistently was discussing things with them because they're like my best friends. I mean, they're really important to me, so what they said had to matter, and they put in their 2 cents there for every school, and they're happy with my decision now. They're happy that I made it, and it's my personal decision.
No doubt. You are the latest elite recruit who elected to stay home and become a Gamecock. I mentioned some of the others. What, if any, conversations have you had with Asia or Mylasia about the legacy that you're now joining?
Yeah, just talking to Asia about her transition from high school to college, what it was like playing with Don, especially at the Maryland game. We had a good discussion at halftime about that. But yeah, she just said that she's really reliable. She's going to be there for you no matter what, and that she did what Asia needed, and I feel like she's going to do the same for me.
Dawn has said numerous times that she is a dream merchant. Whatever your dream is, that's what she's going to help you achieve and accomplish. Congratulations, Joyce, on choosing South Carolina. Can't wait to see you play next year.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
From one breaking news to another, this just into Sports Center. Padres lefty Blake Snell has won the National League Cy Young Award. It's the second time he's won a Cy Young. Snell led the NL in ERA at 2.25, was even more dominant over his last 23 starts. How about the mark with the ERA at 1.20? Snell also won the AL Cy Young Award with the Rays back in 2018. He's the 7th pitcher to win the award in both the American League and National League, joining an elite list here. Gaylord Perry, Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, the late Roy Halladay, and Max Scherzer. And guess what? He is going to be a free agent this winter.
Cha-ching!
Coming up, Woj and the NBA Countdown crew live just ahead with the latest on how the NBA is expected to respond to Draymond Green's chokehold in last night's altercation between the Warriors and the Timberwolves, plus which AFC team could have the best chance to swoop in and snag a playoff spot now that the Browns are dealing with Deshaun Watson being done for the season.
Thursday Night Football on Prime. It's on.
Thursday Night Football is on as the Cincinnati Bengals take on the Baltimore Ravens. Stream Thursday Night Football only on Prime.
Try it out and listen down. Nope, scratch that. Reverse it.
You can't get a shop without selling chocolate, and you can't sell chocolate without a shop.
Who's for Robert John?
Every good thing in this world started with a dream.
So you're the funny little man who's been following me.
I'm a perfectly respectable size for an open look right now.
Being the best takes hard work. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs.
WeatherTech gift cards have the power to wow everyone on your holiday list, offering a variety of American-made products.
WeatherTech, nice.
Like floor liners, cargo liner, seat protector, food tray, cup phone, sink mat, pet feeding system, anti-fatigue comfort mat, and more. Order the WeatherTech gift card instantly for the perfect gift at WeatherTech.com.
Over the past 2 years, Jersey Mike's fundraiser for Feeding America has been a huge success. Their efforts helped provide more than 75 million meals when people needed it most. But there's still work to be done.
Thank you, Claire. This year, we'd like to invite you back to Jersey Mike's for another special weekend. Come in this Saturday and Sunday, where 20% of all sales will be donated to Feeding America, helping families in need.
Together, we always make a difference.
When did you last really feel something? Beyond the everyday, beyond the extraordinary, beyond your imagination. Feel it now on PlayStation 5.
New Dove Men Body Wash gives you 24 hours of nourishing micro moisture. That means your skin still feels healthy and smooth now, and now too. Get healthier, smoother feeling skin all day.
For muscle cramps and spasms, what's your move? The Hercules? Make the move to TheraWorks for fast muscle relief. Safe, gentle, and absorbs quickly for relief. TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
I love Simplify by Quicken. It shows me how much I'm spending and creates a personalized spending plan. I always know how much I can spend and save. How much more could you save? Take the Simplify Challenge and find out. Named the best budgeting app by the New York Times Wirecutter.
Start today.
This is a race on the right.
Soda's back. Like, actually back. The twist? It's good for you this time. You deserve that mouth-watering swirl of bold flavor and refreshing bubbles without feeling bad about it. Because cravings aren't a crime, people. So, no more hiding pans at the bottom of your recycling bin or sipping sparkling water with your burger and fries. It's time to love soda again. Like, right now. Because we're officially bringing soda back.
I just found this weight loss hack for y'all. The truth is, there is no quick fix, but there is a more effective way to lose weight, and it isn't what you think. It's actually new. It's 2 times more effective than doing it on your own. Get started right now by taking the Noom quiz.
Experience the art of high pressure coffee and espresso with a barista system. Enjoy richer, bolder flavors complete with velvet creamer. Now brewing King's Coffee.
Before the Warriors and Timberwolves could even score a point, all hell broke loose last night. Jaden McDaniels got tied up with Klay Thompson trying to rip each other's jerseys before Draymond Green jumped into the fray and put Rudy Gobert in a headlock. McDaniels, Klay, and Draymond all ejected. The NBA countdown crew gets the reaction, but first, here's Gobert. This is what he had to say afterwards.
I said that that's not playing, so I don't care what's going to get down behavior. I'm proud of myself off, when I think of it again and again. I did whatever I could to keep my cool and show that I wouldn't make the situation worse unless I really felt like I was in the American, which I didn't feel like. I just had to keep my calm.
Clown behavior. So that's Rudy Gobert's reaction. Now it's time for ours. Kendrick Perkins, the Hall of Famer Michael Wilbon, I'm Malika Andrews. Before we get to what we think the league should hand down in terms of all of this, as everyone continues to decide what a suspension could be if there is one that's put in place, we turn to our senior NBA insider, Adrian Wojnarowski, for the news on all of this. Woj, what is the league weighing in terms of whether or not to suspend Draymond Green moving forward here?
And Malika, among the factors, do they deem it to be an excessive and over-the-top action? Do they deem it to be conduct detrimental to the league? And then a big part of it, especially with Draymond Green and his history, is this a repeat offender? And when the league ruled on Draymond Green in the playoffs last year against Sacramento, when he stepped on Domantas Sabonis, Joe Dumars, the executive VP of the NBA, told me that Green's repeat offender status in the league in these kind of instances factored into his suspension. And certainly, that's what right now the Warriors are bracing for with Draymond Green, the possibility of suspension handed down either tonight or tomorrow. Golden State doesn't play another game until Thursday against Oklahoma City.
So right now they are bracing for that suspension of Draymond Green. Woj, thank you. As I turn to you, Kendrick Perkins, Woj says that the Warriors are thinking that, yes, this could be absolutely coming down. How many games do you think would be appropriate here?
You know what? I say 5 to 10 because, a lot of people ask, did Draymond Green cross the line? We damn sure ain't stand behind it. He jumped over. And I think, as Woj just talked about, it's the behavior, right, in the past. The leapfrogging on Sabonis. And, Draymond not being apologetic about things. Think about the Donovan Mitchell situation happened a couple nights ago. Then all of a sudden he go on social media and basically say that I'm going to be Draymond and continue to be Draymond. And so what I'm looking at right now is Draymond is trying to bully his way. And the way that he's going about it is not the right way. And I get everybody has their MO, but that's not the right MO. And I feel like Adam Silver has to make a statement to Draymond that it won't be tolerated and it's not bigger than the league.
We're talking about the same thing.
Yes, it's warranted.
It's warranted. No, it is absolutely warranted. I'm swayed by my colleague to my left.
Wait, because this morning on NBA Today, you were saying 2-3 games would be appropriate.
I listened to Kendrick. He makes perfect sense in the way he is framing this discussion.
Okay.
It makes perfect sense. Now, do I believe they will suspend him more than 2 or 3 games? I do not. Do I believe that I would go with Dr. Perkins' recommendation? 5 or north of 5? Yes. Look, if you're a league and you're talking about player safety, you're talking about the optics of the game, you're trying to present this product, you can't just say, let's have an in-season tournament and the product's fine. We're going to allow somebody to have a chokehold. That video is important video, Malika, and people seeing it internationally, all right? And you got to expect more of somebody who's a first ballot Hall of Famer and a senior player and presence in this league in Draymond Green. So the league should do it. Will they? I still got my doubts, but Kendrick sways me that his position is the right one.
I mean, Malika, that behavior was uncanny. I mean, when you think about it.
Well, we've certainly seen Draymond Green exhibit this type of behavior before, but this could be a really big blow to Golden State, particularly because they're already without Steph Curry for a couple of games. We'll have more on NBA Countdown, but for now, El Duncan, sending it back to you, my friend.
Thank you so much, Malika. Back to our top story of the day. The Browns gave Deshaun Watson a record contract. They've been waiting patiently through suspensions and injuries for it to pay dividends. The waiting continues. With word today that Watson will have surgery for a fracture in his throwing shoulder, and he is officially done for the year. So following the news, the Browns futures at ESPN Bet moved significantly. Prior to the news, they were plus 225 to win the AFC North, 12 to 1 to win the AFC, 25 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. Now, 5 to 1 to win the North, 25 to 1 to win the AFC, 50 to 1 to win the Super Bowl.
Betting analyst Jim Fortenbaugh back with us here on SportsCenter. So in light of the season-ending injury to Deshaun Watson, what's the AFC future bet you really like right now?
Houston Texans to win their division, plus 275. To make the playoffs, they're minus 105. They're an odds-on to get in. So why don't we go one step further and push them to winning their own division? Look at the remaining schedule for Houston. 5 of their next 7 games are going to be at home. They're only going to play 2 teams the rest of the way out that have a winning record. One will be the Jaguars. They have that game at home. They've already beaten them. One will be the Browns, who are no longer without Deshaun Watson. Plus 275 is a bet, implies a 26% chance of happening. So you have to ask yourself this. Do you believe the Texans have a greater than 26% chance of winning the division? If the answer is yes, it's a good bet. If the answer is no, you pass.
It's wild. Rookie head coach.
Yeah.
You have a rookie quarterback, and your number 3 pick in the draft as well as on the defensive side, that they're in this conversation right now.
Unbelievable. Also in the conversation, Deshaun Watson, you mentioned him. He is out for the rest of the season with that shoulder injury. And the Browns Steelers, the over-under is set at a Putrid, 33.5 points. Yeah, you're snickering. That's not great. Which side, putrid? Which side of the total do you like?
This is like an Iowa game.
Yes, it really is.
The Hawkeyes are jealous of that number. Yeah, you're right. The Hawkeyes are like, man, this is going to be a shootout. I'd be looking to the over here. 33.5. Everyone's going to think low-scoring game because of the injuries to the quarterback. Let's start with the Cleveland defense. As much as everybody loves how well that they've played this season, they've given up 24 or more points in 5 of 9 games this year. Cleveland actually ranks 28th in points allowed on the road. They gave up 26 to the Steelers back in week 2. Now, you take a look at the other side of the equation. This Pittsburgh offense has at times been anemic, but they're familiar with the opponent, given that the fact that this is a division rivalry game in the AFC North. I think this is dropped far too low. I'd be willing to take a shot. If those defenses step up, there's a chance they set the offense up in plus territory for some easy scores.
For some perspective on just how low it is, that total, 33.5, would be the second lowest of an NFL game in the last decade. Joe Fortenbaum making it smarter here on the Sports Center.
Coming up before the Kelsey brothers face off again on Monday Night Football, we go one-on-one with Travis here. Our last season's Super Bowl showdown has sparked a new level of brotherly love. Reese Maxey coming your way, averaging 28.7 dimes this season, breaking out after the James Harden trade, dropping a 50-burger against the Pacers over the weekend. We got Sixers Celtics coming your way in less than an hour here on ESPN.
Are you looking at 4x4s on cars.com again?
No.
Whenever you look at 4x4s, you turn into the version of yourself that drives a 4x4.
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Really?
I was thinking of something more sophisticated. Huh. Fine. Keep the beard.
2 million cars for 2 million possibilities. Cars.com. Where to next?
Inez, let me ask you. You're using Head and Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head and Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that day.
Microbes? Really?
They're always on your scalp, little rascals. But good news. There's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy and his tiny, gorgeous hair.
He's the best.
Make every wash count.
Little help, please?
The thing about getting close in a case is that you actually start to burn. And the only way to put out the fire is to solve it.
What is it wherever you go? Death follows.
FX's A Murder at the End of the World. Now streaming only on Hulu.
A good burger, 2 meal at Arby's? Is this a dream?
No, it isn't. Isn't that right? Talking strawberry shake?
Yep. Right talking head, son.
Totally real. Arby's, we have the meat.
Advanced screenings of Thanksgiving have audiences screaming for seconds. It's a new horror classic. Thanksgiving, rated R, tomorrow.
New Dove Men Body Wash gives you 24 hours of nourishing micro moisture. That means your skin still feels healthy and smooth now, and now too. Get healthier, smoother feeling skin all day.
Total by Verizon is wireless that goes all in with our no contract unlimited plan for just $25 a line. Plus Disney Plus. What? Now for a limited time, get a free Samsung Galaxy A13 5G when you switch. Only at Total by Verizon.
Come on, guys, it's time.
Oh yeah, I have procured my learner's permit.
It was adulty McMahon face.
The better question is, are you a narc? Two crazy clothes band together at PG.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. I was surprised with the Golo plan. I was not hungry. Thanks to Release, I don't feel the need to go for snacks or go back for seconds. Give Golo a try. This plan works.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50 plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
You think you better got a woman? Always about us, baby.
underwear, and t-shirts that feel good and most of all do good. Because when you purchase one, we donate one to those in need. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first purchase. Bombas.
Show the world what it means to be a fan with exclusive designs by Fanatics. One-of-a-kind styles by Mitchell and Ness. For all the leagues, teams, and colleges you love. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
If you drive a personal car for work and don't keep track of your business miles, you're missing out on thousands of tax deductions or reimbursements. MileIQ is an app that can help. It automatically logs and calculates your business miles from your phone. On average, current subscribers save thousands of dollars per year. With over 100,000 reviews, MileIQ is the #1 mileage tracking app. At MileIQ, we know that mileage tracking with a pen and paper is a hassle. So let us handle it. Join millions of other drivers and get started at mileiq.com for free today.
Exco, give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. Exco, deliver to you. Knock, open up the door, spam. The non-stop pop-up. Oh, there it is. Shakur floors him again. Going wheel to wheel into the sparks flight. Show your greatness. And it ain't even about the dough. It's about getting down what you stand for, yo. Exco, give it to you. We gon' give it to you.
He's going to be popping over the weekend now. Time for tonight. What to watch for coming up right here on ESPN. The Celtics. This will be the second meeting between the rivals. They met back on November 8th. The game, the Sixers won by 3. No Porzingis, no Brown in this one for the C's.
What to watch for is brought to you by the Mazda CX-90.
Super excited, as certainly you know, the Chiefs host the Eagles on Monday Night Football this week for Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. What a whirlwind year, right? From winning the Super Bowl to, of course, his relationship with Taylor Swift.
Here now the rematch with his brother Jason in another Kelce Bowl. Travis sat down recently with a guy who knows all about his growth as one of the all-time great tight ends. His first NFL quarterback, who's now our colleague, Alex Smith.
Look, guys, the numbers are great. Everybody sees it coming. You know who they're going to, and it still works. How did they make that happen, Alex?
Defense coordinator can't stop catching this. And a great over-the-shoulder catch by Kelce. Let's go, man. Let's just get it started, baby. And it's caught by Kelce. Only guy you got to stop, and how is it that every week you've got 10, 12, 14 catches? All right, now. It's his guy. You know, bro. We came in the same year. I got traded here in 2013, and we drafted you that year. Do you remember your first touchdown catch? Of course. Why shallow, baby? Miami. Remember? Are you kidding me? Touchdown! What I remember specifically is not so much the catch, but the celebration. The dance. Money. That's what it did. I don't think I'd ever seen a tight end dance. I think I might have brought a little bit more juice to the position than it initially had.
Just wanted to hop on for a quick bomb, double-double.
It's crazy. Like, think about where you are, man. Hosting SNL. You got the #1 podcast in the country. You got paparazzi, bro, following you. I couldn't help but notice that you had a special guest watching the game. Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. Do you have moments where you look around like, how did I get here? 1,000. A few doors open for winning my second Super Bowl against my brother and all the magic that happened with the podcast last year. And it's been a roller coaster. It's just a fun ride. I love you, brother Jason. I know you guys are incredibly close. You guys seem to have gotten even closer with the podcast. How have you guys grown? It's been such a unique experience. I could have never even expected to be able to do the podcast. Everybody kind of looks at us like we're two completely different people, and we wanted to show our unique brotherhood. The crazy part is that I would never be playing this damn game if it wasn't for you. It's the truth, right? I think we're chilling to take the field again. Yes, Jason. What's that opportunity to meet you?
I've always wanted to be on the field. I've had to just come and accept that it's not going to be teaming up with them. It's just going to be, we're battling like we did every single night, playing cards, every single night playing video games. I just cherish every single time I get that.
You know, Kelsey's one of the most popular names for dogs now.
I can believe it.
Joel Embiid, averaging 33 points per game this season, leading the NBA.
Garrett Cole has been the bridesmaid and never the bride until now. He has finally won the AL Cy Young after finishing second multiple times.
Hoops coming away.
Tonight, the East Titans square off for the second time in a week. After their loss here on Broad Street, the Celtics return riding a 3-game winning streak to face the reigning MVP. The #1 seed is on the line here early in the season, and we are counting you down on ESPN.
Welcome to NBA Countdown, presented by DoorDash.
Welcome to NBA Countdown. I'm Malika Andrews. I'm going to be joined by Michael Wilbon, Zach Lowe, and Kendrick Perkins in just a moment. But first, the top story of today. We are awaiting the league's response to an altercation in last night's Timberwolves-Warriors game, where 3 players, they were ejected, including Draymond Green, after putting Rudy Gobert in, I think it's fair to say, a headlock. So now we bring in our senior NBA insider, Adrian Wojnarowski. Woj, what exactly is the league weighing as it evaluates whether or not a suspension is warranted for Draymond Green?
Well, a couple of the real significant factors in these kind of instances. Does the league see this as an over-the-top and excessive action by Draymond Green? And among the other factors, is he a repeat offender? And that certainly takes on significance with Draymond Green, who has a long history in the league of suspensions of these kinds of instances. And the league has been talking to both teams today, trying to wrap up this investigation. What they're hearing from Minnesota is a lot of frustration, a lot of anger, a sense that they expect Draymond Green to be suspended for a significant period of time. And then Golden State, number one, they look at it and see, although Rudy Gobert said that he was trying to be a peacemaker, that's not what they saw when he engaged last night. And then they're certainly upset. You heard Steve Kerr talk about it after the game. They're upset with Klay Thompson's ejection last night, and they feel if Draymond Green's history works against him, what about Klay Thompson's history, a player who does not have these necessarily on his track record?
Sure. So as they continue to do these interviews, conduct these interviews, to review the tape, when can we expect a decision to be handed down here?
Look, I was just told to certainly not rule out this evening yet. That the league has been, again, interviewing, evaluating the tape, and then they've got to weigh the decision on a suspension. It's a little more difficult because Minnesota's playing today. So there comes a point where you can't really talk to their players anymore. Does some of that have to go into tomorrow? But Golden State doesn't play again until tomorrow against Oklahoma City. And the goal is to have an edict on Draymond Green before the Warriors play tomorrow. But again, I think either this evening or at some point prior to tip-off tomorrow, Malika.
So sometime in the next 24 hours, Woj, and that could be as soon as tonight. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us. So as we await the league's decision here, that means we get to be the judge. That means we get to spend a little bit of time being the jury and the commissioner in all of this. So, Mr. Michael Wilbon, you are the resident Hall of Famer here. I turn to you. How long do you think is fair? Because we just heard Woj say significant time. That is what the Minnesota Timberwolves would like to see. What's a fair suspension in your mind?
Fair, given Draymond's history, given the seriousness of, look, y'all can use headlock if you want. That's a chokehold. I'm for it. It is. And if you have that, it's dangerous. And I'm persuaded as the day goes on, and now we've been talking to each other, but, let's face it, we've been on the phone getting opinions from people around the industry. Yes, the league, but the industry. And I'm going to say fair is north of 5.
Fair is north of 5.
Fair is north of 5.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about it, there's 3 sides to this story. You got Minnesota, you got Golden State, and then you got the field. It don't lie. We all saw the film. No matter how many sides are calling in saying this is what they heard, this is what they saw, this is what took place, we all saw what happened. And when I saw that, I saw bad intentions from Draymond Green. And I see a guy that can completely keep doing the same thing for his behavior on how he's coming at guys in certain situations on the floor. We talked about the Sabonis situation. We talked about his past history. Again, we know that Draymond Green is a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
We know that he's a leader.
Absolutely.
But we also know that he's a veteran. And not just the Golden State. Other guys around the league look up to him as a veteran. I don't know if they do right now, but before these last couple incidents, they had guys that looked up to Draymond Green. That wanted to call Draymond Green and get knowledge on how to be a professional, how to last in the NBA by being a star in your role. And so with that being said, Adam Silver has to set an example and make a statement when it comes down to Draymond Green. And I'm looking at 5 to 10 games. Now, like Wilborn said, would he get it? We don't know. But if I was Adam Silver, I would have to make that statement and show that no one is bigger than the NBA.
5 to 10 seems high to me, especially given the recent precedent of the Adam Silver regime. I mean, it's really become hard to predict these penalties. They seem to be all over the place. Draymond's defense will be, I thought, from my vantage point and all this blur of arms and limbs, that Rudy had my guy around the neck. We know he did not. He had him like kind of like this, but he escalated it. It's dangerous. I'm personally setting the over under at 3.5 games. I think I may take the over like four games. But to your point, in the last week we've seen Donovan Mitchell go at him. As genial a guy as there is, and well-liked a guy as there is in the NBA. Anthony Edwards just totally ignored him when Draymond was trying to get under his skin. And then Rudy Gobert, who has been the target of some pretty nasty trash talk from Draymond Green and lots of other players around the league, he went at him pretty damn hard verbally after the game. And you didn't hear a lot of people around the league being like, oh boy, Rudy was out of line. Like, the tide is not turning, but the patience is waning and beyond waning.
I agree, Zach. And Lil Boy, Rudy surrendered in that video. He literally threw his arms back. He wasn't trying to fight back or do anything.
He wants to play for a team that's won, what, 8 games in a row or something like that?
It's about basketball.
Let me bring in one more just point. One couple of the texts I got, and I shared this earlier before we were here. They're from high school coaches. The league cares about its image and the perception of it and all that goes on. And I got texts from a couple of high school coaches saying, what am I telling my kids that at practice? Well, what? What is the league's response to that if the coaches were asking instead of me, the commissioner, officials in the NBA? What are you telling your kids as you send it to them? They all look to, if not entire games, clips to the NBA. What do they see when they see that clip that we just looked at? What are 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17, 13-year-olds? What are they seeing?
Well, not to mention the idea of showing up for your team and the Golden State Warriors. The fact of the matter is, right now, they are a team that is down Steph Curry. The MRI showed that he's not going to miss significant time. They avoided a real issue there, but no Steph Curry. Clay hasn't been playing the way that we have grown accustomed to.
Their next set of games, their next 10 games are tough with lots of Western Conference teams. Clippers 3 times, Phoenix twice, Oklahoma City twice. Like, they need their guys. That's what the coaches should be also talking about. It's like, you got to play for your team.
Yeah, they need their guys, and we expect, as Adrian Wojnarowski reported, to see sometime in the next 24 hours the suspension being handed down. In the meantime, I guess when you drop 50, you get to roll up in fits like these, Kendrick Perkins. Tyrese Maxey.
I might try it, bitch.
Getting ready for the first game of our doubleheader against the Boston Celtics. They look to bounce back from their first home loss of the season. In the meantime, though, please don't tell anyone. Lakers, they're undefeated at home this season. Will it continue with the reloaded Kings, or are the Lakers about to lose a perfect record at crypto?
NBA Countdown is presented by DoorDash, official partner of the NBA.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase mobile app. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday. You only turn 30 once. And Gen Z, her credits golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You're fans of the grind, of needing, flattening. Because you know saving time is never as important as cherishing it. You are fighters. This is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Introducing the new Domino's Rewards. Now you earn free Domino's every 2 orders. It's as easy as 1, 2, free. Like free Parmesan bread bites, or a free stuffed cheesy bread, or a free medium 2-topping pizza, or even more. Free. Order now and start earning free Domino's today. Lunch? Yes, please. That'll be $23. Your ad says it's free. It is for our economy ultimate passengers who paid extra. I'll just have water. Okay, cash or card. So, water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. Made with titanium.
We do have free movies with the purchase of headphones.
I'll just lose my iPhone.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular phone. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
How does he have time to visit everyone in one night?
Well, he has VIP parking.
And how does he know if I've been naughty or nice?
He sees everything.
Everything? Let me guess, he's got lots of storage too. That's how he does it.
The electric BMW Road Home Sales Event is on now. Lease the 2024 BMW i5 you drive 40 for $719 per month, now through November 30th.
Our way has never been just one way. We're the firsts until we're the legacies, the dreamers until the dream gets done. We're not stopping anytime soon, and we're bringing the world with us. That's our way.
Tyrese Maxey getting ready for the first game of our doubleheader. What do you think he's saying to Jason Tatum there, Perk?
I don't know, strap your shoes up.
Trying to go back after he had that career-high 50-point performance earlier this week, seeing if he can back that up once again. Round 1 of this one, though, it went to the 76ers 1 week ago. Now, tonight's round 2 of this clash for early Eastern Conference supremacy, right? As they remain the top 2 teams record-wise in the Eastern Conference. They also have the top 2 point differentials in the league. Joel Embiid leads the way for Philly, but it has been the continued growth of Tyrese Maxey that has this team skyrocketing. They have combined for 615 points through 10 games. That is the most by any duo in Sixers history to start a season. And meanwhile, Boston is rolling, right? Shaking up their roster this offseason. Tatum, Brown, Holiday, Porzingis, when they all play, the Celtics are 7-1 this season. Of course, tonight, no Kristaps Porzingis. He's out with a knee contusion. No Jaylen Brown. He's out with a non-COVID illness. So Joel Embiid, the reigning MVP, will get to see him. We will also get to see Jason Tatum. And Mr. Wilbon, I'm curious, watching this matchup, knowing that the Celtics are not at full strength, who do you can prove more in this matchup? Is it Tatum or is it Embiid?
Well, Embiid's a
Look at this
season
athleticism.
long, right? I mean, he hasn't been.
Never seen anything.
So we can project. It's
I don't
Embiid.
believe
That's
it.
what you have to look
This
at
motherfucking
with
kid.
Embiid.
Get a load of
Tatum
this, Con.
may be
This
week to week. He may
motherfucking
have some
kid.
agenda
Straight up
items that
one
he'd
of
like
these
to check
fucking
off.
things to count.
But to
I'm
me,
over
it's
here
Embiid.
vibing
It's
with
tonight
my
at home.
fucking legs in the air.
I mean, Philadelphia
And
needs
he's
to
considering
put them
taking
away.
over.
You got no Porzingis. And no Jaylen
He's
Brown.
scratching his
I
leg
mean, the
right now.
76ers, it's more than just Embiid. Let me not just put it on Embiid. The 76ers as a team have a lot to prove. They've been somewhere between, I don't want to say necessarily disappointing. They've not been as far in the playoffs as Boston.
Like
they need to have some. I hate statement games. I hate statement games, particularly in November. But guess what?
I had to take a
Statement
piss.
game tonight.
I just think all these
Skill
games are
1 to 10,
fun
kid.
to watch Joel Embiid against the Celtics. We saw the last time they put Drew Holiday on him, which was an unconventional matchup, shaded some help toward him. They got those long defenders everywhere. They don't have anyone who can guard Joel Embiid one-on-one until the playoffs when they'll put Al Horford on him more. So they're going to rely on, hey, big fella, we know you have turnover issues every once in a while. We're going to put guys in the passing lanes. We're going to switch up our help schemes. We're going to try to confuse you to making the wrong play and throwing the ball to us. He's gotten a little bit better every year at that stuff, but Boston is still the best test in that regard.
Well, and they historically, like the Celtics have been the Joel Embiid stopper, like over and over again. And I know we're talking about the playoffs, but they have been the reason why Joel Embiid hasn't gotten to that mountaintop.
Well, they've had a better team. And this game and this season is all about Jason Tatum. Last season, what we talked about, the Celtics, when they added Malcolm Brogdon, right? And they talked about the health and the depth that they had with Robert Williams, Al Horford at that big position. They talked about the Celtics being the best team in the NBA. This season, we've been talking about the starting five or the starting six and how good they are offensively and adding Drew Holiday. Jason Tatum has had the pieces, right? He's went through those times where he didn't have those down times in the postseason. He didn't left out with, regrets and not completing the mission. This is all about Tatum. It's zero excuses when it comes down to Jason Tatum. Brad has done a hell of a job of putting the pieces around him to go out there and complete the mission.
Well, Jason Tatum is 25 years old. He's played in 94 career playoff games. For perspective, LeBron James at that same age had only played in 71 of them. But again, we saw what happened against the Golden State Warriors. It's waiting for him to get to that point. Why I'm looking at the Sixers is we had Tyrese Maxey on NBA Today after he had 50 against the Pacers earlier this week. And I asked him, what would a win over the Celtics prove? And he said the last time that we played each other, which was only a week ago, Nick Nurse said to the entire team, everybody wants to know if we're for real. And could a game against the Celtics prove that? And he said, win or lose, different than last season's, with the cloud hanging over us no more of James Harden, this team is for real.
You know who else needs to know how real they are? The 76ers, because they're sitting on all those assets they got for James Harden. How badly do we actually need to make a trade? What kind of player do we actually need? Maybe we don't need any kind of big name player. Maybe we're that good. These games help answer those questions too.
Yeah, even when you're not facing a full strength Celtics squad. In the meantime, when we're talking about stars, we need to talk about the Los Angeles Lakers. Coming up, Anthony Davis, he's dominated 3 straight games, and guess what? The Lakers won all 3. So what has gotten into AD, and will it continue tonight against Wilbon's Kings?
Are you done?
Immersive 3-row sound for all your high notes. Why did you invite him? He was out there all alone.
Great party. I really feel the warmth. I wish this night would last forever.
Suck these nuts, bro.
I'll get him up.
M&M's for all fun kind.
Get help reaching your goals with JP Morgan Wealth Plan, the digital money coach in the Chase mobile app. Use it to set and track your goals, big and small, and see how changes you make today could help put them within reach. From your first big move to retiring poolside and the other goals along the way. Wealth Plan can help you get there. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Welcome. Message in a bottle, that shit. Baby.
So exciting to see you all here.
It's athleticism. I've never seen a kid with a finger like this, girls.
What is this place?
What's waiting for you at the top?
Really? Why not? This kid's genius.
He's unforgettable.
Are you done?
FX's A Murder at the End of the World. Now streaming
only
on Hulu.
Calm down, woman.
It's Gloriana. Gloriana, jewelry you love. Visit us in-store or online.
The all-day, everyday pad by Public Rec. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. With the all-day, everyday pad, you can choose your waist and length sizes to guarantee a perfect fit. Now comfort looks good.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash. DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Yoshi.
I'm not gonna ask her. Are you an alum here?
No, I'm married to Tim.
Ah, Shiver Me Timbo. Did he ever tell you the inner tube water polo story?
Yes, I have heard that a lot this weekend.
Hey, guys. Timbo, you got married.
Where's the invite, dude? I crush at weddings.
Are you betting against the home team at the homecoming night?
They are so soft against the run.
And their secondary's trash. Just remember to act sad when they lose.
We always say panic or patience. Which will LeBron show?
Get out of your cover!
We stay resilient, can't fight. You know, maybe we've shown that we can do our season.
Belongs to Tilo. Reddish, the corner trade. Big Bob. 3 for Reddish. No good. Oh, they're good.
Welcome back to NBA Countdown, presented by DoorDash.
The Lakers may have had a lackluster road trip, but at home, they are undefeated. LeBron James arrived more than 3 hours before tip-off to ensure that trend continues tonight in the second game of our doubleheader right here on ESPN against the Kings. So it's time now for Pick and Roll, brought to you by ESPN Bet, the official sports book of ESPN. We have a huge game out west tonight. The Kings, they are right here in Los Angeles to face the Lakers, who I just mentioned, undefeated at Crypto.com this season. So, Park, who do you have in this one?
I got the Kings. And it's mainly because of, and look, I'm not about to stand up and I'm not about to take off my belt and I'm not about to put anybody in an uncomfortable situation. And I'm sorry to my chair because it's been so good to me. But here's the thing. I'm going with the Kings because of De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox has been averaging 31 points, 8 assists on 58% from the field. And I'm going to tell you this. The Lakers did not want to see the Kings last year in the postseason. They was actually hoping that they saw the Golden State Warriors because they don't have an answer for De'Aaron Fox. And if they were to ever match up in the playoff series, De'Aaron Fox would be the best player in this series. And yes, I'm saying over LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
De'Aaron Fox, you know where I am on this. You know,
Wilbon has been on the Kings. Is that again King Purple that I'm seeing that you're wearing right there?
Malika, part of it is because you look at which
Three of us are picking the Kings to win.
How about you being a West Sider?
De'Aaron Fox is their speed and their spirit. This is his second game back from injury. Boy, did they miss him. They could not score without De'Aaron Fox, but now they're back. They're revved up. The Lakers are on a back-to-back. They're a little old. They didn't have to play too much last night.
Yeah, LeBron and AD staff.
But both these teams, to Wilbon's point, they've kind of just been muddling around. Like, either one has caught a rhythm yet. They've had guys in and out of the lineup. Let's see the full squads go at it. I have a feeling the Kings are going to come out flying tonight. The Sacramento Kings, what's happening? Do we need a beam?
Did you see after the last win, Mike Brown got a throne that he was thrust into after his 400th career win. They're
probably going to lose by 40 now.
No, now that we've done that.
Well, we're all picking the Kings. So who are you picking? Get the ESPN Bet app and get started. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets once they place their first sportsbook bet with ESPN Bet. In the meantime, Joel Embiid getting ready for the first game of our doubleheader. The Celtics, the Sixers. We make our pick for that game coming up next.
NBA Countdown is presented by DoorDash, the official partner of the NBA.
When you order Domino's online, we'll give you a free pizza to use for a future pizza emergency. So you'll have an emergency pizza. A free pizza when you need it most.
There you go. Thank you. Welcome. Enjoy.
Meet the traveling trio. The thrill seeker, the soul searcher, and ahoy, it's the explorer. Each helping to protect their money with Chase. Whoa, a lost card isn't keeping this thrill seeker down. Lost her card? Not the vibe. The soul searcher is finding his identity and helping to protect it. Oh yeah, the explorer. She's looking to dive deeper, all while Chase looks out for her. Because these friends have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect, one bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You clock in for happy hours, late nights, regulars. Because you don't just carry kegs. You carry the night. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
How does he have time to visit everyone in one night?
Well, he has VIP parking.
And how does he know if I've been naughty or nice?
He sees everything.
Everything? Let me guess. He's got lots of storage, too. That's how he does it.
The electric BMW Road Home sales event is on now. This is the 2024 BMW iX Drive 50 for $799 per month now through November 30th.
Price to pay. California on my license plate. Last year, put me on some. Put me on some. Put me on some.
You can push through anything as long as you believe.
Our family calls Alex the Phoenix. He always rises from the ash.
Paterno never faced any charges, but he didn't escape judgment.
Who has like a career-defining moment at 37?
The whole country is watching, and the world is watching.
Nikita Kucherov and the Lightning. Connor Bedard and the Blackhawks. Wolves and Hawks Thursday on ESPN+.
Lord needed me to get 50 more than I think of myself did. He was going to grab the ball and was like, you are going to shoot this basketball.
It was amazing to watch.
I've been trending all week. 7 days out of top week.
Tyrese Maxey hit different on both ends of the floor.
I'm just trying to go out there and help my team win.
Welcome back to NBA Countdown, presented by DoorDash.
Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey have had one of the best two-man games in the NBA this season. It has been so much fun to watch them, and we will see them tonight against the Celtics. Back here with our senior insider, Adrian Wojnarowski. Woj, speaking of the 76ers, over the weekend you reported that Kelly Oubre Jr. was hospitalized with a rib injury after he said he was struck by a car in Philadelphia on Saturday night. So what more can you tell us about his recovery and his return to the 76ers here?
Malika, Kelly Oubre Jr. has been in the Sixers facility the last couple of days, starting to do some light work. And I'm told that it's a realistic expectation that he could be back in 2+ weeks, perhaps the end of November, the beginning of December. That I think that certainly the bruised ribs, the knee, those are all factors in his recovery right now. But this is a player who's been a real, perhaps one of the great free agent bargains of this offseason, averaging 16 points on 50% shooting for this Sixers team that's gotten off to such a terrific start.
Well, 2 weeks is certainly sooner than many thought, so that's great news for the 76ers. Thank you so much, Woj. I do want to focus, though. We're not going to see Kelly Oubre tonight, Perk, on Tyrese Maxey. We saw him have 50 against the Pacers earlier this week. Tyrese on Tyrese crime in these couple of games. But for you, as you're watching him this season, what does he need to be for the 76ers in order for them to get to the conference finals?
Well, he got to continue to be that floor general, right? He's so intelligent in making others around him better. But I'm looking at the defensive side of things. Those chase down blocks, right? Those, not afraid to go vertical with anybody at the rim. Taking charges, taking the hit, fighting to get over screens. having that high motor, right? At times when Philly lacked that, when Joel Embiid lacked that, Tyrese Maxey becomes that engine, not just on the offensive end, but on the defensive side of things.
There was a time not that long ago that we were all saying, ooh, is he ready for that step with James Harden leaving this team? And then all of a sudden,
James Harden takes those 11 assists a game with him. Okay, so now what happens? Maxey doubles his assists, doubles so far this season. But I'm with Perk on the motor. Philadelphia had a little bit too much calm. They needed that energy that Maxey brings, and he brings it off his 4 quarters, isn't it?
You told me last week about slowing down, not zooming ahead all the time. Slowing down so Joel can get into those pockets of space. Every game, he gets better at that. Sixers are rolling.
The Sixers are rolling. We'll see if they continue to roll tonight. Time to get you out to Philadelphia. Beth Mowens, Doris Burke, and Katie George on the call. Take it away, ladies.
Thank you, Malika. Philadelphia's all lit up, and they're all fired up. And rightfully so, off to their best start in 22 years, including a win over Boston just 1 week ago, and now they are back together tonight inside Wells Fargo Center. The reigning MVP, Joel Embiid, is set to go. Always a good night for the Celtics and Sixers. He is back on top of the list of scoring leaders in the NBA and set for a fight for first place in the Eastern Conference tonight with Jason Tatum. And welcome to NBA Courtside as we get set for Celtics and Sixers Part 2. It was a 3-point win for Philly exactly 1 week ago. Hi, everybody. I'm Beth Bowens along with Doris Burke and Katie George. Well, of course, Doris, for Philadelphia, there's been a lot of change in recent months, but the one constant is still the man in the middle, Joel Embiid, off to a terrific start to the season. The new variable now in Philly has been the emergence of Tyrese Maxey.
He has proven to be a second star, legitimate option down the stretch of basketball games. He's performed at an all-star level, and it's changed both the trajectory and the expectation from the Sixers team. One of the best aspects that he leverages is his speed. As a half-court set, you get him going downhill. He covers an extraordinary amount of ground because of that speed. In tandem with Joel Embiid, he has been told to be ultra-aggressive. So guy goes under the screen, he is pulling the trigger. Can he get downhill and get to his patented floater game? You bet he can. He's legitimately a scorer. This, to me, is maybe the area where he's improved the most, defensively making an impact. And with James Harden no longer around, you see the numbers are up, both shots and points per game. Maxey and Embiid, the highest scoring duo in the NBA. On the other side for Boston, of course, Jason Tatum, who helped eliminate Philadelphia from the postseason a year ago off of his record-breaking season. He looks even better than ever to start the new year. He's a young man coming off back-to-back first-team All-NBA selections, and yet has raised his level again. Through the first 10 games, he's already gone for 30 points 6 times. He's at almost 10 points per game in the fourth quarter, and he's doing it in incredibly consistent fashion. And he may even have more work to do tonight, unfortunately, Katie George. This best starting 5 in the NBA is down 2 guys.
Yeah, Beth, unfortunately for the Celtics, Jaylen Brown is unavailable tonight due to an illness. His teammate Kristaps Porzingis is also out. He's dealing with a right knee contusion after colliding with Julius Randle in Monday night's win over the Knicks. Now, this morning at shoot-around, he said he was limited, but he said it was nothing too serious. That he thought that he'd be back maybe tonight, possibly here soon. He said that the plan was for him to go through pregame warm-ups, and then they would assess how he felt. Ultimately, the medical staff for the Celtics decided to hold him out of tonight's action. Look for Al Horford as well as Sam Hauser to insert into the starting lineup for Boston.
So Al Horford back in the starting lineup, and of course, the man running the point, Drew Holiday. Since that Philadelphia loss last Wednesday, they have ripped off 3 wins in a row, all by double digits, with Drew at the helm.
In the most heated game time moments, you need the whole team all in. And as your squad's 6th man, DoorDash is always there to help bring it home. Win or lose, DoorDash is there for you. Sometimes the game calls for a spark off the bench, the 6th man, if you will, for a little juice at halftime or a boost for the buzzer beater. This guy gets it. Win or lose, DoorDash is there for you.
was gonna ask her, are you an alum here?
No, I'm married to Tim.
Ah, Shiver Me Timbo. Did he ever tell you the inner tube water polo story?
Yes, I have heard that a lot this weekend.
Hey, guys, you got married?
Where's the invite, dude? I crush at weddings.
Are you betting against the home team at their own home play?
They're so soft against the goal.
This is gonna last. And their secondary's trash. Just remember to act sad when they lose.
Well, I think the presentation will be less.
That's the DQ Cheeseburger Lovers Deal. 2 singles for $5 or 2 doubles for $7 for a limited time. So, how is it?
People getting the deliveries?
Deal that speaks for itself, I guess. DQ, happy taste.
Are you certain about the other team? You kind of nailed it. Are you feeling concerned? Certain team matters. For promotional products everyone will love delivered on time, visit forimprint.com.
Imprint for certain.
When you're able to have a workout routine where you're training your body to move properly, you're going to get a lot of big dividends in golf course. You'll feel more fluid, and all of a sudden you're going to see a few more yards of distance off the tee as well. Golf forever is something that's worked, and I'm going to continue to do it because I've seen the real benefits.
SimpliSafe's #1 rated home security, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring, is half the cost of traditional brands. So you stay safe for less than $1 a day. Now get 50% off the new SimpliSafe system. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Not for looks. Or likes. Or perfection.
Bring it up. Think about how you're feeling.
Or anyone else. Move for you. Move with us.
I love Simplify by Quicken. It shows me how much I'm spending and creates a personalized spending plan. I always know how much I can spend and save. How much more could you save? Take the Simplify Challenge and find out. Named the best budgeting app by the New York Times Wirecutter.
Start today.
Randy was told to put cookies out for Santa. Instead, Randy put the cookies in Randy. This Christmas, give your Randy what he deserves. A big lump of cold soap from Duke Cannon.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive contains ALA to relieve nerve aches and B complex vitamins to fortify healthy nerves. Try Nervive and try Nervive pain relieving roll-on.
Welcome back to NBA Courtside.
Welcome inside our Los Angeles studios. The Hall of Famer Michael Wilbon, our senior writer Zach Lowe, the one and only Kendrick Perkins. I'm Malika Andrews. We're helping get you set for Celtics Sixers tonight on ESPN. The Celtics are a little shorthanded tonight, Zach. No Kristaps Porzingis, no Jaylen Brown, Sam Hauser into the starting lineup, Al Horford into the starting lineup. Who is going to need to step up the most?
A lot of focus so far this season on Boston's bench. This is a team among the contenders that has a lot of trade assets relative to the other contenders. I think they'll spend a lot of this season thinking, should we move some of them for like a 7th man, just fortify our rotation? And that means every game like this is a chance for the Peyton Pritchards of the world to show them they don't need to do that. He's been cold this season. Get hot.
You remember when they traded when the Bucks traded and got Damian Lillard, and everybody was like, yeah, the Bucks, they're going to win it. Then all of a sudden, Boston traded for Drew Holiday. It's Drew Holiday, right? He's the next best player on this team after Jason Tatum tonight. He has to step up his game on both sides of the ball, especially having to deal with Tyrese Maxey.
If we just talking tonight, the result
just tonight.
Al Horford. I mean, this notion that Drew Holiday can somehow guard Joel Embiid has got to stop. The fascination with small ball needs to be banned. All proponents of it, okay? You can do a few possessions. You can make, him a little crazy. Joel can look and say, what is this little dude doing on me? For a game, and don't even talk about a series, stop. Al Horford, real size, guard Joel Embiid.
This is going to be a litmus test. Let's get you out to tip-off. To tell me you want a new iPhone, I better plan to right.
Wait, they take this break.
Yes, they will, and you'll get iPhone 15 Pro and Apple TV 4K and the one all free on that. Do that. We tried to tell him what he paid us for.
This holiday, turn any iPhone in any condition into a new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One, all free on us. It's holiday every day with Verizon.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on Paul. You don't want to ride with Paul. Or Sarah. Not today, anyway. And you don't want to rate based on Ben. He's got some important business to take care of. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? With Allstate, you're connected to a rate based on you.
DJ Royal Crispy Wraps. Get it with the mail or have it as a snack. Only $2.99. It's a hunger hack and it fits in one hand.
It's go time in the NBA. And with so much on the line this season, everyone's got everything to prove. Players need to write their stories and start new chapters. Superstars looking to solidify their legacy. And fans from all over ready to make some noise. Everyone's ready to go next level. Everyone's all in. Because it's everyone's game. Celtics 76ers Kings Lakers tonight on ESPN.
Experience all high pressure food, coffee, espresso with the loud barista system. Enjoy richer, bolder flavors complete with velvet cheese crema. Now brewing Pete's Coffee. We just signed the lease on our third shop. I guess we're a chain now, right? We worked so hard to get here. My assistant went to customink.com to get our new uniforms and merch with all the location names. Our custom gear helps him get our brand out into the community. He takes care of all of our custom ink orders. He was able to find great products, upload the new art, and have boxes sent directly to each of the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
We love going to games. Good seats get pricey. So we use Game Time. Game Time checks ticket prices in real time and finds you all the best last minute deals. We got our seats 20 minutes ago for 60%. Last minute tickets at the best price in seconds. Download Game Time now.
Key to sorting things out in Gaza might be working things out in the West Bank. And looking at this.
Jim Parton is going to stay behind.
From the executive, a liar.
Was away from the team for 10 days.
Showing up to blow it up.
When is enough enough?
We determined that he should stay back for conditioning.
Very distracting, circus-like atmosphere.
The cloud is lifted for this team right now. The city has brought in Pip for real. No one has a league on this city.
James Harden leaves Philadelphia. It's a beautiful thing that is one reason Tyrese Maxey.
The first 50 spots in the career, Tyrese Maxey.
There's a pretty clear gap now between the Bucks, the Boston Celtics, and the rest of the Eastern Conference.
Are the Sixers the best team in the East?
Welcome to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm. Both sides 8-2, the best records in the Eastern Conference. And tonight they will scrap for first place. Boston trying to avenge a loss here a week ago. Philadelphia trying to go up 2-0 in the season series. We take a look at tonight's starting lineups delivered by Taco Bell. No Jaylen Brown, no Kristaps Porzingis tonight for Boston, and Sam Hauser and Al Horford, who had been the starter in each of the last couple of years for the Celtics. And on the other side for Philadelphia, we talked about Maxey in the open. How about the Anthony Melton and Joel Embiid last night? Even though they came up on the wrong end of the score with Indiana, they combined for 69 points and combined for 27 of 27 at the free throw line. When they have their full contingent of players, these two starting lineups average 195.7 points per game. That's how prolific these two offenses are. But to give you some sense of what the Celtics are down with their two starters, this particular five-man unit has not played a single minute together for the Boston Celtics. So how it looks at the start is going to be really interesting. Statistically, it would be 42 points and 11 rebounds that they are without. There have been questions, Rick Doris, about both benches. We'll find out perhaps a little bit more tonight. Sixers has been a bit stronger since the trade for James Harden, although they are without Nicolas Batum tonight, and of course Kelly Oubre, who was out after that car accident earlier this week. And Philly opens up with a three from Milton. He hasn't stopped percolating from their last game last night, because even though they lost to Indiana, he had himself a night. But on the 30 spot, here's Tatum. Hauser, who's been red hot from downtown. This is on his first attempt. Maxey and Embiid, one of the best two-man games in the NBA right now. He comes up short in his first shot. Tyrese had a 50-point game over the weekend and then struggled last night throughout the floor. That loss ended an 8-game winning streak for the Sixers. Here's Holiday. In and out. Hauser crashing from the corner. Tobias Harris. Nice to be able to put Drew Holiday on any number of different type of players. Tatum fills the lane and draws a foul. And Jason will head to the line where he's a 79% shooter on the season. 5 double-doubles, 6 times scores. He's been over 30 points, including the win the other night against the Knicks. That he put on a show with a 17-point fourth quarter to help him win. It's incredible to think that this guy just continues to elevate his play. Making a first-team All-NBA is an incredibly difficult feat. Think about Joel Embiid. For a couple of years was maybe second or third in the MVP and still couldn't make it because of the center position. Jason's gone back-to-back and yet has elevated his efficiency. His fourth quarter scoring has been incredible. And this is a guy who's just hungry for greatness. Austin, trying to turn up some heat defensively. We talked to Joe Mazzulla pregame. He was not thrilled with their transition defense. He was not enamored of their play on the glass when they were here last Wednesday night. Embiid with a wing touch, facing up on Horford. Holiday threatened with a double, and Allen is able to knock it loose. Allen has had a lot of practice against Joel Embiid. Only Clint Capella has guarded him more and had quarterback to players. Allen is very familiar with Joe's game. Holiday trying to back in on Maxey, gets him stuck under the rim and scoops it up. Yeah, the size and strength of Drew Holiday. We often talk about him imposing his strength on the defensive end. There's a case where he's just playing a little bully ball to post, but speed is Maxey's advantage. How about that blow by? Kick out. And the kick out for the assist to Harris. Well, we talked with Nick Nurse pregame. It's Tatum. Blocked by Embiid, but they're going to call a goaltend. You know, with Maxey taking over more of the playmaker role, Nick Nurse said, he's even better as a point guard than we realized when we first got him. The Countdown was talking about this a little bit, his growth every repetition with Joe, understanding where the effects are. That's a great job. This is a point of emphasis for Nick Nurse. Pace, getting it up the floor, attacking early in the shot clock. Both these sides coming in top 5 in the NBA in scoring this year. Five on the shot clock for Horford. And he knocks it down just inside the line. He is a plug-and-play guy. You said it. He's been a starter for the vast majority of his career. Has to move to the bench, makes the adjustment, but this is typical NBA. There's always going to be opportunity, right? Covington able to clean up the Maxey drive. And Roberts already matched his 2 points from the entire game last night. Holiday goes to the left, and Holiday with a post-up, and now following that up with a drive to the cup. This guy, because of the role he's playing, Drew Holiday, is taking far fewer shots than he's accustomed to. But you are down your second.
numbers, which is going to open up some opportunities.
Commercial for the Fisker Ocean today. So
And he takes great advantage right there. Might be a little.
November 16th at the LA Auto Show. Let me ask
Or hungry for that shot tonight. You see the numbers drop. Numbers may drop. Those extra possessions matter to winning. Both coaches were excited to talk about the offensive rebounding pregame and how that is at a premium now. Tatum off the miss.
Any questions?
I had a question. Can we circle back to the inflation?
Yeah.
What I wanted to know.
Covington came over in the Harden trade.
She said March for rate cut, right?
Yeah.
So are we going to be then near the 2% target?
He'll try for three. Around and out.
Sorry,
And by March, you're going to be near the 2% target. That means we're going to be near 2%.
I think so.
We fouled him. It's just out on the sideline there. So Tatum will rebound. Tries to dig, gives it up. 3.
We're like under 4% now.
Lost confidence to knock down that shot. His field goal percentage has fallen off through the first 10 games this year. Unstoppable. Very hard to guard him one-on-one. In Al's history, has been asked to do it and at times been effective with Joel. That is a monster big-time move right there. Counters with a triple. That's one of the differences, right? Boston, a team that relies heavily on their three-point shooting. This team relies on its fast break, its ability to be a paint attacker, and it's also a team that gets to the free throw line a lot. So winning both of these teams, they just go about it slightly differently. Gives it back to Holiday. Control, loose ball. Hauser's going to have a free look. And knocks it down. By the way, they shoot that you just expected. You expected when Hauser lets it fly. 19 three-pointers in his last 5 games coming in. His average up into double digits. I think Nurse was worried about the 3-ball doors when we talked to him earlier. They took over 40 three-point attempts the first time they played each other. He like that much lower in the mid-30s. Yeah, he talked about maybe, mid-30s. Nice little pass by Derek White. Timeout. Holiday hunting shots early. Boston out to the early lead.
The NBA on ESPN is presented all season long by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And what if I want to change my plan? State Farm's here to help. What if I want to change sports?
Newcomer Chris Paul is maintaining a narrow lead in these final meters. Here comes an opponent closing the gap, 1 foot in front of the other. They are battling it out. And Chris Paul edges ahead. Those are the hips of a champion.
At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs. Get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Next goal wins is the Trailblazer right now.
Are you with me, Martin?
He's hitting a hilarious comedy event that will make you cheer. Next goal wins, inspired by a true story with PG-13.
This is our family gathering.
This is how we settle simply disputes.
We may not be related. We're not.
We may be loud and nothing.
And from different worlds.
added a 25th hour to the day. Businesses are wondering what should we do with it.
Bacon and eggs, 25/7.
You're darn right.
Solar stocks are up 20% with the additional hour in the day.
Brilliant. With the extra hour, I'm thinking company-wide power nap. Let's go to Google.
This is going to wreak havoc on overtime agreements.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs forward-thinking solutions to take on the next anything.
Touchdown line? That's an important call. Who's that?
Spam likely.
That's my cousin Spam. He crazy. Stick that up. Oh, screen.
Yes, it is. Call Spam.
Take off, big fella. Faster.
Get Google Pixel 8 Pro free with eligible trade-in and AT&T.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. Your fans in the grind, need it, flat. As you know, saving time is never as important as cherishing it. We're fighters. This is your reward. The mark of a fighter.
Hey, Ethan, you've always inspired me to get outside. Even in the icy cold water. So I got this bumper blanket just for you. Because every hero needs a kid. Oh, no.
Welcome back to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm. Well, there's a brotherly love between Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid here in Philly, and it shows in the way that the two play together. In no way is Embiid threatened by Maxey's rise in this league. If anything, he's been the one pushing for it, encouraging him to shoot, telling him to score 50 the other night, telling him to run the show. Embiid says nobody works harder than Tyrese Maxey. He loves the energy and the joy that he plays with, and Maxey said to have the trust and support of the league's MVP is not only empowering, but he wants to play his best for Embiid. And guys, when you have players playing for one another, it's no wonder they're off to such a great start.
Into the lineup now for the Sixers. Holiday. No, didn't sit up and in. So the rotation's obviously going to change with the two absences. Banton getting some early minutes. Peyton Pritchard obviously a key part of their rotation. Calls from Melton. Nice feed inside Covington and a foul. So, Beth, one of the things I talked about was how differently Philadelphia goes about winning. They had already, prior to this Covington-taint opportunity, doubled up Boston in terms of attempts in the paint. They come out of the game 5 for 10. They're clearly attacking Boston inside. This is one of the differences. Substitutions now for Philadelphia. Pat Beverly. Morris check into the lineup. We apologize for some technical difficulties. Have that taken care of for you. So Covington, who came indoors averaging 3 per game, is already well above that. Guys picking up some slack. Pritchard now on the floor as well for Boston.
I'm all about that. You know, I started my own build company in the build world when I was 24. I retired at 32 years old. You know, I did life. If the older generation won't help the younger generation get up, then who else will support them, right? So, yeah, Pat, keep doing what you're doing, bro. You're actually integrating. You know what I love about it, Cork? I'm gonna tell you what I love about it. What I love about it is that when you own a digital collectible, you get access to a bunch of different corporate partners and real life use cases, right? Because we're always talking about like when are we gonna push the needle forward and back intangibles by something that's tangible? Well, this is a prime example of that. But while you get those perks in real life and unlock those day-to-day things, like being able to use Expedia, like being able to use Planet Fitness, like being able to use stuff for discounts, like day-to-day stuff, like this is real value right there. But also, the digital collectible you purchase, you get to build the treats, right? You get to build your NFT, like Build-A-Bear. And I feel like that's unique within itself because it creates you get to create your own vibe, whatever you vibe with. And then on top of that,
You know, this isn't just like your average Joe Schmo artist. No shots at myself because I'm a Joe Schmo artist. I suck. I use AI. I make fucking IPFPs. Look at my PFP.
Listen. Them tops. Monkey bars. I said that what? Monkey bars. Monkey bars. Monkey bars. Monkey bars. I said that what? Monkey bars. Monkey bars. I said that what? Monkey pies.
So it can be a little disheartening, but once we get the engagement and the hype these people take big on, but
Oh, yes. Safety is nice. Is this that bitch from LSU?
That's so nice of him.
Are they talking about?
yeah, that's. But I guess the last thing I'll say is for the people, because I don't want to off-put anybody, for the people who are interested in that, flip the hype shit, the character creation, the never before seen mints, I think can really get us some serious leverage. It's something that we want to potentially lease out or sell the rights to a launch pad like Magic Eden, Tayo, or any of these upcoming folks. Because obviously it's proprietary technology. Like, we paid a dev team a lot to make this, which involves basically, combining layers, separating NFTs into each attribute, and then putting it back into one fucking thing. And all this, I wish I could speak on the topic correctly, but yeah, the market is going to definitely react to it. I don't know if it's going to react well or what exactly will happen, but I think there's definitely potential. Our project can catch the hype that it kind of deserves, in my opinion, right? So, yeah, definitely come check us out. Might be valuable.
Just jumping in. I'm interested. I'm gonna check it out. It's good though. I'm not for long. The NFT market has been a bit quiet for me. I haven't invested in stuff for a long time. I busted out of Solana I was still in for it. I still got my projects from 2-3 years ago and stuff, but I was quiet for about 6-7 months. So it's good to actually get back in the fucking Solana community and actually understand what's going on in there again. So
yeah, we got we've had a couple other projects sell out recently on Solana, like maybe one that was higher priced. So it has been kind of bad, but there's definitely still building going on over there.
Funnily enough, the last project I bought was yours, so.
True, yeah. No, it's we we definitely had to do things. And I honestly, I wouldn't really ever talk like this, like in a normal pitch or anything like that. I would, go in and do like a, structured pitch with all our marketing points. Yeah. I know. Just genuinely talking. I think it's also the transparency thing, right? I mean, at the end of the day, what I'm saying now is just what I would say structured in a different way. So, I hope you guys can appreciate that kind of. Because it is the sad reality sometimes, like, engagement is all that fucking matters with these NFT trading crap. And, the technology, like, we're not building some crazy tech, we're building amazing tech, right? We're not building a DeFi platform or anything that you can.
But that's it, man. Everyone's got to appreciate that. That's what it's all about. The work that you put in, and then everything follows from that, and then it builds on.
Hopefully, and I firmly believe it will be valuable technology performance, because there's really no reason why it hasn't been done yet. I don't understand it. I don't understand why a Heights project hasn't built another collection and done it. Like, the closest thing we've seen is like art upgrades at trade shops and like the Doodles shit that I don't even know if they even released. They were talking about for a while, but actually determining the rarity and therefore basically the floor price. I don't know if I'm really supposed to say that, but
which is cool as well. If you create the code and then technology behind that as well, that can also be like used, and other people can, you can sell.
Or no market manipulation. Let's go, baby.
I think it takes out a big aspect of it, because usually you have whales controlling large amounts of rarity of certain traits, and that's the way that they kind of prop up the market and keep the rarity as a big deal, even though some of these are very high supply collections. Like, I noticed all these fucking things. Like, they're selling out Solana, what is it, 4A Solana Club or something, 10,000 NFTs for 3 SOL each. It's not real. And then on the market, it's the rarest that 10,000 NFTs. How can there be fucking 400 of them that are rare when they look exactly like it's just not real? It shows all your attributes, and the rarity for it was determined by what everybody else thinks is rare or isn't. Like, it's just a regular market. It has not been a fucking regular market.
You're damn fucking right on that. You're damn fucking right. Can I cue a song up, bro?
Thank you. Like, I promise you, my bad. I was just like, I had some blood in my mind, and I was like, my bad, go ahead.
Some projects getting out of here. And shout out to everybody else that's in the room. I appreciate you guys in general.
Nah, it doesn't even matter. I was just totally zoned out. I wanted to apologize for completely cutting you off. I wasn't even listening to what you're saying. I was just thinking about what I was thinking about, so that's my bad.
All right, cool. Let's get into cook. Everybody wake up. Smack some water on your face. Do some push-ups, take a shot of some Henny, take a smoke, or sniff some grass and sniff your own ass. Let's go, Cook.
All right, baby, let's go. Finally, after 4 hours of waiting in the Cigar Lounge, episode 31, finally got my chance. Thank you, Eve, for letting me speak up here, bro. I really appreciate you. So, Cup Token, it's on Pulse Chain blockchain. 0% tax token, initial LP burned by the dev. Total supply is 696 billion only. Currently, we have 248 holders, and the contract is renounced. So, the liquidity right now is very thick. Let's see. Let's look at it right now. It is at Hold up. I'll get there.
That must be like a long number, bro. Like it's taking a while to get that liquidity.
Yeah, bro. Cause hold on.
That liquidity is thick as hell. Like God, he can't even pronounce it.
Very thick, bro. I can't even fit it in my mouth, bro. It's so thick. But yeah, the liquidity right now is 13K market cap, or 13K, and then the market cap is at 35K. So we're very, small cap right now, but sooner or later, man, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get big. I know you, Zach. You know me. Damn, I wouldn't listen to me, bro, but I'm already invested in a coin that's fucking that low market cap. I'm invested in fucking dumb money. It's all good, bro. I mean, as long as you're investing, bro, this is for your long-term growth. That's all that matters. So, definitely invest for your future and for your kids and for yourself as well. So that's the name of the game, is investing it. So, but yeah, thanks for letting me speak up here, E. Pat, I love you, bro. I know we started in the wrong foot, but we're all good. Wally, thanks for letting me speak up here, bro. You guys all have a great night, and I'll still be sticking around here. I got nothing else to do.
No, bro. We gotta get to the nitty-gritty, man. You deserve the shot. You've been waiting up there, so you can cut that real quick and easy. And I mean, it could be just as simple as you pitched it, right? Because we still want to ask some questions. So I want to ask one personal question, because I remember earlier you were saying that you ran some businesses, some successful businesses, and congratulations on that. I'm just curious to know, like, did you walk in and see your wife getting fucked by another man, and you watched, and you liked it? Like, what was the, like, no, I'm not even joking right now, I'm being serious. Like, we know what a cuck is. So what was the inspiration from being a successful business owner to launching Cook-to-Pay?
Actually, the inspiration for this was Cloud Cox. He's the original cock of the whole ecosystem. But we were just like a bunch of people on space. There's like 25 of us, and we were just all joking around on Saturday night. So, we were just joking around about it. So we brainstormed, and we created token on GoPulse.com. And next thing you know, like, people love it, and then they bought it, and so that's the whole thing, bro. It's no joke. It's just a word that you can rhyme with a lot of things. And it's a meme token, so we're gonna be creating memes and create music about it. There's no, we don't have a roadmap or anything, but we're just passionate about our blockchain right now because it's new, and we want to get the name out there. So, but yeah, man.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny.
But yeah, I'm a happily married guy, bro, with 2 kids.
What chain are you on?
Paul's chain.
Oh my God, maybe I need to go to Pulse just to buy this one meme coin and then never touch that shit again.
And Zay's the type to do it too. That's the crazy part. Like, he's probably looking up right now, like, how to get Pulse in his wallet. Like, he's a dirty, filthy degen. But no, I mean, look, like, some people walking in their wives getting smashed. It is what it is. Like, it's funny though. Like, that's what's working on you guys' side. Like, it really is a meme. Like, I'm thinking about the memes that people can create behind this shit. And then you're right, it rhymes. Cuck, fuck, cluck, whatever, duck, buck, all. People can make raps out of this shit too. For real. So I mean, what use cases are there for Cuck currently?
Right now we're just making memes, bro. There's no use cases, but along the line, we're only 3 years old. So I want this to evolve. I use my own money.
You said you're only 3 years old.
It's old.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3 days old. I'm 3 days old. When it launched 3 days ago.
Yeah, I was about to say 3 years old. I was like, Pulse hasn't been on the mainnet for 3 years. I was like, what the fuck? Like, you outdated Pulse? How?
My bad, bro. My bad. I'm not used to talking in days terms, bro.
You're good.
Bro, they've been making cuck memes and then Pulse got created, bro, and then they can put it on Pulse.
That's not bad. That's not bad, especially
for a such token. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we're on a newer newer network. It's not bad at all. And I mean, yeah, like I would, because one thing I kind of didn't just hear today that I want to hear, like, I understand DeFi scene is new, it's evolving on Pulse. I would like to see some use cases for some of these tokens. That's all I would personally like to see. So I mean, maybe you might be a frontliner in that, and maybe you guys will have some Cuck NFTs. Because to be honest with you, like, the entertainment value alone can drive your project to be real with you. Like, I've seen projects blown off of memes. It's fucking crazy. So if you get the community rallying behind it. Like, there's no telling what Cuck could do. It's just me personally, and it's a personal opinion. My opinion probably doesn't mean shit. It is what it is. I just would love to see probably some Cuck NFTs because I think you guys could do some funny shit with it, and it'll probably bring a burn mechanism or make the project even better in my opinion because people love NFTs.
Yes, sir. Personally, I love NFTs. I've supported a lot of NFT projects on Pulse Chain, as well as Axie Infinity. I spent about 25 grand, so I really love it. I love the culture. So, like I said, man, we're 3 days old. It's 35K market cap, and the liquidity is like around 13K right now. So it's definitely a project that I'll be fully supporting on. And but yeah, I appreciate the platform to speak about it. Me and Pat and Wally, I really appreciate you guys. And Zach knows me. This is my alt account, but my real account is out there, and I'm huge on Pulse Chain Network blockchain. So yeah, show love to me.
Definitely, and somebody just put a comment like landscaper. He just put a meme down here. So I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like it can work. Like I don't know. I would love to see a little bit of use cases, but I mean, it is what it is. If the community likes it, what the fuck am I like, right? I'm just scratching the surface with Pulse Network. Okay, so it's 3 days old. So I know this is not like set in stone, but I just want to hear from your perspective. Like where would you like to see Cuck in 6 months from now?
I would like to see Cuck to be on I want to have NFT project like you said, man. That's actually like I said, I'm a supporter of NFTs. I really love it. Oh man, it's just I want it to be successful, man. I want it to have a real life project on it. Like hats, shirts, mugs, whatever. Just anything so that people can see about it. I mean, it's just a joke. It's a joke, bro. A lot of people are talking about drama and this and that. I just want to joke around so we can get a laugh out of it, So,
I mean, bro, the banner, the arguing about your banner with the balls and the shins of chickens is pretty fucking funny. Honestly, I'd probably have that.
I didn't even know that. Let me see.
Bro, that shit's beast as fuck. Look at that shit.
Yo, Cook, you don't even have to make it a bunch of NFTs, bro. You can make it 100 NFTs, 50 NFTs, you know what I mean? One max supply per wallet or some shit like that. Wait, is that a chicken with nutsack on his fucking chin?
Bro, it's actually
I'm watching you, Cook.
And the alien, bro. That shit's tough. Holler at me. Let's do some merch, baby. I from the World Crown Market. He's on the World Crown Market.
yeah, it's a friend of mine. I've been in Spaces for the last 2 years, I think. Cloud Cox it's inspired by his project. But yeah, man, we're in it for a long haul. I'm not going anywhere. This actually gives me a purpose to do with my life because I'm a stay-at-home father now. Just with rental property, we just rake in monthly income. So this is something that kind of keeps my health, mental health, up in check. And yeah, man, it's good, man. I like it.
Well, it's a good. You know what? It's a good thing though to hear that the person running the project isn't financially strapped. Because that's one thing. Like when people are financially strapped and they run a project, you start being there's a chance where there's veracity gets in there. But now for you, it's the entertainment value. And I feel like a lot of people get behind that shit. I mean, that's fucking hilarious though. Seeing a banner with chicken with a nutsack on his fucking chin, that is hilarious, bro. And Pat didn't point that out. I wouldn't check. That is funny as fuck, bro. The chickens, they don't deserve it, but hey, we memeing the chickens today. Fuck it, we Richard R at a porn shop. Chickens have nutsacks on their fucking chins. Fuck it. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, that shit was comedy.
Yeah, Pat, and don't get me wrong, bro. I'm always trapped. I live in Alaska, Anchorage, Alaska. So I dox myself. I don't care, I'm transparent. So whatever, man. You guys can come at me, you guys can mail me whatever you guys want. That's fine. I'm good. I never get mails anyways unless it's from some something else. But I'm not gonna make a joke about it. I'm just kidding. But yeah, man. This space definitely is something though, bro. Because make the joke, Cook. This space is definitely good though, bro. Because like hanging around with your kids all the time, bro. It's a little bit stressful for a man. People that have kids know what I'm going through. But this definitely gives me an outlet to actually, network with adults. So
hey, bro, how do I get posts into a custodial wallet? I mean, a non-custodial wallet. Like, how do I do that?
Bro,
what do I use?
What type of last question is that? You've been in crypto for like 10 years, bro.
Okay, what's the last question?
What do I get? Are you using MetaMask or are you using internetmoney.io?
I don't know how to get Cook. How do I get Cook, bro? You don't have it on your website.
All right. Can you guys tell him how to?
Not on his website.
Like what? Can he put posts on MetaMask? That's the first question.
Yes, just get posts on MetaMask and just swap it.
Swap it on what? It doesn't say it on your website.
PulseX V2.
Okay, I wouldn't have known. It didn't say it on the website.
All right. Yeah, that's definitely. I'm still working on the website. It's 3 days old, bro. Give me a break, man. I'm a boomer, so I'm trying my best for you young people to, I know you guys like to, go fast and go quick and like that, but me, I take my time, man. I chill because I got nothing to do.
That's what she said. But no, I mean, Zay should be the last one talking. He just asked.
Bro, it's a question.
Bro,
not everybody knows how to do it.
Yo, Zay, you've been in crypto for like 10 years. You just said, how do I import cuck into my custodial, non-custodial? What the fuck did you just ask?
How do I do this? I've never done this before.
All right, there's a thing called
MetaMask.
There's a thing called MetaMask, right? And then there's a thing called Pulse.
Pop up.
Okay, so there's a thing called MetaMask, right? And
no, I have Cook already. I'm in my MetaMask. How do I make Cook pop up underneath Pulse?
Okay, they have a DEX.
No, but I want to see it in my wallet, like how much Cook I own, and does it pop up automatically when I buy it? Because it's an email.
Okay, so you see in his bio, it has the address.
All right.
You go to import token on the Pulse network.
You know I'm talking shit, right?
Yeah, I know you do it.
But on a real note, though, it was definitely good to connect with you, Cook. The artwork is fucking comedy. And I'm in the same boat you were. You said you were starting a company. So it's definitely good to connect with you, man. And you can chill your Cook token up here anytime, bro.
Oh, thanks, bro. I appreciate you, Pat. And for that, I'll give you this.
It was his ball sack, by the way.
No, Cuck, so Cuck, a question that came in from an anonymous source. I'm not going to expose my sources. I'm not Cleo here. But it says, ask him how many tokens he had at launch. This will blow your mind. So how many tokens you had at launch?
At launch, I launched it with 500,000 WPLS, and I burnt the whole LP. I sent it to the burn address. So the community members actually sent me some tokens to my wallet because they felt I deserved some tokens. Yeah, I didn't even buy my own tokens until today. So I'm just definitely holding it up. I got the whole LP on there. Match it with my WPLS, and yep, there's that story, bro.
Wait, but seriously, I feel like Zay right now. Like I thought Pulse had like his own wallet. Like I kind of just put two and two together there, but now like this changes things. I
thought it had its own wallet, but I mean, yeah, you can put it to EVM chain, you can put it on MetaMask, sure, but
I might almost think that shit. This is crazy out here.
Yeah, you got MetaMask. They got a Pulse wallet. They have internetmoney.io. Yeah, they're creating their own wallets. So there's plenty of wallets you can use.
Me and Zach got an NFT collection coming out. We're putting utility behind PLS. That's it. Let's fucking go. But
please what?
Please what? That's the token. It's called PLS.
What are you talking about?
You wasn't here when Zach was showing earlier?
No, our token is PRS, Pulse Reflections. You PLS, so you earn PLS. Yeah, with our token, when you hold PRS, you're earning PLS as passive income.
Yeah, you see, I feel like Zay now. Like, don't laugh at me, Pulse Maxis. Like, you see, Zay just like it.
See, I feel like he refreshed you, but I didn't even know, so it's okay. I was here, bro, but I forget.
Like, bro, I've been hearing like,
I'm not even on Pulse yet. I'm barely getting up to now. If you just saw Cook.
Like, bro, I've been hearing Pulse, Hags, Cock, Dejin, Tejin, like. I'm like, bro, what's the native token for the fucking network at this point? Like, and then I'm hearing there's anonymous developers, there's no teams. Like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on over here? Like, what? How am I not supposed to get confused for a second? But big shout out to Pulse, big shout out to Cuck. Check them out. It's, I mean, at the end of the day, you guys already live. It's pretty damn straightforward, and it was like we was talking about earlier, guys. Your own financial advisor on Web3. When you take your money off of a centralized exchange and you move it to a centralized exchange, and you take that you take the money off your bank account, and you move it to a centralized exchange, and you move it to whatever wallet you're choosing, you are your own financial advisor at that point in time. So whatever you get into is on your own risk, your own responsibilities, and whatever happens after that, every investment has considerable risk is the responsible thing to do. So if you want to get involved with some degen utility, but also some community-driven stuff, there's, Cuck's here at the end of the day. It is what it is. And the guy said he's not pressed up for cash. Like, it's not like this is a thing where he's here to cash grab it. And, I mean, he's burning tokens. So let's fucking go. Is there any questions for Cuck before? Nobody got a message for the Cuckmeister. You got a message for the Cuckmeister, Rabbi?
No, I do not. I appreciate hearing about his project, though.
So you're a Rothschild?
I am. I have my driver's license posted to my Twitter. You can even see.
That shit is photoshopped like a motherfucker.
No, it's not. I'll live stream it for you right now if you want. Let me tell you about my project. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube, on 6 different YouTube streams. So I have anybody who is as forthright and doxed as possible. I am. That's my real address, 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. I'm Rabbi Michael Rothschild.
Do you have any questions for me, Pat or Wally, before I go?
Nah, dude, it was definitely good to connect with you, man. And like I said, the artwork is fucking comedy, and I got mad love for you guys, all the post-chain heads. But Cuck's cool, bro. It's cool with my book.
All right, appreciate you, Pat. I just want to do a shout out real quick to Cloud Cox for being an inspiration for this project. Just want to shout out to Hexy, Mr. Tony, Brands, Iceman, to all the listeners down there that I see that are, part of the Pulse Chain community. Thank you guys. And Zach, I've known you. You would recognize me if I use my real account, bro. But yeah, you guys definitely held a great space, man. I entertained myself for sure. You guys are funny. Pat, Wally. I can't wait to come up here again and have a space with you guys as well.
Big shout out to Cuck, man. Appreciate you coming up here, man. You're more than welcome to come back. Wish you much success with the Cuck token and what you're doing on Pulse in general, man. And definitely shout out to the Cuckettes and the Cuckers and the space and the Cucks and the fuckers and the Pulsers. And shout out to the sex shop. I'm gonna make a joke about that for a while. That is hilarious. And I don't think it's a bad thing, to be honest with you.
Yo, we're actually holding a meme contest too, so feel free to join our meme contest, bro. And that's how you can probably get some free tokens if you win. First place gets 500 million cucks.
I'll go ahead and send 500 million to my wallet just because, bro.
250 million to the second place and 100 million to the third place. But yeah, hit us up on the Telegram, bro. I got you. Since you have a good platform over here, so I wouldn't mind sending you some cucks. Just don't tell your wife about it.
Yeah, she left me already. unfortunately.
Bro, he can't get no bitch. What are you talking about? He tell his girl he can't get no woman to stay with him.
Yeah, that's true, man. I'm a cuck. It is what it is. I'm about to be onboarded live and direct. But I'll only give that away to somebody. Let's onboard somebody to cuck. Let's do that. I wanna give that away to someone. That was my way to bait for a giveaway. So guess the number from 1 through 100. People in the audience, please. People, if you have already cuck, the number to 1 through 100. We want to onboard somebody to Pulse that isn't on Pulse. And I think this is a great opportunity to onboard somebody. So put a number to 1 through 100. I got the number in my head, and whoever picks the number first or is the closest after 60 seconds, I will pick that person. So let's do it. I think it's a good time to onboard somebody. Somebody put 768. You're already disqualified. I said 1 through 100. I got another count. All right, let's get it. Some comments is coming in. We got, somebody's close, but they didn't. Like I said, we got 45 more seconds, but somebody's close already. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, 3 comments. I guess nobody else wants to get covered. 30 seconds. Unlucky phones. Let's go. It's time to get cooked. Some people's probably offended by that shit right there. Yeah, so what is funny is 5 people pick 69. Like, what the fuck? Like,
you say it all the time. Like, if you ever ramble off a random number, you've been like, this freaking 469 freaking posts jump all.
He does say 69 a lot. That is very fair.
No. You're not about to deflect and flip this on me. We got some horny people in the audience that picked the number 69. So that's what is really going on right now. Don't try to put me in a hot seat like that. But the funny thing about it all, it's like I'm gonna give you guys a hint for the giveaways moving forward. My birthday is on the 27th of February, so usually I'm gonna pick 27, and Zay picked 28. So Zay won the fucking 250 million Gluck. Congratulations, let's fucking go.
Thank you. I'm about to cry. That's the first time you've ever actually won in a giveaway. Every time I always lose, and then he's like, "Fuck, dude, I'll give you a fucking $1 NFT." Normally he gives me $1. He's like, "Yeah, I'll give you a fucking $1 NFT. Shut the fuck up. Come back."
It's better than nothing. I mean, now at least you're getting into an ecosystem that is growing. I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna actually buy this one later.
Yeah, I know you are. Like, and on top of that, like, it might be the start. Because this is your room right here, Zay. Pulse sounds like your room, bro. To be honest with you, like, I'm like, how the fuck he wasn't on Pulse earlier? Like, this is.
I got off of it because of all that shit that happened with Hex and all that. All that shit was way too much drama for me. I dropped my bag. I sacrificed on that shit, and then I left.
To be honest, it wasn't funny. Congratulations. You've been successfully onboarded to Cuck, to Pulse Network. Welcome back. Hopefully you don't turn your back because they don't like that shit, bro. They DM me. Trust, I like that. They like, yo, it's all or nothing, bro. Like, you in or you out. It's some cold shit. So, be prepared. Be prepared, my brother. But appreciate you, Cuck, for adding on to the giveaways right there. I'm going to give away 0.25 salamis in the Cigar Lounge Discord server. So if you're not there, get cut and get fucked. But Mr. B, do you got a song to play? I want to start winding down. I got shit to do.
You want to wind down? I was just about to hype it up. Let's fucking, play it now.
Anyone win it? Is there Yeah, Zay. He's on stage. Oh, okay. Yo, Zay. Send me your address, bro. On my MetaMask, bro. It's not working. It keeps closing my MetaMask. We're not gonna waste these time over here, bro. We can DM each other, man. We might thank you 5 minutes or 5, depending on.
It's a long process. They're eventually get around to it. I'm gonna be honest, Mr. B. That shit sounds like a drive. Turn that shit up. Let's go,
Oh, Brent.
Big Low, fucking yeah, sick. All right, I'm out. Nice one, Ian. Nice one, Pat. Nice one, Zach. Nice one, Drip. Nice one, everyone. Big up, cut. Big Low.
Wait, Mr. B, did you just call him Sack? He said, fuck about his ball sack, what?
Man, some chicken bone sacks, some cucks here. I don't know, man.
You know we did a good job, bro.
I know it's hard. You could have been
You know we did a good job with my man Trey said this is entertaining. Like my man Trey, like he's old school with it, and he's like, yo, this shit was entertaining and funny. So you know we did a fucking good job tonight. All the grandmas and grandpas, they feel young again. They feel rejuvenated, and they felt bones that they haven't felt in a while. And we do it all in the name for you guys. So big shout out to everybody who tuned in to episode 31 of the Cigar Lounge. Tomorrow we'll be back. But wait, be on the lookout for the next battle of the blockchain, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have Hedera versus Tezos. That's gonna be fucking wild. I've been chopping it up with Zach, and I told Zach like this. I don't think Pulse has what it takes to stand against the Solana community. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You roll deep, you definitely come through and spray shit up. But that Solana community and the type of goons that I could bring in, it's not gonna be a scary sight. I mean, it is gonna be a scary sight. Let me rephrase that. So if you guys from Pulse think you're ready for Solana, we're gonna have to get those numbers up, man. Like you guys got like the Solana community's gonna roll in here like 10,000 deep, and it's like 100 of you guys. So you're gonna have to make fake accounts or something and get ready for that, because Solana.
It's okay because the chain ID is 369. Solana can't touch that.
I'm trying to get some full facts right now.
we get like 6 or 700 people wait for this bitch and tries to fucking act like these.
Oh, Fitbit joints, we're all like, it's gonna be posts in Solana versus Bitcoin versus Bitcoin.
Everybody's gonna, he has to say he can't do it.
Let's see. All right, Brands came in with the post chain. Shout out to my man Beer Hall down there for voting on the next, like Tezos and Hedera. Like we'll vote on that tomorrow's episode, but today's episode we're voting on Solana versus Pulse. So who do you got, Beer Hall? I want to hear what everybody got so we start closing it down. I already know exactly what Cock got. Zay, who you got, man? Pulse or Solana?
I haven't been on Pulse very long, but maybe now, maybe a collective amount of an hour. So let's go with Pulse though.
He's about to do it. Keep going on there. Just go with Pulse. Yeah, I'm going with Pulse for sure.
I'm just going with Pulse because I know they're the underdogs in this fight. That's why I'm gonna go with Pulse. Like I fuck with Solana, but I fuck with Pulse now.
How about West Side? You fuck with West Side?
It's
I haven't had that much as other thing. All of that. We watch that.
Shout out to the Munoz. Shout out to Michelle Munoz. Big Munoz knows what's up. Oops. Big Munoz knows what's up. Man.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask you, and I mean, obviously, your art's really fucking dope, man. Everybody should really shoot follow. There's no reason why, you wouldn't. To be honest, his art's ridiculous, and the amount of time it takes him to make something really cool is insane. Sometimes he'll live draw something we're legit talking about in 20, 30 minutes, and then just post something to the top. Sometimes we don't even believe it, like he's that talented. But anyways, I was gonna ask you, how is the Elron market? Like, is there a lot of NFT? Like, why did you do that? Is there a lot of projects popping up there? Or the multiverses? Or whatever.
Multiverses, and I know the token's EGLT, so I just always refer to it as that. Honestly, it's because they reached out. Like, they saw my art, and they hit me up, and they said there's opportunities on their blockchain. And I've worked with them for the last 3-4 months. Over that time, I've been like, damn, this is cool. One, I think their wallet is amazing. It's probably the best wallet I've ever used in any ecosystem. The Multiversus wallet is like, it's wild. It literally like feels like an actual like AAA like first party, you know, like software application. Like it's very easy to use. It's visually like impactful. And then, you know, working with their team, they kind of like showed me a little bit about the blockchain, how it works and this and that. And I'm not like a fucking trader or anything. I'm an artist, so I'm not like, you know, I don't look at the charts or anything, but like generally speaking, like I just saw it as an opportunity and I was impressed by the stuff they showed me. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dude, Elbron or, you know, Eagle, they're like, these dudes are, they're miners, basically. Like, that's what the point of it really was, is that they're all fucking mining it, so they're rich as hell, and they probably make some pretty nice, you know, wallets, applications, everything. That's fucking dope. I definitely haven't really heard too many NFT projects launching there, so that's something that they reached out to you, or somebody that reached out to you. So.
Yeah.
Do you know a lot of people on that network? Like enough for us to get like a Pulse versus Algorand or something?
Well, now with the merger, they rebranded or something like that. So there's a lot of talk about that. I think people were going over there and starting ventures, doing all types of shit. I don't know if it's still going on like that. I'll have to look, Silo. I don't know if you know more than me though.
I mean, I know that
Algorand versus Chronos. We got
No, not Algorand. It's Elrond Network. It used to be Elrond Network. It's Eagle. It's EGLD.
They're so irrelevant. I don't even know how to pronounce it, but Elrond.
Yeah, but the tokens.
If one of you is talking, I can't hear you.
That was the other way.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
Hey, what do you think about this on Canada? Do you think it's going to keep the NFT?
I think it'll be potentially added to the 360 stitch. But I do agree with you that it would be really beneficial for off-roading. I don't know if that's going to be like, you know, at launch, but for the 360 stitching, like super important. If they're going to do like slow maneuvering around obstacles and like actual smart summon, that type of thing, super useful.
Maybe they'll also show up.
Yeah, because I remember, and I can't remember what release it was in, but there were some release notes where the vehicle now has spatial awareness, or the AI has spatial awareness, so It should know like where the boundaries of the vehicle are and be able to maneuver very tightly without, going like super, super slow. So that should aid in that and reflect in that. Like faster in parking lots and faster parking.
Guys, you have no idea. You would just introduce yourself to a world of pain, a world of hurt. Won't the real Rabbi Rothschild please stand up? What the fuck just happened? Kendall, you're amazing, my man. Man, I would kill for some fucking licorice right now. Just like a big tub of it. I want to bathe in licorice someday. Licorice. I want to eat some. Why so many?
Hi, Dip Daddy. It is now 6:01 p.m.
They could take the whip off them and remove from the party as well. And unfortunately, it got rejected.
Yeah, I was following that. Thank you so much, H. It was really interesting because I think the amendment was proposed by Jeremy Corbyn, right? And then you did see a frontbencher resign. in that process, right? But it would have shifted the needle essentially.
Yes. We had several. It was actually brought by the Scottish National Party, because the Kings did a speech last week saying what's going to happen for the whole year. They brought an amendment saying that we want this to be added into it. Sir Keir Starmer, who's the opposition leader, he said if anyone who votes for it, they will be removed from the party and the whip will be taken off them. And several, I think there was about 50 resignation MPs who, as they were told, they either have to resign or abstain from it. They resigned, and there was a lot of them who did not resign and who abstained or who actually said we don't want a ceasefire.
And 13.
Add a rarity multiplier based on
like CryptoPunks have like aliens, they have apes, they have zombies, and you'd have like a 0.3, 0.4 rarity multiplier, maybe even slightly higher, just because there's a lot of punks that don't trade it for. Yeah, what's up? Welcome back to the Wordle Show.
Yo, thank you. Yeah, I know I've been slacking, but good to be back. You guys are always rocking, so I love it. So I think like the biggest thing, I mean, obviously like I'm a DGOD holder. I think like the biggest thing, I'm gonna bridge my DGOD back to Solana on this Spaces live right now. No, but really I think like the biggest thing that you guys are touching on is like it makes a lot of sense. I'm very multi-chain. Like I love Bitcoin, I love Solana, I love Ethereum, but with just like pick one and stay on it. I think I agree with that point. The biggest reason being like when you bridge, you get disconnected. Like with DGODs, for example, if someone came back now and they were just a collector and like their stuff is still on Solana, it's like they've got to buy dust, they've got to bridge it to ETH, like they've got to like downgrade it to season 3. Like there's just a lot going on there. Whereas, like, if they just wanted to be a collector and, like, hold their stuff in their wallet, that makes it a bit complicated. So, I'm not, like, opposed to bridging. Like, I think that there's definitely reasons for it. But I think that for the collector's case, it makes, like, way, way more sense to just stay on one chain. So, I think I agree with you guys there. I did want to get some Art Basel Alpha at some point. If there's going to be any ninja events, I know that there's Brett up here who does Gamma. So yeah, I didn't want to derail the conversation, but at some point I do want some Art Basel Alpha with Bitcoin events.
Yeah, we actually had a great segment on this on Monday. You should go listen to. Eli, do you want to just jump in here and maybe share about what John did?
Yeah, so the Nolter event that day is going to be just amazing. Like we saw that Casey got announced as a speaker today, so he doesn't speak at many events, so that is huge. I'm going to be there, so that's a big draw card. No, I'm kidding. I'm excited. I'm really excited to see Casey. Like, he really doesn't speak at that many events. It's kind of one of those things. And so to get him to agree to it, and he really loves what we're doing at Gamma, and it's there's some really nice sort of synergy there. Nick will be speaking. There's a bunch of amazing panels. I can't say who's performing, but there's some amazing performers for the evening kind of happy hour networking kind of time. The party's always going to be fun. But yeah, it's just going to be there's some brilliant speakers. There's some brilliant moderators. The event's going to be great. Actually, did we announce it? I think we did. Yeah, we announced it yesterday. With our Gamma partner artists, we're actually going to be having we're printing like a physical book.
I think it's the situation. Be, the situation is happening due to two reasons. One, it's a lack of trust between two actors that don't believe one in one another, and two, it's because there is a belief on the Israeli side that they can move people around faster.
What are you laughing? My friend J Bomb laughing at me. She's like, oh, so Mikey figured it out. He figured out the internet. Mikey beat the internet. Oh, okay. Mikey beat the internet. Yeah, he's gonna do something. Really? Yeah. We always knew he'd do something. Mikey broke the internet. Good job, Mikey. Jesus Christ, I don't fucking get this goddamn pepperoni. Okay.
As the operation continues, IDF does, they say they want to advance to Han Yunis, which is in the south, and they will try to eventually get more civilians to go to the west of Han Yunis. So that's, the IDF spokesman said that today in his 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock statement. I also wanted to give out like a perspective on what's going on with the Qatari hostage deal, if that's all right. If I can move to that, so you know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so from what has been published today, basically Qatar made this deal. Hamas agreed to it. The deal is 50 Israeli civilian, or they're saying 50 civilians released. It's not clear whether, what we heard is that Hamas wants to release most dual nationalities, meaning like it could be Thai citizens, it could be other nationality citizens, but Israel is saying they will not accept civilians that don't hold both nationalities, meaning you could be an Israeli American, that's fine, but we're not going to release I think there's about, don't catch me on the number, but it's about like 30 Thai civilians. So they're not going to take them first. That's not going to be acceptable. In return, from what I heard, basically Hamas asks for the
Dr. Malone. We had this like language we made up for him. And, okay, so kids, if you were gonna learn Dr. Malone as an impression, how would you describe it? I have to get that on camera. But yeah. Alright, so just do it on this. Really? Yeah. Sharon. Talk about Dr. Malone. Yo, dog. We're just dropping, we're dodging missiles like we're in a bomb shelter. Alright, so I was gonna teach you how to do this impression of a teacher that I had. What's his name? He's a legend. He died. But what's his name? Dr. Malone. And I'm gonna tell you this, like before I even knew him, there was always this aura about the guy. And he was from, I don't know much about him, like his personal life, but I do know he's a really special individual. He was from Missouri, but he said it's Missouri. Eh. He talked like eh. I'll tell you how he talked. It was very monotonous, monotone, and he had like this way of eh. He would like eh, eh. You could just do that, and then he would come back in with it.
Let me tell you how it works. Yeah, he would. It would have to be math involved because he taught math. So if it were going to be, he'd be like, "Hey, hey, you think that's funny? You think that's funny? Making a pun about a variable? You think that's funny? I'll give you funny. Take your hand and pretend your fist is point A and your face is point B, and make a straight line from point A to point B. A, A. He he was uh kind of like there were rumors about him. I mean, before we knew him, we were also scared of like to be scared of him because he was so difficult a teacher. And when we were in seventh grade, we had gotten to junior high, and our teachers. Well, this is how I got involved. And I think every seventh grade boy joined. We all joined the soccer team. It was the last time I was academically eligible for a team until I got to college, basically. So I was never academically eligible after this one semester, like basically 6 months of my life, for any sports team or any other activity. I was never academically uh, eligible. So, but I was for this soccer team anyway. Without going to the soccer team, I was doing Dr. Malone. He he and his wife. Well, we didn't know this. Not all of us did this. Some of us did this. I didn't know it at first, but one of our soccer coaches was his son Carl. Carl was this huge dude, and what we didn't know is that Dr. Malone had a heart of gold and had like at that time 30 foster children um, over the years, and had adopted only one of them, and that was Carl. And so he was our coach, and he was cool. He was a really nice guy. Um, so some of us knew that this teacher had a heart of gold, but others didn't so much. And I didn't so much know that. And even though I did, this guy still kind of seemed like a serial killer. He wasn't at all. I kind of even feel badly for saying that. He wasn't at all. But instead of killing, he killed with love for a lot of children who he and his wife took care of on a very meager budget. And he was a very accomplished individual. And so, of anything, he was like a serial killer of love. Uh, but you wouldn't know it. I mean, he was the most like kind of don't judge a book. I don't want to say don't judge a book by its cover kind of person you'd ever meet, but kind of. He had a really gruff exterior, but interior he was a very nice man, and he cared a lot about people. So we're in eighth grade, and he is not my, or no, seventh grade, and he's not my teacher, and I'm so thankful he's not my teacher because I hear he is like so difficult, and he'll make fun of you and all this stuff, and it's like I just want to learn math, man. I don't need to be difficult. So I never so, but I did know of him, and I knew of his mannerisms, and I knew of more so. I mean, this was like, it wasn't an all boys school, but it was like, it was split. And so we all got to know this guy really well. And so we all did impressions of him. And as they say, imitation is the highest point of flattery, highest form of flattery. Okay, well, uh, it was, he flattered him behind his back. So this guy, I have to describe him. He was um, of average height. I mean, like, here's the thing. Physically, he just looked the part of a math teacher, but more a math professor. He was he had a doctorate, and he had, you have to learn how to speak like he does. So their language, he was really specific about some words and pronunciation. And he had been in class so many times over the years that he heard the same questions from kids. And they all, or, the same ways that people start sentences. So, an example, this would be, you raise your hand, you'd say, so on page, and he goes, so, a needle pulling thread. And you'd be like, huh? No, so on page 12, so, a needle pulling thread. And you'd be like, huh? And he would say, you don't, he wouldn't necessarily, he would just say, go ahead. But basically, you don't need to use that word, so. You could just say on page 12. So whenever anybody went so beforehand, you'd go, a needle pulling thread. You're like, okay, so there you go. So whenever anybody started a sentence with so, you would say a needle pulling thread.
Hi, if Daddy, it is now 7 o'clock p.m.
Thanks for, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna die. What else would you do? God, I don't want to have to do this right now. I've got so much other shit to do. Then another. So he was from Missouri, and he would say, but he'd pronounce it Missouri. And so you raise your hand, next person. On page, and go, what we call the University of Missouri, in my home state of Missouri. And people would be like, huh? On page 12, what we call it the University of Missouri, in my home state of Missouri. Okay. On page 12, he didn't want you to use so before, he was specific about things. Next person. What if on page 12 you go woof? Like, huh? What was it? What if on page 12? Woof. What if woof? The woof question. Go ahead. What if on page 12? Go ahead. And you'd be like, okay, yeah, on page 12, we were going over. You'd be, okay. So then another kid might raise their hand and say, because, like, so somebody might say, you're so good looking. My most favorite season of all time. So someone else might be like, or Dr. Malone might say, might ask a question like, It might be something like, I don't know. Trying to see what kind of question garnered this kind of answer, but he'd be like, all right, so he'd say to a kid in the class, Mr. Whatever, you don't seem to be grasping the topic. Is there anything with which I can help you to? He would say that. Is there anything with which I can help you understand it better? And the person might be like, because this is just confusing to me. And he'd say, cuz, what we call our cousins in Missouri. Okay, what can I do to explain it? And help you with any of the issues that you may be experiencing in understanding this topic. And you'd be like, oh, well, because I don't understand why the square root is over here in the proof. And he'd be like, oh, I see. All right. Pretend your right ear is point A and your left ear is point B. And your fist is point C. Take point C and move it to point B or point A and then to point B. Was that all physical? No, I mean, he just had other things he would do. He was I think I failed him the first time I had him. Maybe the first or the second time. And that was not his fault. Mine. There's an adjustment in school, so it was a little difficult for me the previous year, and I was already behind. And I just didn't really care that much. I'm not going to care about girls. Anyway, friends and that. Is that the end of your fucking story? How else can you speak like? Go ahead. Well, if on page 12, well, a deep subject. Like what? You'd be like, you started your sentence with well, a deep subject. It's a pun. Hey, get it? It's a pun. Well, oh, go ahead. Page 12. How can I help you? Anyway, so this guy taught me algebra, and he taught me calculus, I think pre-calculus and calculus. Then he taught me some group theory, and he taught me calculus 1, calculus 2, and group theory. Was at the end of So he taught you a lot about math? Yeah, I mean, I just remember his personality more than anything. He had a heart of gold, though. He had this kind of bread, this special kind of. They made this place, what's it called? Great Harvest Bread Company. And they made a kosher, special kind of kosher bread is known as apple scrapple. Really, yeah. So that this man would do, and this isn't his fault. He would have to oversee recess and not get a chance to eat lunch during a break or anything like that, just because things would come up or whatever. So sometimes he would come in with like a meal, and he'd put it down in front of us, and none of us could eat. And he would sometimes eat like a pretty big meal in front of us. But we thought it wasn't like a meal, but it would be like a loaf of bread. It could be like a lot. So so sometimes he would bring in this loaf of apple scrapple, and then like I could down that easily, and it's amazing. So anyway, he would he would bring this in. So we had these things that we would say like, "Hey, apple scrapple," and we would use all our last names and just how he said them, and he'd be like, "Hey, hey, hey." Sometimes you would use this one. My dad used this one too. When you'd be thinking a long time, you're like, I'm thinking. You'd be like, what are we waiting? And he'd be like, I'm thinking. He'd be like, I smell the wood burning. And he'd be like, huh? And it'd be like, yeah, it's like your mind is like a stove, and it's like trying to churn out an answer. You go, wood stove? Yeah, essentially. Anyway, but kids didn't understand that. Anyway, he had a lot of these little phrases that he would use. And he had the school had so much chalk dust on these teachers' clothes. And they did their best to keep it off, but it was just impossible. And we used like a yellow chalk sometimes, or a white chalk, but sometimes a yellow chalk for some reason. And it was but you know what? I got a good feeling about fucking Twitter because it's like, I mean, thankfully, I haven't been blocked on that many accounts. Actually, I have. I keep blocked on a lot, but not. I've got a lot of currently active accounts. We'll put it that way. We got Vic Munoz. Shout out to him. The song "The Land We Love." Vic Munoz knows what's up. This time is full. All right, are you done? Oh Christ! Oh Christ! Okay, is that the end of your story about Madeleine? I don't have to do that impression. I don't have that kind of energy. And keep in mind, I'm not on 6 ramens a day anymore. I'm on, I don't know, like a couple ounces of fucking peanut butter or so. Is that the end of your fucking story? Oh shit, this thing didn't save, did it? Oh, maybe it did. Okay, end this one. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Yosh. Toshi. All right, there you go. Yosh. Oops.
For the U.S. for a long time, they can go to Jordan, right? We've got air bases in Jordan. We've got a very great relationship with the Jordans, at least for now. Who knows? But So there's plenty of places they could go, and anybody that's spent time in the region can tell you these are super safe places.
Can I tell you guys the interesting rumor I heard from? I think he's some kind of former.
Yeah, let's tell you when Michael finishes.
Okay.
Just one more question, Michael. Is there a belief that in its weakened state that Assad and Iran, via its proxies, can't handle the remnants of ISIS at this point? That the U.S. 900 troops are performing like a critical role?
Again, look, we can have a debate. I think the balance of the evidence suggests that the local actors that are there can handle any kind of ISIS resurgence. Because you got to remember, right? It's the Kurds. It's Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, right? HTS. We used to joke has been the best counter ISIS force in the region, and they're another Sunni group, right? So, like, again, it's just kind of like this Al Qaeda ISIS rivalry. So ISIS, I think, what's hurting them as far as a resurgence goes is it's not just up to Assad or just up to Iran or whatever.
the party, like it's becoming the other color more and more and more every day to where they're just not going to have a balance of power there anymore. And in this case, the people that are now in charge and taking the majority and keep picking off the minority are backed or tied to or influenced by Iran.
Thank you, that makes sense. Go ahead, Zaire.
Zaire, that's nearly Europe, actually. Hungary, nearly. Michael, I was listening to your point, and what makes you think that Iran would kinetically intervene and try to annex parts of Iraq? Wouldn't that trigger a Sunni resistance to that? And we're talking about 20 to 30% of the population that is battle hardened in the last 20 years, resisting the U.S. presence there. And on the other hand, don't you think that Turkey would intervene to annex the north, in this case, to avoid a Kurdish, the creation of the Kurdish entity?
Yeah, and that's why I think Iran's plan, their plan A, and it's been working very well, so I don't think they need plan B, has been to do this politically, right? Via the PMF and via, sort of building up Iranian influence inside of Iraq, such that you don't need, right, any kind of, physical invasion, but you have total control politically over the mechanisms of government, over the military, things like that. And we've seen that process already playing out over the past, decade, right? After the defeat of ISIS, you saw all of these guys in these Shia militias that did a lot of the fighting in Iraq, right? And again, as an American, I'll admit this. A lot of other Americans don't like to admit this for some reason, but it's just historically true, right? Like, yeah, a lot of these Shia militias were a big part in defeating ISIS in Iraq. So then you have this kind of crisis where the Iraqi government, these people are not part of the government. They're not part of the Iraqi army, regulars per se, but they kind of have earned some degree of power, right? Politically, again, whether you agree with it or not. And so the Iraqi government kind of had to open the doors to integrating these PMF units and these Shia militias into the actual formal Iraqi military. And that led to, like Samsar was pointing out, kind of this slow kind of role where more and more prominent positions, whether they're politicians or whether they're generals or whether they're, intel, chiefs or things like that, end up getting, they end up being installing, pro-Iran, kind of hardliners in those roles. So I don't think Iran is going to invade Iraq or anything like that. But again, right, we talk about warfare, we talk about politics, we talk about, fifth-gen warfare, right? Iran has been doing that in Iraq successfully for the better part of a decade now, and they don't need to invade or annex anything, because I think they're going to be able to solidify their control over the government in Iraq in very short order here if something doesn't change.
And to be fair, they've kind of needed the ISR to protect them, similar to how Lebanon is a little bit dependent on Hezbollah.
Yeah, right. And this is the problem, is that the Iraqi army, again, the regular Iraqi army, not counting the PMF, and a lot of the Iraqi government has not been able to stand on its own without, at least, the U.S. or other actors sort of playing referee a little bit, right? You had a couple of crises, famously, we had a whole blow up in, I think it was it might have been early 2020, it might have been during, I think it was during early in the pandemic, where you had, basically a bunch of these Shia militia groups, build this kind of big convoy right in front of the green zone in Iraq in downtown Baghdad, and they surrounded some of the parliament buildings and things like that. And again, they didn't attack anybody, but the idea is, right, we're in charge here, right? And that's kind of more of the racketeering, kind of almost mafia-like kind of thing going on with a lot of these militias that are very powerful politically, and that when it comes to that kind of standoff in the street, the Iraqi army doesn't want anything to do with that. They're like, all right, we're not, I'm not trying to die over this, right? So that's the problem, and I think Samsar outlined it well. The Iraqi government and the regular Iraqi military has not been strong enough on its own to push back on a lot of this Iranian influence. But again, like without going way too far back here, and I'll try to keep it brief. You know, the U.S. does have to acknowledge some culpability in this whole vacuum that's happened in Iraq, right? I mean, we came in 2003. You had an insurgency, then you had a civil war, then you had the rise of ISIS, and now you have this. You've opened this door to all this Iranian influence, and it's a good, cautionary tale that, even, if Saddam Hussein is terrible and awful, you don't necessarily get something better if you try to go in and conduct, that kind of regime change.
Go ahead, Philip.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question. Michael, maybe to Michael or Samsara, you guys are really educated on this topic, kind of pivoting a little bit. For a general question, when it comes to Islam, especially on that part of the globe, to what degree, I think the United States or the West is too cool for some of these situations. But my question is, would you agree that Islam particularly needs to face some type of reform internally? And if you do agree with that, how does that happen?
I think that's a question that's outside of the scope of geopolitics, more of a theological discussion.
Yes, Philip, we don't have a speaker here that can, maybe Michael can, but there are other people we can probably invite to answer that for you better.
Go ahead, advisor.
No, I just wanted to once again with Michael, I think he's right. So in my opinion, Iraq serves as a buffer state for Iran from any potential ground invasion that could come from the West, because
dynamic that is maybe a softer bulwark against Iranian influence, because I agree, I don't think Sadr is as hard line as people maybe like think of him to be. But my concern just is that over time, especially, at some point, he's finally going to, pass away, right? And so I think that will also limit kind of the influence of the Sadrist guys. And I think, unfortunately, when I look at the dynamics in Iraq right now, I just, again, if you're looking at up arrow, down arrow, who is growing in influence, it is the very, very hard line, IRGC affiliated, PMF guys, right? So that to me is just concerning. I don't think Sadr is, is the end of the world by any means. Thank you.
Can I just chime in for a second? I don't know if there's an order to the group. So the difference, the battle between the Persians and the Arabs is really what is happening here. The Shia-Sunni divide is not like the Catholic Protestant divide or the Orthodox Reform divide in Judaism. It's not a religious divide. It's a power structure divide based on nations. Iran was a majority Sunni country until the 16th century, like the entire Muslim world. When the Ottomans took over, so the Iranian Empire reached all the way to Turkey. When Islam rose from Arabia, it took a chunk of Iran and created the Abbasid Caliphate. It ruled Iran for 200 years. The revolution inside of Iran, and the Caliphate was pushed back to the Arab world, and Iranian Empire took over again. But the religion remained, Islam remained. And then the Persians, resurrected the language because everyone had to speak Arabic like the Muslim ruled, like in Egypt.
Hi, Hip Daddy. It is now 8 o'clock p.m.
Point had a lot of, they had their allegiance to Iraq, Israel was the center of power for them. And later, when eventually it was decided, Saddam has to go after 9/11, somebody had to pay for what had happened. And it was decided that it was Iraq that would be made the example as a message, I guess, to the entire Muslim world, shock and awe. Don't touch the American homeland. And so that did, in fact, open the gates of Mesopotamia, and Iranian power poured it to fill the vacuum, and essentially has taken over. I mean, that's what allowed us to create what's called the Shia Crescent, right, which goes from Afghanistan to the Mediterranean. But again, it's the continuation of Persian national power. If you kind of place it in the context of the history of the region going back to the first Persian Empire, Cyrus, and you look at all the Persian empires, the Persians have ruled that area for most of its history until the rise of the Caliphate. And now this is an attempt to again exert power over what is now the Arab Sunni world. But it's not about religion, it's about national power and imperial reach. And so they have successfully moved in and now control, the legislature in many factions in Iraq. If there's an attempt to push them back out, America is also involved in that. And then they moved to Syria. When Bashar Assad needed help to maintain his government, that was seen as an opportunity. And so Syria became the linchpin of this Shia Crescent because it connects Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean, and Al-Hezbollah was planted there by Iran, by 1982. So that kind of completed the arch. And then Soleimani was this great general, who was a very talented leader, and he was the one who kind of constructed this force. He went and met Putin. We don't know what killed him. I don't think so. But after that, Putin agreed to come into Syria after that meeting. They were trying to get him involved for a long time, but he wouldn't buy it. So the money went to Moscow, met with him, and Putin then came and parked jets in Latakia, in the area where Bashar Assad has his village and town, and the Alawi live. Russia controls the air of Syria, and Iran controls the land. And that's kind of the projection of Persian power into a realm that the Persians have ruled for most of the history of that place, going back 2,500 years. So it's more of a conflict between Arab power and Persian power, not about religion. Now, what's happening, I feel, today is, since the Gaza war especially, and the reaction of Erdogan in Turkey is I think that they're attempting to build an alliance that is more about who wants to take on Israel. That's more kind of now, the rallying cry. That's crossing boundaries and sects and all.
supposedly on my list, but I guess I can get it at a discount. He doesn't really care if I think if there's like 2 or 3 things that are on your list with no more than what he's gonna buy for you for this one. For the most part, you gotta hit something like 24 or 48 hour rule where you're like, oh, this thing is such a good deal, should I buy it? Put it on a list somewhere, put it in a Google Doc, and then go back to it and say, what do you know? Is it really that good of a deal, or was it just in the moment? Let's figure out time. Product life is so good at what we're doing. We have people kind of call OTD. But you will shop for people over the course of the year. This is what you've done. But you will see something and say, oh, that'd be a great gift for so-and-so. Buy it today, put it on the shelf, waiting for the holidays to roll around. This is true. You will come up with quote-unquote Christmas shopping after Christmas. And that would be represent in terms of possibly wait. That's where the Black Friday thing of doing all of your shopping after Christmas. I mean, if you are that organized, and you're like you do something, notice I'm not nearly as organized as the wife, but when it comes to like gifts or a birthday party for a good friend, if there's a killer deal on a specific great deal on a American, my son's gonna let the restaurant for Christmas for Pizza Dicey Valley, but like, oh, the restaurant for $5 when they're only $18. I'm gonna buy an extra one, and this is perfect as a gift for a birthday party for one of his buddies, coming into the new year. I think it's totally fine to stock up on certain things, as long as you're organized, you have that little gift drawer in your closet somewhere, something you go there first when you're looking for, when you're looking to give a present to somebody. But I think for a lot of people, again, like I said, like Black Friday is just a terrible time to buy something. As long as you're doing it within reason and on a budget, you're going to find some of the best deals of the year on a bunch of things. If one of your family members wants a smartwatch or something like that, now's a great time to buy something like that, where you're going to see better sales like AirPods at Walmart for $69 or something like that. If that's what you're into, if that's what's coming on your list really long, it's a better time to buy it now than it is in January or February. I think that something else that we did that we have to remind people, given the economic environment, is with inflation, interest rates today, that credit card debt is going to be more expensive this year than last year. Am I wrong? Yeah, you're exactly right. And unfortunately, through inflation numbers go down, inflation is looking better than it was. But that's so expensive to people because prices are higher than they were. And so if there is some economic study that the truth is, yeah, interest rates have gone up, interest rates on credit cards and variable interest rate debt have gone up too. And so instead of paying 17% to MasterCard, you're paying 23% to MasterCard. And that is going to mean, yeah, like I'm also paying for the stuff you're buying with credit cards as long as you can pay the bill off on time and full at the end of the month. That's like one of the gold rules of using plastic. It's a great way to buy stuff as long as you're disciplined and you know what you're doing. And if not, you don't want to take it down. Money is so large that every Sunday from 12 to 58 here on KFI, you'll be able to get tips just like that in your life right now. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to try to avoid Black Friday as best I can. The temptation of it, because I'll probably buy more stuff because of the video now. But let me just say happy holidays to you now because this is official. It's a holiday season. That's right. You're right. 100% off is better.
There's no fucking. The only thing I could get was a first class train ticket to fucking Milan. All right, I got the good grace of someone took pity on me and paid for me to stay in a hostel for the night. I was 15 years old. All right, that shit's fucking scary. All right, I was in fucking Rome. I had to stay overnight. And I did Milan. I had school on the Monday. Sensation, and there's me fucking, begging to change on the streets of Italy. It's just as fucked.
Dude, that's really romantic, though. Think about it.
It's not. It's not. 50 years old.
Pennies from the fountain, not in the fountain.
Yeah, fuck me, man. How the mighty had fallen. Anyway, whilst I have a mic, I'm going to do something slightly different here. Usually, I mean, for everyone who doesn't know me here, first off, welcome to the space. I'm the Wandering Jewish. Usually how it works, you may or may not be aware. I usually request to be co-host and I get shut down. It's kind of a tradition. But recently in the last space, what I'm going to say different. I'm going to ask Sean to ask the co-host what she thinks about me being co-host, because the other day, people who were there may or may not remember, this guy came into the space. He was live streaming on YouTube. He has like 7 cameras around his bedroom. He's like absolute fucking Looney Tunes. This guy's Rabbi.
That dude's literally a serial killer.
Yeah, dude, literally.
That's what that was.
But no. So the reason that I'm requesting Sean ask Midi and she can give me yes or a no about me being co-host is because when that happened, me and Midi were the only ones in the room that got it straight away that he was a fucking wacko. And number 2, she's laughing because it's right. And number 2, whilst everyone was trying to fucking figure out who this guy was and debate seriously having a conversation with this crackpot. He's crackers. Basically, I already had the fucking live stream up in the fucking Jumbotron with a link to his YouTube live streaming the fucking Twitter space. And that is diligent above and beyond the Call of Duty, which is why I am asking your vote in my campaign to be co-host of this space. Midi, it's in your hands.
Oh my God, you're a masochist.
Denied.
Yeah, denied.
Anyway.
Alright, I have one more request.
But you gotta respect the grassroots activism.
Thanks very much, Brian. I have a request, and it's nothing to do with me. Can we get Kelly up to speaker? Kelly NASCAR up to speaker, because I have questions about the whole hockey incident with the murder, and I know fucking fuck all and to boot jack shit about fucking ice hockey. I know jack shit about ice hockey. So Kelly, can you tell me, was it murder? Was it not murder? Can you fill us all in, please?
What is your angle here, Randy? What is
no angle. I know lots of people who may or may not be aware.
You need to calm down on your being too loud, Randy. Josh.
Sorry. People who may, hey everyone, Wandering Jewish here. People who may or may.
That's our first kick of Randy.
Why did you kick him? I was gonna say though, if Randy starts flooding my DMs, if he starts flooding my DMs, I'm gonna start a war with him. So don't do it, Randy. Every time you want to be a co-host or speaker.
Oh, it's coming. I think it's coming.
Yeah, he's probably writing it right now.
You know, did I tell you what he said to me the other day?
I think you did, but remind me.
So, like, you need to make me you need to get your boyfriend to make me co-host or threaten him to withhold your love.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Maybe it was Charles that denied you co-host because I have that power. So if you want to DM anybody, go ahead and start filling my box.
By the way, he's here. He's not requesting, which feels a little bit odd.
Hey guys, to do these Twitter Spaces question, why do we care if people flood our DMs? Why do we not read them? Does it crash the space around?
If
he's just a character with
he floods my DMs, I get notification after notification after notification. It's like, stop! I can't pay attention to all of this.
Oh, so it's just a pain in the ass factor. I got it.
$10 million waiver that the Islamic Republic has received.
Dude, I cut my
I'm not gonna nag anyone.
Sean, is that confirmed? Do we have that from a credible source that the waiver was granted?
I've not seen it on that yet.
I haven't either. I think it's all speculation right now.
I'm not gonna nag anyone. I'm not gonna nag anyone.
Okay.
Thank you, Randy. Now be quiet.
I have a breaking, by the way.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Senate passed the government bill, so we're not going to have a shutdown. So we're in.
He doesn't have the vote on in his own caucus to actually pass those, and that's why he like it's not McCarthy or him. It's not that it's the cohesiveness of what the caucus wants. It's not their fault really. Like they're kind of just replacing.
I get that.
A speaker, but the problem is still there.
I hope
so. We'll see.
I hope Matt Gaetz, helps to bring that cohesiveness.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be very.
Oh yeah, yes, he will absolutely. He'll be calling everybody every day to work on this. Committee, I love you.
Let's compromise, you guys. Like we should kumbaya.
Hey guys, not all chaos agents live in Moscow. Just saying.
By the way, 6 Capitol police officers have been injured tonight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, in the insurrection at the Capitol.
Yeah, the insurrection at the Capitol.
The assault on the DNC.
Wait, what is this? I'm sorry, I'm a little behind the curve.
Oh my God!
Pro-Hamas protesters have attacked the DNC and have sort of done some violence outside
they don't evacuate
lockdown.
Congress.
Yeah, Congress was under lockdown for a bit, so they tried to shut down Congress, which.
Even though they're giving lip service to their allegiance to Israel, they're also doing business with everybody. They're doing business with the Arabs, the Jews, and with the Persians. So there's a kind of a financial incentive there. But that's really a huge change in American foreign policy, and I think it's the most important new thing on the block of what's happening in the Middle East. Is this new approach that essentially enriches the ideological regime of Iran, even though it's publicly against it, but in action it keeps enriching it faster.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Was my hand up? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I should sure. Sorry. Although I have the floor. I did find something about that the March for Israel rally, that there was a charter plane from Detroit that of like 300 people shared it in the Jumbotron that were unable to get to the rally because the bus company that they had used to charter buses to get them from the airport from Dulles to the rally ended up having a mass sick day. One of the organizers told the press, told the media, hey, the bus company told me that they couldn't
send buses out because they had a mass sick day, or a bunch of drivers called in sick because they found out that they were going to be transporting people to the rally and they didn't want to participate in that. So
so weird. Like, it's so, I don't understand.
I know, like,
people are fucking nuts.
What is going on? Like, all of a sudden,
I don't know.
Anti-Semitism is just, it's like a volcano. Like, we didn't know.
Yeah.
You know it's there in some small form.
I honestly really just.
Everybody needs to be aware of Islamophobia and talk to people, and talk terrible about Muslim people. Convince them that they're.
I think what we've learned is there's more anti-Semitism on the left than people realize.
Holy shit, it's really bad. And the squad is doing a great job of fanning their
For sure.
flames.
That's the key in understanding what's going on.
But also, you guys, do you think TikTok?
There's always been this connection between the Marxists and the Islamists, and now it's coming to the forefront even of the U.S. Policy. That's new, but it's definitely a lot of anti-Semitism.
I love the
as well, but it's kind of hidden,
Yeah.
The actions speak louder than words.
Can I say, I wonder. Okay, so first of all, I've been seeing a lot of stuff last couple days about TikTok. I don't remember if it was Yasher Ali or somebody else that shared a TikTok post or whatever you call it. I'm not on TikTok because I truly believe it's the Chinese government infiltrating and brainwashing
They don't want your data. No.
Yeah, they want
the
your
American TikTok is it. No. The American TikTok is not in any way connected or affiliated to China, and they're not allowed to share data. They keep it literally locked in the United States. There's no evidence to support any Chinese influence operation.
Well, I can put the theory out there that I think that there are algorithms and other manipulation of that.
The algorithms for TikTok are transparent.
Where can I find it?
I'll send you some links.
Because I just, this is how I feel about it. I beg my children not to get on it. I think there's a lot of brainwashing going on. I think there's a lot of messaging that's put out there, and that's how I feel about TikTok. But
That's worse than being called a serial killer. If you're a dumb serial killer. Oh. I don't know. Big ass fucking vegetables on it. Shit. When I'm done. Oh, kosher, of course. Oh my Christ. Are you done? Is this done? I liked how Impossible Joe, whatever, Wandering Jew was like, hey, because I shut down this crazy fucker. I deserve to be a. Oh, there he is.
Jonathan Pollard held a speech to a crowd of like maybe 500 young people, and a good portion of them were American citizens. And he was already speaking about this up and coming wave of anti-Semitism that was supposed to be big in Europe, but even bigger in the United States. And to me, he just sounded like an old man that was defeatist and that was predicting something that to cause panic among young people and then calling for them to come back to Israel because that was the only safe place for them. Nowadays, with with what is happening, it seems like there was. I mean, either he just guessed and he got it right, or there was a gradual rise in anti-Semitism that people have been observing for time now, and predicted that there was going to come something like this was going to happen. I don't know. Does anyone have an opinion of that?
I understand.
Sorry, can you repeat?
I don't understand what you mean.
I mean, why would Jonathan Pollard, but
I'm gonna kick it back down. Is that what that was?
Wait, what?
There you go. You're right. Be calm down. Keep going, Josh. You're doing good.
I just want to say thank you for inviting me back up to speaker position in the space. I also want to say, Kelly, I won't discuss the hockey because I'm not allowed, but I will DM you, and I would like to discuss it in a different space because I'd like to learn about it because I don't know much, and I ain't ignorant from any topics. I am ignorant from illiterate.
Actually, let me give them the benefit of the doubt. They may come back and bite me in the ass, but
No, Kelly.
wait, hold on.
It will bite you in the ass.
Okay, Randy, Sean, I did a space earlier today, and actually James from Lebanon asked me about it, and I said, well, hey, let's finish talking. Yeah, I said we were talking about what we were talking about.
Do they have hockey in Lebanon?
There's hockey all over the world in places you wouldn't expect, like Tampa, Florida, and Miami.
Yeah, there's hockey in Florida. There's ice hockey. There's ice skating. There is in Florida. There's literally ice skating hockey. There is ice hockey in Florida. There's ice hockey in Florida. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Got it, Josh. Let's play your response.
Yeah, San Jose, California, Anaheim, California, Dallas, Texas. Hell, Phoenix, Arizona. I mean, we're close to And I would like to talk about it. So maybe tomorrow sometime. Either late morning.
It needs to be before 4 p.m. before 3:30 p.m. Eastern because I have an acupuncturist appointment.
I will shoot. I will shoot for like somewhere between 12 and 1 Central Time. I will try.
I'll be there.
I will try to do it then. I have a conference call at 10, and sometimes that goes to 12. And then I've got work I got to do after that. But yeah, I'll shoot for like 12 o'clock Central Time if I can. I'll try to remember my email, Randy.
Howard Grace, can I talk to you?
No, you can't. I have my hands up.
Okay.
So you go ahead first. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Are you the host, Randy? Is that what you are now? Because I don't see a co-host or a host check mark.
I self-identify with
No, she have the right.
Yes, I have my hands
random.
Yeah, she's making in.
Ahmed, can I talk, please?
This is typical Ahmed. He always does.
Yeah.
This.
Thank you. The host, may I talk?
After David, go ahead, David.
No, but I was there before David came.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So we're gonna let David
go. It's all right.
Thank you, David. I appreciate it. You're being just as so weird. I'm wondering about one thing.
No, Soha. I'm wondering. You're Soha.
Okay, can I talk? So why is a lot of people
Nothing to do with air.
But they're Sam. The Semitic, both of them are from Sam.
Nope, that's not what the word is for.
Exactly. So yeah, you took a word and then you make it specific for Jews, and that's.
They didn't take a word; it created the word.
Yeah, but to created the word has meaning. It means Semitic. The Jews came from Sam, just the way the Arab came from Sam too.
No.
What do you mean? No, that's facts. Purely facts.
No.
What? No. Explain.
We're gonna go to the next person.
Exactly. Okay, you can't explain.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's about.
You sound like Bill O'Reilly. You sound like Bill O'Reilly. Tie goes in, tie goes out. You can't explain it.
Is it Samaria spelled S-A-M, and then anti-Semitic is spelled S-E-M?
Soha is Bill O'Reilly. It's Bill O'Reilly in
That's all
drag.
just because you couldn't answer the question. Simple question.
No, it's you use this answer. You answer the question with a question. He says no.
He says no. But I said what?
You said tie goes in, tie goes out. You come
with Randy. When I say I wanted to call on someone and you jumped in and destroyed the order of me trying to move on, I'm going to kick you in the face. You need to fuck off. Go ahead, David.
Thanks. Yeah, it's connotation usage of words. It's not like going to every root in the word. That's not how language works. Okay. Anyway, I was just coming on to say hi to everyone. And the second, this idea that was brought up that it's really profound how the anti-Semitism.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I want to be educated like you.
I'm not sure. Okay, I have a question for you then.
Sure, I would love to be educated.
That's all about the question. Yeah, so are you ready? If Israel's committing genocide, can you explain why 20% of their population is Arab, Palestinian? And they can vote. It's actually 21%.
Actually, I can show you a lot of videos and evidence that they're living under occupation.
You can do whatever you want. A genocide requires you to kill a group of people, to try to kill off the whole group of people.
7,000 people killed in the West Bank.
Explain the 2 million peaceful Arabs who live and work in Israel and never have any problems with the Israeli Jews. Explain
They're not
that.
20 million. You crazy? 20 million?
2 million Arabs that live in Israel. And they're
live in occupied Palestine.
No. Live in Israel.
Palestine, and there never was.
We have a lot of maps with
They work in the Israeli government. They teach
There was a Palestine, and it was owned by the Brits for all Britannia.
Exactly. So a killer give it to another killer. That's exactly what happened.
So please explain how they're committing genocide when 2 million Arabs live in true Israel with no problem.
a lot of anger and bloodthirsty.
Well, the state of Israel is going to be either when we wake up in the morning. So,
Why Israel doesn't existed 100 years ago?
because of the Roman exile.
Neither did Ireland.
Palestine never existed, though, either. Right?
No. We have a lot of maps in the Bible.
Remember, you told me not to bring up religion. Listen, Palestine.
Right.
Shh, let me finish. There was no Palestine 100 years ago. There was British mandated Palestine, right? It wasn't the Palestinians.
How would we know?
What do you mean? How do we know? What are you talking about?
We have a lot of maps. We have a lot of maps saying Palestine in it, but no map said Israel.
So the British mandate of Palestine was not real.
Palestine was occupied under British, but it's always Palestine.
Before Britain, what was it?
Osmania.
Ottoman, correct. And before that, what was it?
Really? Are you serious now?
I am serious. At the end of the day,
the Middle East has been always the Arabic countries and Arabic communities.
No, except for Israel, right?
Except
that was only after 650.
Okay. Listen. Just imagine. Let's.
I don't know. I don't need to imagine. Israel exists. You're not going to be able to destroy it.
Give me proof. We have proof that Palestine exists for 1,000 years. But you don't have anything.
It existed. You people have to stop interrupting. I'm going to be done in a minute. Look, if Palestine existed in the past, the reality is it does not exist right now. So you're going to have to deal with the current situation.
Exactly, because it's under occupation.
It's not under occupation. I don't know. You go right into terrorism. I'm going to be careful what I say here.
What does terrorism mean? Killing more people or less people?
The state of Israel exists. Whoever you are, the state of Israel exists. It's on a map. Every country more or less has diplomatic relations with it. I don't see many countries that have flights in and out of Palestine, right? I don't see many countries that have ambassadors to Palestine. I don't know what the economy of Palestine is. I don't know. Should there be a Palestine? That's not for me to say. Sure, one day, 2 states for 2 people, but Israel exists. It's going to exist.
2 states for 2 people. Yeah. I just want to tell you that. Imagine someone take your house and they give you the bathroom, saying that justice. This is your 2 states.
Isn't that America? Isn't that America? Isn't that Canada?
Right. You're right. You know why? You know what's the difference? You know what's the difference?
Or 500,000. We have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our caption is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS profits. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and include us with a Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. And your tax IRS today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocate. Real solutions for real people. Always haircuts are designed for a perfect night's sleep. So you can do your
It's always going to be Arabic country, and Pakistan trust me will be free. And you know that.
Okay, well, I encourage you to write your letters, and maybe you'll be the voice that brings down Israel. I have Yallah in Shahad.
She just said a minute ago.
Listen, guys, I just want to tell you something. I know you like us so much. Listen. I know you like us so much to the point. Listen to the point. Listen, let me just say one word, please. I know you like us so much to the point. Listen, Kylie, I didn't finish my point. They cut me off. That's why I'm talking.
Well, you said one word. Kelly is my Twitter wife, okay? And you're like the Twitter neighbor that we don't invite to the party right now.
Exactly. I'm the truth seeker. I'm the truth teller.
People like Habiba, I had her on stage asking her to say "from the river to the sea" in Arabic. She refused to say it, that she had no idea what I was talking about. She's never heard of the chant, that no one on the Palestinian side thinks that it's supposed to be Arab land, and that it's only the Jews who have this supremacist ideology. So I actually appreciate people who are not so well versed in Western media that they gaslight everyone. So I actually am very happy to hear people be honest about the fact that they want the reason that there is no peace is because Israel cannot exist in any borders on that land because they cannot deal with the shame of losing that land to the Jews. This is what it comes down to. Thanks.
Lesuria.
Do you like the Lesuria group chat, Ben?
I do. I changed the name though. How is everyone?
Didn't understand that there was 2 million Arabs living in the state of Israel. I had no idea.
Doesn't understand anything. How is everyone this evening?
Good, good. I see that there's an insurrection at the Capitol again.
I did. I saw the Hamas insurrection. Yes,
Did you
saw
read it? Busy. Is that why you were late?
Well, you can call me Ben, right? It's not like my identity's hidden in here for the most part.
Oops.
The one they have leverage over. They know they have no hope with the Republicans, right? So they view that the Democratic Party and the Democratic administration is doing this in their name. And that's why they do it.
Yeah, a Republican run state tries to pass some type of gun control bullshit. You know who I go to and protest and harass first? It's Republicans, of course.
Good point.
And
I don't want to get cynical, but it's the ones whose vote they're buying.
How's Mia? Be quiet. How's Mia doing?
Yeah,
She's resting. She's recovering. I'll give you the details. On a serious note, put it this way. I'll put it in perspective. If Sean goes to Ilhan Omar's house and demands more lax gun laws that we can buy more guns, it's going to fall upon deaf ears because she knows she's never gonna have Sean's vote to begin with, right? So the reason, but the reason that these people go Democrat things and even members of Hamas vote because they're trying to put pressure, intimidate the bloc that is malleable to the the Hamas lobby is what it is. That's why
the Jihad Squad.
The Jihad Squad is what it is. That's why.
Did you guys see the report of Rashida Tlaib being in it?
Hi, Hip Daddy. It is now 9:00 p.m.
Baby, you're so bad, oh my God.
Yeah, Carolina video, but if you could send me a DM, maybe I'm really interested in seeing what you saw.
All right, go ahead, Wander.
Oh, not that.
Firstly, during these Twitter spaces, it's important that we gain some context. But remember the poem. First, they came for the Discord users, and I didn't speak out because I didn't use Discord. Then they came for the TikTokers, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a TikToker. Then they came for Twitter Blue, and I didn't speak out.
Why is he talking?
Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I've been the wandering Jewish. God bless you all. I love you.
Good night, Randy.
Good night, Randy.
Go cuddle with Mia.
Bye.
Oh, thank God. See, that's why I did that, because I was thinking maybe he'll leave. And we were correct. He did leave. So let's go to David. Go ahead, David. You didn't get to finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I know, because is she gone? Is that...
Unfortunately, she had left on her own.
Is she like a Syrian girl wannabe or something?
Yeah,
Okay. I'm totally screwed now because I just saw the crazy rabbis following me. So what? I'm gonna get like spammed with DMs now.
He just followed me too, David. What's going on?
Oh, did he follow you?
One and a half.
He followed me two accounts.
It's Rothschild.
Only two? Oh, just wait.
Rothschild.
I've got
5.
Do we know that guy? Or no?
I got 5. 6.
He's in all of our hearts and minds.
He's in here. He's down below, actually. I just scrolled down.
Why do I have 6 notifications?
12 accounts.
Mr. David.
12 accounts.
Mr. David.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hey, I was looking at your book on Amazon. It actually looks really, really interesting. Is there a chance, like, maybe I could DM you if I purchase it, maybe I can get a signature? I'm not trying to fanboy, but it looked really interesting.
Oh yeah. I actually have these for people, or when I don't do like the whole like signing events things, it kind of like went away during COVID, and I missed out on what an author is supposed to get. Like it started, and I had a few big events all set, and then COVID struck. So now I'm kind of ramping up the publicity more, and when someone is like in a place far away and it can't be like where I can do an in-person signing, I've got these cards that the publisher gave me that have like interesting little tidbits from the book, and I can sign them and send them.
That would be perfect, man. I'll DM you. I'll definitely get them.
Yeah, 6. It's just a matter of time, George. It's a matter of time.
Like a week and a half ago. I was going to do one, but I was there for such a short time. I was going to give a talk about which actually did have to do with astrobiology.
At the top.
A few things that overlapped in that book. It was for the centennial, would have been somebody's 100th birthday. He was one of the founders of Origins of Life Research and Astrobiology. There just wasn't time. The university of Houston that brought me over there, they didn't want to give me a rental car. So Uber back and forth. So I was like, I'm not going to go to a bookstore and do that because it's just a big schlep to do that. I was only like 2 days there.
That's all you need in Houston. You've got your
it's not the time. I mean, I got the downpours and everything. So I didn't have, but it's not like the time of the year that's horrible. I used to live there because I did training at NASA, and it was like terrible. I mean, there are 2 seasons, summer and January.
You're not lying.
It's like that. It's just really bad. But anyway, well, let's again. I was just
Two daycare workers, 2 people in charge of children in South Carolina, were arrested for running a toddler bike race. This is a toddler bike club, not the first rule of bike club if you don't talk about bike club. So I don't know how this got out. However, it did. And there were 14 children between the ages of 3 and 4 that the 2 daycare workers, Erica Jones, 27 years old, Serena Caldwell, 56 years old. So there's a range between the 2. These 2 daycare workers were setting up these fights between children for their just own amusement, or perhaps because they themselves couldn't necessarily discipline the kids the way they wanted. So they had kids do their heavy lifting for them. How did you expect these kids to go home with bruises on their face and not tell, or expect this not to be first rule of bike club? Yeah, but I'm saying, the moment the child goes home with a bruise on their face, parents are going to be asking what the hell happened to my kid. You would think so. They're also saying that, of course, these women were arrested because kids did go home and talk about this, and there were other people around who eventually started to catch on to this because it got bigger than I think Caldwell and Jones intended. But that parents were saying that their children were actually physically injured, so the fights were pretty tame, I suppose. Maybe some slack. And they're 3 and 4. They can't do that much damage.
Rooftop covered. Like, they're gonna throw me a rooftop party. It's like it's not even now the kind of stuff we're seeing. It's like that's not even really too much of a satire anymore. It's like we're actually seeing stuff like that, and it's hard to
irony.
What's comedy and what's real.
Yes, crazy.
Yeah, that girl did come at you sideways, I will say. But I will give her credit because I think that's a quickest Ben has ever needed a cigarette?
Well,
Is that where you went? You gonna smoke a cigarette?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, he's already got 3.
Yeah, I don't know Ben. I mean, I've been in some of these spaces where he's been amazing and he gets onto these topics, but I gotta have a talk with him about the smoking stuff because, like, this is, you know,
Don't waste your time.
It's like when my father got home from the hospital today, the first thing he said was he was mad at my mom for smoking all his cigarettes.
Oh, I don't know. I just feel like, you know, I feel some kind of responsibility, like being the MD in the room. Like I'm supposed to be.
He's married to a doctor.
He's married to an anesthesiologist.
Oh boy! Oh my god! Oh my god!
God bless him.
Oh, they hate smoking.
It's the Israeli. It outweighs everything else.
Yeah. It's the Israeli.
Doctors are their own worst patients. You know?
No, I think when I lived in Tel Aviv, I probably knew all the Israeli non-smokers. Like I was.
There are at least 40 new cards, and one of the cards is a draw pin. You have to take 10 cards from the deck, which is causing a lot of panic on social media. People are saying if someone could put down a draw pin, that it will end that they have to use the game. It ends the game, it ends the relationship, it ends the friendship, it ends the dinner, it ends everything. There's also other pillars with double deck. They're playing with double deck, but it's all integrated into one. So there are extra cards this time. So there's also a skip off before you skip 100 days. Now there is a skip however many people are coming. Very, very tense. Fight inducing. Fight ring inducing. This is going to end a lot of people gathering, I think, around holidays. Do you play Uno with your family? I did growing up, but it was always kids when we played just regular Uno. Regular. We talked about smack when we were playing each other. Whatever game, be it card games, be it board games, we played Clue, we played Monopoly. We still play Monopoly. Still play Monopoly. We play Digit, Spades. So, but there was always a local aspect to the game, especially with Uno. And I can imagine what the draw is, but we just being nasty. Interesting store. It's so unusual. It's extra, but this is why they want to. There's all this mystique around what it's like. There's all this interest about what it could be. And we want people to buy this and play this on their cruises, on their Thanksgiving table, or Christmas table, just in time for the holiday season. And how do you think about other things we just talked about? No, there's one, and I can't remember the name of it. Maybe one of you guys can help me. It's a game when you essentially you're divided in teams, and one team has to essentially survive 2 for your teammates to get whatever the move. It's kind of like silly, but it's not silly. It's a bit more involved. But I know we played it in my family years ago. Not sure it's similar. It's something like that. It's not fictional. It's something newer, and it literally caused like a family fight. And the last time I can remember my family dinner, we talked to everyone. I think it turned into that. It turned into Fight Club. But you know, these games come out and they want you to partake in it's capitalism. It's capitalism for time. So let's go on. What is Chuck E. Cheese? And I don't know how much of Chuck E. Cheese we'll be able to cover, but we'll definitely start and we'll continue after that. It's the thing. It's really good. It's about fighting. There's more fighting. It's a holiday season. Actually, food fighting. Why don't you go to Chuck E. Cheese and just start a fight or to end a fight? What are the two? I think the more fights, the more intense the fight, the better the pizza. That's kind of my rule of thumb. If they're fighting in the restaurant, then the food will undoubtedly be extremely. I don't know if Chuck E. Cheese has never had the food. They got good fights, but I don't know what the food. Maybe perhaps you've gone to the wrong one. There's definitely a few in the South Bay that are known for that. They've had fights, but food has always been the I think perhaps you're both fighting. I know that was Carson Law. I know that. I do know that. So what we'll do is we'll continue the story after the next. I'm 55. This is survival mode. It's later with Mo Kelly on KSI AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to Mark Rahner in the 24-hour KSI newsroom.
President Biden says his meetings with Chinese President Xi in the San Francisco area were some of the most constructive and productive discussions the pair have had, and important progress was made. The Senate passed a stopgap bill to fund government and avoid a shutdown until after the holidays, intended President Biden for signature. And a vehicle crashed into a barricade near the Israeli embassy in Tokyo, and police arrested the drivers. There's a crash on 110 downtown LA. That says southbound right after 10, it has the two left lanes blocked, causing some stopping of traffic coming away from 3rd Street and the 101 northbound in Encino just before Haskell. A crash there still has the middle lanes blocked, so traffic's going to back up to you right at Van Nuys Boulevard. Riverside, 250 southbound at 3rd Street. There's a car fire along the right shoulder causing some bookies and slowing. 9160 split. KFI in the sky helps keep you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Politics. So everyone hates Rona Romney McDowell now.
Yeah, she always be now, or she's stuck at her job.
McDowell, whatever her name is. What the hell is wrong with her?
BZ, we're going back to like the 1800s, you know, when Congress like first started, and where like fist fights were like a normal thing. I think the next thing is gonna
with this.
We're gonna see duels coming back. They're gonna come.
Or during the holidays when you have company. I'm John Coyne with Rooter Hero, and we go far beyond the standard tune-up with a furnace heroization. We believe in saving you money on repairs and replacements by restoring your furnace to light new efficiency. We stop at nothing to make sure your furnace keeps you and your family warm all winter long. We clean, comprehensive safety check. We extend the life of your furnace, and then restored efficiency saves you money on energy bills month after month. That's just what a Rooter Hero does. We believe in serving you like royalty while in your castle and helping you stay prepared, because winter is coming and everybody needs a hero.
Call Rooter Hero 20 to schedule your furnace heroization or go online at rooterhero.com.
Your car running or not can be picked up as soon as the next day. No time, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Instead of paying $100 for groceries and getting just eggs, orange juice, and a paper bag, then download the Drop app. With Drop, you earn gift cards with your everyday shopping. So get Drop today and start getting more than you pay for. There's nothing quite like the feeling of trust. It's that moment when you know that someone's going to be there for you, no matter what. It means they've made it their business to build something special. And that's exactly what Jacoby Myers has been doing since 1972. Building relationships with clients based on trust and respect. Foodporn has earned your trust year after year, voting us the #1 personal injury firm in Los Angeles. And there's nothing we value more than that. Thank you, Los Angeles. Jacoby Myers. Answer the call of the mustache. It's November. I'm Mo Kelly, the Mighty Mo, United Health for men's health, tightness will help suicide, prostate, and testicular cancers. Save lives. Donate now at Movember.com. The mustache is calling. Will you answer? Movember.com.
Canadian, who's the Smurf? I don't know. We got a whole bunch of hands on who's this Thelonian Ace. Oh, God. I can't even pronounce that. Go ahead.
You mean me?
I believe it's the lion.
The lion?
Oh my God, the lion. I don't have my glasses on.
moment when you know that someone's going to be there for you no matter what. They means they committed their business to build something special. And that's exactly what Jacoby and Myers has been doing since 1972, building relationships with clients based on trust and respect. We're honored to have earned your trust year after year, voting us the #1 personal injury firm in Los Angeles. And there's nothing we value more than that. Thank you, Los Angeles. Jacoby and Myers, the name you trust.
Your station holiday music station, Colors 103.5. It's playing Christmas music now. Listen anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's Later with Mo Kelly. I'm Tiffany Hawk with part 2 of the viral load. This next story comes courtesy of X and TikTok and probably more outlets. I actually saw it on KFI's own Tech Guide Instagram, Rich De Niro. It's about Chuck E. Cheese, our beloved entertainment haven for children, another epicenter again for entertainment beyond what Chuck E. Cheese provides, right? You see it in the audience. However, Chuck E. Cheese is ending their same animatronic display at all North American locations as users except for one, which is not far from here in Northridge on Reseda. The Reseda location will actually maintain a vintage, quote-unquote, Chuck E. Cheese aesthetic, including the animatronics. They're getting rid of the animatronics to go in a different direction. They're going more digital. They're revamping. They're bringing in some new attractions. However, what's going viral is not that per se, although people are, definitely sharing anecdotes and memories online about the animatronics. But what's going viral is the fact that the new movie, Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a play on animatronics, it deals with evil animatronics, that this movie could very well be the catalyst for the demise of Chuck E. Cheese's animatronics because they're so similar.
I actually thought when I first saw the trailer for Freddy's, I thought it was a Chuck E. Cheese, like a Halloween Chuck E. Cheese commercial because that's all around Halloween.
It looks like the dark version of Chuck E. Cheese, and by all intents and purposes, it is. It definitely deals with, kind of the horror element, like you said, of what animatronics that is entertainment, a child's entertainment place, could do after dark. There are teenagers, mainly teenagers, some adults, who are going on TikTok and sharing photos of themselves. This is what's also going viral. Photos of themselves, essentially plastering Chuck E. Cheese's, existing Chuck E. Cheese's, with photos of Five Nights at Freddy's characters, memorabilia, signage. They're trying to infiltrate Chuck E. Cheese, and what they say is an effort to piss off the people at Chuck E. Cheese. There is a definite feud between Five Nights at Freddy's, a book and now movie franchise, and Chuck E. Cheese, which has been around since the 70s.
And it feels like it's still stuck in the 70s.
It's so interesting because I did some research. I didn't know that Chuck E. Cheese started in 1977, which makes sense because, like you said, a lot of it is very antiquated. It is the seats are extremely uncomfortable. The animatronics are very crude and simplistic, but I think that's also what draws people in, and it's dependable. And now that's going to change. You're not going to have that anymore. You'll have to go to the Reseda or the Northridge location right there on Reseda to see what they deem as being vintage Chuck E. Cheese. And I'm like, it's not vintage for me. It was just, 30 years ago, and I guess 30 years ago is now vintage.
Yeah, you're at that time of life where, yes, let's just say it that way, yes. I remember when they did this Bob Nick one where they took down the big boy at all the locations, with the exception of the one like in Burbank. I don't know if that feature's still there anymore.
Right, there's one in Torrance, I think, and they took down Bob from there. There's one further. Exactly. And when you or other people talk about kind of, beneath 40, south of 40, not understanding something that we discussed, I think of myself as being below 40, and I am 40. I'll be 41 soon. and to know that, like, you're now relatively young. I know. Depending on who's in the room. Exactly. Depending on who's in the room. Tiana, I am interested. You know? Not even. Look, when I was your age, born in 1997, celebrity was 20. Okay, when I was 25, anyone in their 30s was
There you go.
hella old. At 40 was depressed. 40 was one foot in the grave. And I'm 40. And I'm, I definitely don't. I'm not 40. Mark's not 40. Stephanie, I think she's 32. Or the number I get. So on average, I'm kind of in the middle. So that works for me. All right. Last choice. This also deals now with your age group and a little bit younger. There are people who went to college during COVID. Not all of it. So if we're talking about high school graduates, many of them who came out during the COVID and graduated during the COVID season, graduated with what is considered to be a lackluster communication skill. There's a consultant who's going viral on TikTok for promoting something called corporate flirting. And it's not flirting for like romantic interest. It's literally just following up an email. That's one, with a courtesy to say thank you for interviewing me. It's all basic social skills and social skills. And another aspect of it is getting to know your coworkers through shared interests and showing familiarity with what they talk about. I have coined the term corporate flirting, and it has gone viral on TikTok like crazy.
There's a whole generation of emotionally stunted, socially awkward individuals who don't know how to have a conversation with people.
Yes. And they have influence, and they're able to revise a lot of what we know as being kind of a mainstay, and to give it cute little terms and phrases so that it can be packaged and consumed by the masses. Very interesting. So, Mom, I get to come back on Sunday.
Yes, to be back in the chair hosting here at KFI 640 Sunday from 2 to 4 p.m. right after Joel Laws being heard earlier in the evening. Let me just say, first and foremost, congratulations. Welcome to the KFI on-air family.
Yeah.
You're part of my radio tree, as I say.
I'm part of your radio tree. I'm very happy and just grateful again to be part of your radio station.
Well, I expect to hear more of you in the chair, as they say, doing more of what you were doing so fabulously on Sunday. And let me just ask you this. Since you're now officially part of the KFI family, are you going to possibly come out to Pasta-thon on the 28th?
I'm not possibly. I am definitely going to be there at Pasta-thon with the Later with Mo Kelly crew on November 28th. And I hope you all come out as well.
Just to talk about the 13th annual KFI Pasta-thon is here. Chef Bruno's Charity Catering Club provides more than 25,000 meals every week to kids in need in Southern California. Your generosity is what makes it happen. But there's 3 ways that you can help. Number 1, you can donate at PastaThon.com. Number 2, you can shop at the Spartan Final Store and donate at checkout. Or number 3, go to any Wendy's restaurant in Southern California and donate. This Saturday, 2 to 5 p.m., come to the Fourth Report with Dia Sylvester live at Spartan Final in Orange, 1401 East Capella Avenue. In fact, I'll be dropping by as well, hanging out and showing my support for not only meal or supporters, but also as you're getting closer and closer to Pasta-thon. And as Tiffany said, we'll be broadcasting live all day from the Anaheim White House on that Giving Tuesday of November 28th. So come on out and see us live and in person all day long from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's Wake Up Call through Later with Mo Kelly. And here's something else which is very important. I know sometimes you might be concerned, well, how much of my donation is actually going to the cause? Is it going to administrative costs? Is it going to the people who are on air? Is it going to Spartan Final? No. 100% of your donation goes to Catering Club. Pasta.com. All the information. It's Later with Mo Kelly. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. None of us want it. KFI Twitch Star and Media. State Fire Marshal says arson investigators from CAL FIRE are working with local police and fire agencies to track down surveillance video and witness testimony to help find the people responsible responsible for starting a massive fire in a freeway downtown LA. We continue to gather good evidence. We are still urging the public to provide us freely any tips that may help us determine exactly who. Daniel Berlant says they determined early Sunday the fire was intentionally started. Berlant says California is ultimately responsible for enforcing safety laws for all state property. Data shows first responders.
And I thought this would act as human shields, and the email address is something like vermin, tunnel vermin at Death Cult. And the fact that people can look at those words and still not know whether it's a joke or not is, it's just like beyond how have we gotten to this place that people don't realize that is a joke.
You've got TikTokers believing Bin Laden now, so like I don't know what to believe anymore.
Yeah, I want to get Daniel Matan come up and speak. I want to start some controversy. Yalla, come.
Ooh, drama.
Yes.
Can you get Syrian girl to pop in here so we can yell at her?
No, I don't want her in here.
I haven't seen her in 2 days.
No, I saw her yesterday. God.
Did Mario not do a space today?
Guys, I have an inside joke. I say I'd rather replay the Nasrallah speech than listen to the Syrian girl.
What, his surrender speech?
Yes.
All right, I see we have a hand up. Go ahead, Vizair. I think Adam is waiting as well. Wasn't he waiting? Yeah, Adam can wait a little longer. Go ahead, Vizair.
I can't see half the people in the space. So what name did you say, Sean?
Adam. Our good.
No, before that. Not the Filipino. Before that. You said somewhere else.
You know what? He's not fucking.
You said no before that. You said some name.
Earlier records they cleared out of the 2 left lanes that just before the 10 traffic hazards over there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Pedro Moreno.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to threaten you with a call. I'm not here to do that. Tax relief advocates is different. KRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are.
So you're saying that I hate Israel? Is that your contention?
Yes, Caleb. Okay, Judah, hold on. Well, obviously you do it. You hate everyone.
I like Ukraine. I defend them a lot. And if you just search for my Ukraine history, you might agree with my arguments.
I have very little interest in Ukraine.
Yeah, I have very little interest in your browsing history. That's between you and your internet service provider.
Well, no,
hold on. Okay, Ootsley. I'd like you to meet my friend Nick Ootsley. Yalla, come up for a minute. You'll love Ootsley.
Ootsley's not up here.
Let's go.
Zev, did you watch the game?
What game?
The football game.
No, I hate football.
The soccer.
I hate soccer.
Oh, you do?
Disavow.
We call it soccer.
Disavow.
That's like disavow. We have disavow here. The great sport. Men fighting men, clashing in a battle.
Ootsley. Boker tov, אחי. נו.
To learn more about COVID medicine, brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals, and they're looking to sell their top dollars? Bill DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That's so absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Phil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now,
Midi, Just a quick FYI, I need to leave the space right now. I've been called. I've been summoned by my woman. But check the jumbotron. It's all right there in black and white.
Okay, have a good night.
If you come back, we're gonna have a problem.
Land White's okay. Ootsley, we can't hear you.
I love how your ears call them Ootsley Goodsley.
Ootsley Goodsley. That's Ootsley.
No, but she calls him Ootsley Goodsley.
That's what it says in Hebrew. Ootsley Goodsley.
Oh, okay. I thought you gave him a nickname.
Who's she?
Iris.
Oh, Iris. Yeah. I like Iris.
She's so nice. Yeah.
Yeah, Benjamin, I'm when I saw her post about this sweet girl from Delhi, Natalie, I sent her a message. I said, how can we make her smile this week? So she's...
So many great things are going on here at KFI this month and next month. We spoke about Octagon, which is going to be on November 28th. But prior to that, on November 25th, is Small Business Saturday. And that is going to be featured on Soul Found Saturday with Koala Shop. When I was hosting the Motel Show for Saturdays and Sundays here on KFI prior to this year, we would Small Business Saturday annually, special Tuesday developed in the sense because it was just about small businesses, the economic engine of Southern California. And we would basically give free commercials to all of the small businesses who wanted to sign up here in Southern California. We have deals, and we put it on the KFI40.com website, and we stay up throughout the holidays, and you could get deals thanks to listeners and small businesses, and it's just a good way to give back to the business community. And we weren't sure how we were going to continue it through that year through the weekday lineup. And Paul said, no, I'll do it. I'll make sure that it lives on. And so he's going to continue the tradition. Go to KFI40.com and put Small Business Saturday in the search feed. You will be able to find the sign up, and it's real simple. It's a little form that takes you more than 3 minutes to sign up. Put your name of your business, a special deal. In other words, if you want to say, hey, if you come in our business today.
Shooting in the middle of something, please. It throws my thought process off. Go ahead. What's your question?
Maybe Ryan, can we just have it more like conversational? Because
Sure, go ahead. I'm not combative at all. Look, I told you when I got here. I'm very. Just don't interrupt me, and I'll respect you. And I won't interrupt you.
All right, let's just try to have it back and forth. As far as like how we fight at this point and rules of war, okay, Israel is under the microscope, okay? Everything's being recorded. They have to follow the rules of armed conflict, okay? It's, I mean, if anybody is suggesting otherwise, I think that it's a smokescreen and, quite frankly, a lie. Even the white phosphorus has been debunked. Go look it up.
So respectfully, white phosphorus has been called out. It's been used on Lebanon. It's been used in Palestine. In Gaza, I call it Palestine. Sorry, I hope that doesn't offend you. But it has been used, and multiple sources have called it out. And we've seen videos of it, like you said, under the microscope. We've seen videos of white phosphorus being used. So I'm sorry, my friend, but white phosphorus is being used, unfortunately, and it is a war crime. And as much as you want to try to justify it, you cannot justify dropping chemical bombs on innocent civilians under the guise of Hamas, when Hamas, as you guys have proclaimed, have miles and miles and miles of tunnels.
Saturday, you'll find the sign up form and 12 Sharp and Soul Cow Saturday program on Father's Day, 25th, your business, your ad, your promotion, and promotion. I don't think that you can do it better than that. Highly recommended. You've been doing it for years, and we're going to keep on doing it just to make sure that you all have carried support and I will help you in any way possible. Some people have been hitting me as I change gears, have been hitting me on X/Twitter at Mr. Motellican, RMOKELLY, and I see that you thoroughly enjoyed. We were talking about all things Tears for Fears, and Stephen Lee, we had a nice time playing that music as a part of the Selfie Festival, which is coming to Huntington Beach this Saturday. And we were also talking in the next segment after that about how Mariah Carey was going to perform All I Want for Christmas for the first time for an award show. And I was musing out loud. I didn't quite know how and why that song became such a phenomenon. It was released in 1994. The song is about 30 years old. And I have to remind myself that it is that old. And it was a slow voice. It did not happen overnight. It did not happen immediately. Like I said before, thousands of results was a hit. That particular song was not so many years later. And some people had reminded me on X/Twitter that, oh, I think it was Coldplay that was listening right now. He was saying that don't forget that it was probably featured in the movie Love Actually. But again, that was, like 10 years later. So, and I remember Captain Joanna sings All I Want for Christmas. But that was...
There was an actual across the board about all the other channels. I think I heard that. But getting back to what you were saying, you want to support people.
Oh, what's that? That lady gone?
Listen, it's not your time to talk. You mean, do you want to respond?
Yeah, so I'll find an analyst that debunks the white phosphorus. It's not even worth talking about, to be honest.
They've actually admitted using it, but you know what they say? They use it to light up the skies. They haven't actually denied using it. The other justification is
light bombs. They call it.
But the song was almost like 2 years old at that point. So it was a slow boil, particularly. And it reminds me that people find music at different points. For me, I was working in the music business. I was working in 94.
Yeah, so you're near that. Well, obviously you can. No, I don't want to deport pro-Palestine people, but those people are pro-Hamas. Tried to break into the DNC. They wanted to, it's an insurrection. They wanted to kill everyone, deport them all.
No, I mean, I think we should definitely do.
Songs will take on a life of their own for reasons having nothing to do with how they were released or why they were released. But again, because we're too deep into the Christmas music, my favorite for Mariah Carey off that album was Good to the World.
Why did you come here if you weren't so fucking much? Why would you come here as a refugee? I'm sorry. Go back to shithole or wherever you came from. I don't feel bad about saying that.
It always boggles the mind, right? Like, you leave a country, you take up refuge in America, and then you hate America, and then you fly the flags. Literally, it's not even Palestinian flags they're flying; it's Hamas flags. ISIS flags in front of the White House. It's unbelievable.
Anti-Semitic, so then a special flag for them.
Is that? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah! They better not be fucking Randy.
Sure, it's gonna
No,
be.
it's me. Oh, yeah.
I don't have to do surgery.
I feel like shit, but
At least give me the good shit, man.
they did hear, like, I kept asking for Dilaudid after they gave me that and fentanyl. I was like, oh my god. But they didn't prescribe me anything, so I'm using, like, hydrocodone from my last surgery because I'm really not feeling good. But Josh has to help me every time I have to pee. Like, to
develop the romance with your lover.
Oh, you have. I've heard that.
We FaceTimed. It's funny. Yeah, we did. He's heavier set than I thought he would. No, I'm kidding. He's young though for you, like really.
Ben, he is 1 year younger than me.
No, I know. He's a little bit too young for you.
Mature? Yeah, we know.
Your last gentleman taller, the Lebanese guy that was 60, remember?
Ben thinks that my last birthday was 60 and Lebanese. No. Caller, what the hell? Did Josh prove to you that I don't have wallpaper in my house?
Yes, he did.
Oh my god.
No, because she's like, I'm out. She's.
Not only from radio airplay because you get royalties for that. You get obviously the mechanical royalties if the song is used in a movie or a commercial, and you hear it every single year. There's no, it's almost inestimable how much money makes off that song from year to year. And that's part of the reason, this is what actually the fun makes. It's part of the reason why all artists, I should say back in the day, music artists, the goal was to do a Christmas album. Every one of your favorite singers at some point in their career would do a retro night. But they would do a Christmas album. I don't care if it was Sir Dickens, Michael Jackson, whoever. They would do a Christmas album because they know that the songs would be purchased going to radio airplay every single year.
So I just looked it up. Every Christmas, on average, Mariah Carey earns about $3 million just for the holidays.
Just that one song.
Just the one song for the holiday season is $3 million.
That was the ending of steps to go to school. You don't have to sing it. You know, they're just going to do it. They're not promoting it. She's not out on tour saying, hey, I got a new Christmas song. No, this is playing.
Definition of actual income.
It's later, we'll definitely get going when we come back. KFI News is go to the library with the iPod radio app, not on my phone, and KFI comes on. About say a 60-year-old registered sex offender suspected of distributing taking upstairs videos of a woman as she was shopping with 2 children in a Halloween supply store in Tustin has been arrested. Authorities say a Las Vegas high school student was killed when 10 students between the ages of 13 and 17 beat him in an alleyway around the corner from campus in a prearranged fight over a pair of headphones and a face cam. 8 of the 10 teenagers have been arrested. And Pedro Pascal from The Mandalorian and The Last of Us is reportedly in bonds to play Mr. Fantastic, a.k.a. Reed Richards, in Marvel's Fantastic Four movie. This crash of the 110 on the park. Heading southbound just before York Boulevard. All lanes blocked right now. TC tries to move us out of the way so traffic starts to jam out that Bridewell. And Kino 101 northbound just before Haskell School got a crash there that has the 3 right lanes shut down, so it's a heavy ride. Then you got the Van Nuys Boulevard. And on the 14 northbound in Palmdale, you're going to see a work cell from Palmdale Boulevard to Avenue M. The left lane shut down, scheduled to be reopened for you at 6 a.m. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Pedro Moreno.
This report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross. Anthem Blue Cross and Homicide are helping schools across the country learn about healthier food preparation. Here in LA, they're joined by the Fuller, and they provide education, recipes, and knowledge to students and families about healthier options. Learn more at anthem.com/ca/butter. Anthem Blue Cross is the training of Blue Cross of California. On the news, this one podcast on the
of Gaza, the coast of Gaza. You're selling oil rights off the coast of Gaza. You claim that territory. That territory is considered by Israel.
We claim many territories. In fact, we left Gaza in 2000.
Listen, you know something? Arabs, you know what?
Legally, you still claim oil rights off the coast of it.
Show me an example of that.
It's being negotiated right now. It's being
Not
reported.
being negotiated. What we're talking about is disputed maritime territory between.
When is Israel going to give notice to the UN that they no longer claim control over?
You know, Zev, what Arabs love most? What Arabs love most is to kill other Arabs. And when Gaza, the place that is where the people,
of racism. I disavow all forms of
Gaza, the place that geographically Gaza resident, where it's placed. Okay, Jews protect them from all sides, so no other Arab will kill them. If Arab was in Syria, there were not one Palestinian. They will kill everybody over there. The reason there's the Palestinians in Gaza because Jew soldiers protect them.
No, brother.
I can't hear. But anyway, yeah, I just want to say, while I guess they don't really have great signal in Syria, I guess. But whatever. I mean, it's
he's in Louisville. He's not in Syria. He is American. He's one of those Americans in America.
Because they want a confrontation.
No, he's ridiculous. He's one of these people that hates America. He knows out there, death to everyone, blah, 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 burn everything down. That's who he is. You can tell, right? It's ridiculous, but he supports Ukraine.
The only place in the world that Arabs are protected is when they live near Jews.
You know, I'm going to say something very anti-Semitic here, okay? You know what? The Jews are really fucking bad. They're terrible, awful, absolutely across the board terrible at genociding people, okay? They're terrible. I'm sorry. They're not very good at it.
Listen,
the population of the Gaza Strip is booming. I don't know what you guys can't figure out with this.
No, I know. Listen, in 5 minutes, he's so disrespectful. Go ahead, let's sleep.
Yeah, but the problem with Jews, that Jews don't know how to fight Nazis. This is the problem. Even the Holocaust, who saved us is America and Russian people. We don't know how to. We are too merciful. It's a problem.
Go ahead, King Beta.
Genocide. I have to say one thing, genocide. Look, if we wanted to do genocide in 5 minutes, let's be honest here. In 5 minutes, the whole Palestinian conflict is over if we want to do genocide. In 5 minutes, there's no more Syrian problem. In 5 minutes, there's no more problem with Hezbollah. In 5 minutes...
Industry standard, but the My Diamond standard covers the whole thing. If the hot water heater leaks 5 years and 11 months down the road, we'll install a new one for free, including labor. It's crazy talk. It may be crazy, but it's true. This is My Diamond, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good, or your house call is free. Have a deal with plumber. Diagnose your hot water heater for free. Call 1-800-426-5 or check out how water heater saved at MyDiamond.com. Contact the license number at 399-170.
Your official holiday music station, House 103.5. It's playing Christmas music now. Listen anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app.
Damn on and support.
More stimulating talk.
George Thursday right now. Let's get ready for his show. George, hey, Jim tonight, sir. Hey, Paul, I want to remind everybody I'll be live on Thanksgiving night. So make sure they tune in. Now,
The Russian attacked the Nazis and they attacked them with the incubators. Okay, you don't give incubators to the enemy.
No, Oates, I agree with you. It's but they're trying to debunk every scene in this video.
The MRI hasn't been functional in 5 weeks. That's number one. Number two, operational security about blurring everything out. Do I agree with them publishing it? Not necessarily. Again, I'm an intelligence guy. I don't really think that they should be publishing necessarily everything. But I can understand the impetus to have, this is the IDF spokesperson's unit, come in and because there is a massive pressure to prove. We're always proving. With that, I agree with Ootsley to some degree.
In 5 weeks, I will. In 5 weeks, I will take all the stuff from underneath the hospital. I put there like beds of sick people. I will say, listen, there's no command center over there. You need to attack fast. You don't attack after 5 weeks.
When are they going to flood the tunnels?
I don't think they're going to flood them, Sean.
Has it actually already been? So I say the doctors also use the MRI machine over a month.
I heard from an agricultural issue they can't flood it. They would destroy the entire region.
Why do they need the MRI machine? They come to Israel when they're sick.
It's funny. They complain. They say there's no electricity. So they have no. How can the MRI be operational? And then they say it's operational. So every day it changes.
Hey man, I invited 20 pro-Hamas people into the space.
Good. Oh, that'll be a great time.
One person responded and said they'll be here at 5.
We'll be here.
Featured in Web 2 that I saw this evening.
I was doing anything phone. I was poor password as a kid. Humble songs. Easier song.
I believe everyone who turns into Mario is
All right. Well, you can.
I don't even know what you're saying. They're up and over. I disagree with you. Look, they've already put their foot in. They know what side they're on. We have to be honest right now. Clearly, you're not going to be able to. Hang on, I'm reading something that somebody sent to me. Look, I've tried for weeks and weeks and weeks to be polite, to be courteous, to be factual, right? To use my voice when engaging with people. They're not interested in my courtroom voice. They're not, right? They're not interested in facts. They're not interested in.
They're interested only in say it's okay to kill someone. They say something. Listen, something happened in the past. Some you broke my hose or you throw a rock on me, and this has give my neighbor a reason to kill another neighbor. It's crazy.
And I agree with you on the speakers. I'm talking about the listeners. Like there are many, many listeners who are not engaging with this, know it's a big topic, and tuning in, not Suleiman's space, etc., but tuning into Mario's space to listen to the arguments. And I had lots of DM discussions. I held a space with like these 10, Gen Z people, and they're like, they're looking for the feroz of the Israeli side.
That's me. Have I been anything but the feroz of the Israeli side in Mario's spaces?
Yeah, except for comments. Like, that's why I'm pushing back on certain comments.
The Nazis killed a lot of people from the United States. Okay, you don't see a bunch of people from the United States go to Germany and rape someone and burn his house. It's not nobody does that. Only them. And you can't say, listen, you killed my grandfather, so my neighbor can kill someone randomly in Germany.
I agree with you, but up and over, I hear what you're saying, right? But at a certain point, we have to be honest, right? So these claims of genocide, we can walk through the claims and what is factually required to prove genocide, and we can disprove them all in a calm, collective voice, and they still don't accept it, right? They don't. I don't think that there's as many undecided voters as you would say.
You can't make somebody when you speak with the Nazi, you can't say that.
Israeli embassy in Tokyo. Let's say a man in his 50s who became a member of a right-wing group was arrested at the scene. It's not clear what the motive was or whether the embassy was targeted. Tokyo Fire Department says one person was hurt and a police officer also suffered minor heating injury. Southland Willis and KFI, more rain and possible thunderstorms tonight. Lows in the mid-50s. There's a 50% chance of rain tomorrow, and we'll have rain or a chance of it all the way through Saturday. Highs in the lower 70s tomorrow, most places 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 59 in Brea, 58 in San Clemente, 58 in Koreatown, 55 in Glory Hills, and there's a crash on the 101 in Encino. That's northbound before Casco Avenue. That crash is blocking the three right-hand lanes there. Traffic blocked from Van Nuys Boulevard. There's oil also in the roadway, so pump the brakes as you approach that one. In Highland Park on the 110 southbound before York Boulevard, there's a crash blocking the three right lanes. Traffic blocked up from Bridewell Street. Headed downtown LA on the 110 southbound.
You're living in a different information space. I see my children's education. I see
My theory is this. I think the theory is, look, the colleges and the campuses in which you're seeing these protests happen, they're liberal, right? Of course. Look, with higher education, the higher you move up the intellectual chain, generally speaking, the more liberal you become. I understand that. Most of these people, I'm sorry, they're not. Why are they not protesting currently Russia's invasion? Why aren't they protesting the 1-point-some million Muslims Pakistan is deporting right over the border to Afghanistan? No, they hate Israel. They've hated Israel for 100 years, for 75 years. They're going to hate Israel for the next 75 years. And that's it. And I'm not interested, to be perfectly frank.
Let's go back in time, okay? When the Nazis fought Russia, you saw debate groups from Russian and Nazis debate who's right, who's wrong. No, you fight, you kill the Nazis and finish it.
Yes, I agree with you in Israel.
And I'm trying to understand exactly why I live on top of that. I see my 12 and 14-year-old daughters and what they're learning in high school. It's completely different from what I was taught. And pendulum swings both ways. It went from a glorified history of the United States, now it's an attack on everything that Western civilization.
They say, listen, like this debate, who's the human or
I love microelectronics. I love their pillows, their shape, the surface, and I'm excited they created the best, most luxurious, and absorbent towels ever. So don't throw in the towel. Say goodbye to tiny, non-absorbent, not so soft towels, and get the KFI special of 6 towels for just $39.99. They normally go for $79.98. This set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. Just call 800-683-1804 or go to mypillow.com and use the code KFI to get this special offer. Big savings here. Call 800-683-1804 or go to mypillow.com and use the code KFI. You don't like them, don't worry. You can always return them with MyPillow's 60-day money-back guarantee and 10-year warranty. They're towels that work. Call 800-683-1804. Go to mypillow.com. Code KFI. Call 800-683-1804 or go to mypillow.com. And don't forget the code KFI. Do you have a counselor children and youth struggling with mental health challenges? A career as a certified wellness coach provides rewarding opportunities that will continue to grow. It's time to spread the wellness. Both of them California Department of Healthcare offers information. That's why we spray tan. Let's see all the way back to Dancing with the Stars season 1 and up through today with all the dance workouts. Questioning with Katie Couric. Katie brings the thoughtful, inquisitive, relatable style to a slew of new and intimate conversations with some of the most fascinating and innovative people in news, politics, and pop culture. The Illuminator podcast with Saida here, featuring musicians that Saida and friends with discussing their interesting and unusual hobbies. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. My dad had a caretaker for a while, and the guy knew a lot about the racetrack. And they said, well, we got 3 more people coming over today to interview. And he goes, I'm not meeting any of them. That guy knows about the racetrack. He knows how to lay it back down. He's a tractor. That's why there's some Conway Jr. show. Then we cancel the rest of them. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more. Gateway to the West. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, making your dreams come true. Here's what's happening. Israeli troops found a command center and weapons and combat gear belonging to Palestinian Hamas militants in Gaza's biggest hospital. Israel's military set in a campaign that stoked global alarm over the fate of the civilians inside. Meanwhile, the horror suffered by civilians in Gaza has intensified each day, and the carnage must stop, according to the United Nations humanitarian chief, saying this after Israeli forces raided that hospital. Howard Bloom has looked into this story for us. Howard, lots of misinformation out there.
One time we were in the drive-thru, allegedly with my mom, and Greg Rajachowski, Kalabu, Khalid, and I were in the car, and the girl was cute, and she's giving us whatever, and Greg Rajachowski goes, "You stupid whore," like that, and we start cracking up laughing, and my mom was really embarrassed. But yeah, she's like apologized on our behalf. Greg Rajachowski goes, "You stupid whore." The girl was really cute. She did not deserve that.
Hamas found technological assets along with military and combat equipment used by Hamas. The IDF
Oh, you done with that lady?
that in another department of
Probably.
the soldiers located an operational command center and technological assets belonging to Hamas. But the real prize Israel is looking for appears to be the entrance to the massive tunnel system below the hospital. And Israel Defense Forces spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari implies that finding the tunnel will take time. Meanwhile, Hamas has reportedly moved its command center and its staff to South Gaza, where hundreds of thousands of the Gaza people have taken refuge, which means that Hamas has already turned the people of Gaza City into armor made of meat, into parachutes of human lives, and into human shields. That Hamas strategy has killed a reported 10,000 Palestinians and has leveled half the Gaza city. Now, Hamas is doing this to the Gaza refugees who have had expelled for safety. But it's not just Israel who is responsible for Gaza City's destruction. It is Hamas. But Israel has itself more deadly than rockets and grenades. Its interest in Gaza has been supported by the United Nations, and the United Nations has allowed the Gazans to educate their kids to hate Jews and to look forward to two genocides. First, a genocide of the Jewish citizens of Israel, then a genocide of the rest of the Jews in the world. If you Google, you can easily find pictures of Palestinian 3-year-olds dressed up as suicide bombers, and pictures of Palestinian 12-year-olds trained as child soldiers wearing ammunition vests, carrying assault rifles, and eager to kill. In the current attempt to clear Gaza of Hamas, Israeli soldiers found a copy in a child's bedroom of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf translated into Arabic. With handwritten notes, including the note that, quote, it starts with words, it ends with Jewish blood in the streets. So novel children have been raised since childhood to believe that exterminating Jews and Israelis is heroic, and that education is paid for by the United Nations. Unfortunately, this education in hate is not limited to Israel. While we share that,
This is
Palestinian grandfather was good friends with a man called the Führer, the Hitler of the Muslim world, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, claims this is also true about the education of Muslim children in religious schools in the United States. All this education, folks, the collective insights of millions of children in schools, in the social arena, in clubs, in the mosque, on the Temple Mount, in the streets, and in the graffiti. When I was 6 years old, he says, I go to school. We sing, Arabs are revolts and Jews are dogs. As you can see, he says, it's not just in the Palestinian area, it's in Jordan, it's in Lebanon, it's in Cairo, it's in Syria, it's all over. The Westerners marching in the streets for a ceasefire, or the 150 people demonstrating violently outside the Democratic Party headquarters tonight, 2 hours ago, are now demonstrating for peace. They are demonstrating for genocide. Well said, inflation slowdown extended to October, likely ending the Federal Reserve's historic interest rate increases and sparking big rallies on Wall Street. Meanwhile, the U.S. Postal Service lost $6.5 billion in its just completed fiscal year, delivering a blow to the service's hopes of financial turnaround. The Postal Service projected it was going to break even this fiscal year. Instead, they lost $6.5 billion. The second with investment analyst Michael Risk headline. This will save you a lot of risk. That's quite an interesting story, George. The Postmaster General, Louis DeJoy, blamed the loss
Look at this one.
inflation and rising
Yes.
costs. Now, they had projected that they were going to have a profit this year, but that was really more wishful thinking than anything. But because a lot of that projection was based on a one-time accounting gimmick that didn't happen, so that was
Fuck is no.
a loss there. They should have expected it. But the interesting part of the story is
What the fuck is no?
Post Office almost lost about $900 million, almost $1 billion, because they're delivering less junk mail to people. It seems that the cost of ink and paper has risen so much that the people sending the junk mail are doing less of it
Yo, pimp. It's this product's baby. Look at this. Check it out. I'm not sure what's going on outside my room, but it was loud earlier. It kind of sounds like a I don't know. It sounds like missiles and I'm in a bomb shelter. I don't know. I'm tired. Did you make any progress today? Yeah, Linda probably hates me, and a bunch of people find out about me, but not that great. It's like whatever people. I'm mad at me. I think I'm a serial killer. Are you? No. This is a serial killer. Hello. Are you done? Anyway. Are you done? Okay, I'll just have to do the same thing. I'm a what sort of drug? Drugs? Oh my god, you're gonna actually stand up. I'll first stand. Thank you for checking out what's outside my door. Just see the exact thing. I see it.
And welcome back to Coast George Morning with you. Garrett Braff with us after 6 years. Hiatus has spent nearly 2 decades covering issues of technology, national security, and major issues. The former editor of Politico, contributed to Wired and CNN. He's written for publications from Esquire to Rolling Stone to the New York Times. Now serves as the director of the cyber initiative at the Aspen Institute. He's the author of multiple books, including The Threat Matrix, Reagan Roth, The Only Plane in the Sky, and Watergate, A New History, which was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize in History. His latest work is called UFO, the inside story of the U.S. government search for alien life here and out there. Garrett, welcome back. It's such a pleasure to be with you today. And I have to compliment you. Your book on UFO, the inside story of the U.S. government search for alien life here and out there, is one of the most comprehensive, detailed books I've ever seen on the subject. Unbelievable. Thank you. That means a great deal for me coming from you because I know that you have seen quite a lot of social justice over the years. How did you get involved in this topic? So, as you said, I come at this, not as a professional urologist at all. I come at this as a national security writer. And I got interested in this subject because since 2017, what I have seen in Washington, in the world that I cover day to day, are serious people talking seriously about this subject. And that made me sit up and pay attention. And there was an interview in December 2020. I'm sure you know the one that I'm talking about, where John Brennan, who just stepped down, he's the better part of a decade of serving as the CIA director, the White House Homeland Security advisor. He gave an interview to Washington journalist and economist Tyler Challenge, and he said a pretty startling sentence. He said, some of the phenomenon that we're going to be seeing continues to be unexplained and might, in fact, be some type of phenomenon that is the result of something that we don't yet understand, and that could involve some type of activity that might, some say, constitute a different form of life. Now, the syntax there is pretty complicated, it's pretty tortured, but what I heard John Brennan say was, there's stuff out there that I'm puzzled by, and we don't know what it is. And I heard that interview, and I said, there can't be that many things in John Brennan's life that he's puzzled by. He's just wrapped up 40 years of U.S. intelligence at the top of these very powerful jobs. When he woke up in the morning and had a question, there were tens of thousands of intelligence officers, analysts, sensor networks, pre-built intelligence, interception systems, and satellites and all sorts of different things that would be tasked with answering his questions. And so if there's something out there that puzzles John Brennan, that's probably worth diving into. Absolutely. And Sean Fitzpatrick, who headed up the government's investigation and UFOs, is recently retired, and he has said they're either extraterrestrial or some foreign government. Now, we know some foreign government doesn't have these objects, so they would have used them on us already. Well, I think part of what is difficult to untangle in all of this is that we know that some chunk of what I can colloquially call UFOs, but the government calls the unidentified anomalous phenomenon. We know that some chunk of it is advanced adversarial technology, Chinese drones, Russian drones, Iranian drones. Because actually one of the few things that the Pentagon has said over the last couple of years, as it has been reinvigorated its study around UFOs and UAPs, is that it actually did discover a heretofore unknown Chinese transmedium drone. It's a Chinese drone that came out of the water and transitioned to flight. So we know that sometimes that is actually adversary technology. But it's also pretty clear to me from the 2 years that I've been working on this book, all of the history that I've read, the witness encounters, the declassified documents, that not all of this is adversarial technology, that there is more to this phenomenon than any one single answer, and that the government really sort of legitimately is puzzled about the major chunk of what this all actually turned out to be. In your 2 years research and work for this book, was there any one single issue that surprised you, that you are now a believer in? Well, what I try to do with this book is bring together sort of two threads that I think journalists and story that goes back into the 1990s, and he didn't know that a single solar system out of our had any other star in the universe had. We now first know that not only is the effectively how every star has
MVP,
and the James Webb Space Telescope found that 94,000 galaxies in just that one corner of Sunday. And so we now believe scientists estimate that there are 1
look at this lettuces. Yo,
that exist in that so-called Goldilocks zone that was able to take to light that was similar to what we recognize. So that's a sextile planet, a billion trillion planets. You may believe that light is rare.
Josh, look at these moves.
Light is rare, but once you get to sextillion planets,
Josh, there's a lettuces on Yoshi.
how many stories did you select for your book? There's a lot in there. There is. And what I really tried to keep my focus on was the incident and encounter that shaped and changed U.S. government policy and the approach to government and the military.
It helps the other side because the argument should not be in this way. I told you that. If you go into this technicality and this time, what happened here and what happened there, what you should be able to tell is right from wrong. And it's very easy in this conflict. Now when you go and when you say, okay, this is only the leadership, let's just get Hamas out of there, let's get these 10 leaders and we'll be fine. No, what do you think is waiting after that? What kind of people will become the leader afterwards? What do you expect? It's a mistake that has consequences. Because every time you state, you say we should wait for another leadership. Let's change the leader. Let's kill another person. That's not it. It's a nation. It takes a nation. It takes a nation. It takes a nation.
The problem is Ben is making the argument colonialists made to occupy backwards people. Let's say, look how they treat their women. Therefore, we can colonize them. Therefore, we can take their resources. Therefore, we can enslave them.
In this case, it's not. I don't think that's the argument he's making. He's making the argument that with these kind of people, you cannot have the relations, the way of life that you can have all over Europe or in America or in Oceania, wherever people have been civilized. That's the point. It's not the point what you can do to them. If you want to live in this region,
Western countries were doing the same thing to homosexuals 50 years ago.
Listen, we don't care how you treat your women. We care how you treat other women.
Whoever did it to homosexuals, we can.
Never miss a detail of a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Code email newsletter. Available for free at coasttocoastam.com. gang members have been convicted of murder following a shooting at a Halloween party in Long Beach. Officials say the men shot up a house party in 2019, killing 3 people and injuring 9 others, including a woman who was left paralyzed. They say the men were targeting a rival gang, but it was the wrong house. They face life sentences without the possibility of parole. The Senate has passed a funding bill to avert a government shutdown. The bill needed 60 votes to pass. It was 87 to 11, mostly with support from Democrats. House Speaker Mike Johnson passed a measure that extends government funding through early next year. This comes after dozens of Republicans opposed the plan due to a lack of spending cuts. It now hits President Biden to be signed into law. Southwest can find more rain and possible thunderstorms tonight with lows in the mid-50s. We have a 50% chance of rain tomorrow, and we'll have rain or the chance of it all the way through Saturday. Highs tomorrow in the lower 70s most places, 60 in the Antelope Valley. We need local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Vaughn. In downtown LA on the 70s and westbound between Alameda Street and the Pine, all lanes have been shut down due to an earlier fire that occurred under the freeway. There's no scheduled time for reopening. In South LA on the Williamson northbound of Adams Boulevard, there's a crash over on the right-hand shoulder. It's right for that the brakes to the road. And in Corona on the 91 eastbound between Green River Road and the 71 River Full freeway closure until 6 a.m. KFI The Sky helps kids to their faster. I'm Russell Ford.
This report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross. Anthem Blue Cross and County Blood are helping schools across the country learn about healthier food preparation. Here in LA, we're joined by the Senate, and we provide education, recipes, and knowledge to students and families about healthier options. Learn more at anthem.com/CA/fun. Anthem Blue Cross is the trade name of Blue Cross of California.
Here's another remarkable success story from Houston, Connecticut. Definitely from Chad, who hurt his knee at the gym one day, but just kept on hurting for months. And my high school football and wrestling days already had a little bit of damage in there, but this just set it up to the edge. Chad tried traditional treatments with no improvement. When he turned to the non-surgical regenerative treatments at QC Connect, it was really fascinating how they did the work and the science behind it. Was very intriguing and it works. And for actually the cure out of the human body, it's like I'm brand new again. It was fantastic. That's because the QC Kinetics natural biologic treatment use your body's own healing power to restore damaged tissue in your hips, shoulders, back, and knees, providing long-lasting relief. Now, back in the gym, 100%, feeling great. You're tired of suffering with pain from arthritis or injury. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-7326 in Glendale, Orange, and now also in Costa Mesa. 213-997-7326. Down selling campus at ROTHSCHILD in 2024. And if you listen here with the free iHeartRadio app, you win a guest to be on your way to see him with VIP access to one of America's iconic rockers. We'll give you to a no-camp tour stop and put you up for 2 nights with front row seats, a backstage pass to meet John, and you'll have to wear the signed artwork and a nice bag of drinks. For a chance to win this iHeartRadio once-in-a-lifetime experience, listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. You know when they left around calling you're 25? Accident quote with assault weapon for her different things. I mean, give us what's the number. School shootings since 1966 has been 18. Bill Handle. What does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. Hold your breath. Take a wish. Come to dream. Come with me. I will be.
Imagination. Imagination.
with Garrett Graff, and she talks about her short UFO, and it's an incredible story, the inside story of the U.S. government search for alien life here and out there. Have you listened to our podcast yet on the Paranormal Podcast Network? If you haven't, you're missing some great shows, and let me show you how you can get to it absolutely free. You just go to our website, click podcast at the top of the homepage, and click away at the podcast when it opens up. And the other way is to download the iHeartRadio app and look for the Paranormal Podcast Network and have some fun. Know something for you to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com is Dr. Alan Ray with 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Ray Moore.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age could be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of eating things and adaptogens together, supporting the body to be healthy.
Dr. Moore, how do I feel after taking my adaptogens in the stem?
Doing the stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will heal within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Ray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and IndyStem and your free gift relax is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com. Real people, real food. I had acute eczema. I had been to even almost 3 different dermatologists. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it. I won't go back there again.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet to get him checked out, and there was no sign at all. My dad had issues that developed into ice, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the ice. So then I'm not in charge of Carnivora and advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. That way, at least I tried. They did the procedure, they did all the tests, so their supply agent said, I don't know, when you take this product, they die. Your story here, I'm pleased to announce that Carnivora has officially launched its pet division. That's right. Both you and your pets can benefit from nature's nutritional tolerance. Try Carnivora, and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-826-8735. That's 1-866-826-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. Carnivora.com. Don't wait. Call today. Carnivora.com. Carnivora.com. We're up against another government shutdown later this month, and you know what that means. No spending and a weakened dollar. Time to diversify into gold with the help of the Coach Gold Group. And when you open a gold IRA for every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, First Gold will send you a free gold bar. Just text Coach to 989898 to receive a free info kit on gold and claim your eligibility before Black Friday to receive free gold bars on qualifying purchases. Text Coach to 989898. And welcome back to Coast, George Moore, looking back at Garrett Graff, UFO, and the inside story of the U.S. government search for alien life here and out there. And that is the case that Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who headed up Project Woodward for the government, to believe that UFOs may be coming from extraterrestrial places. This is an incredible story. Yeah, and there's kind of the thing, for the break, the challenge for me is that witnesses like Bonnie Zamora are uniquely incredible because what you had in this case was there were other witnesses who appeared very quickly, including a New Mexico State Trooper who was on the scene just minutes after his encounter. There's some physical evidence that something happened, and it seems very clear that sort of something happened and upset Ronnie more. And that he is not someone who sort of had previous encounters or any subsequent encounters. And in fact, he's not someone who was widely respected in the community, well liked in the community, went on to sort of have a normal life after his encounter. And there's sort of no reason for him to have invented the story of an encounter like the one that he had.
Okay.
So one of the things that stood out to J. Allen Hynek, that stood out to me, was reading that story and testimonials and reports years later. And, there are this category of witnesses that you see over and off the years who have encounters and have no reason to make up the story, and in fact have quite a lot of potential to lose for reporting a UFO or UAP encounter. I would put those Navy pilots today, the naval aviators today, in recent years come forward with the same type of category.
Oh, definitely.
And to me, those types of encounters, those types of stories, really all but convince me that there is something here that is real, that is worth talking about, and would, that our government should be more interested in figuring out what is actually going on. When I first heard the Lonnie Zamora case, which occurred in '64, and I heard about it years later, but when I first heard about the case there, I thought maybe what he saw was a test landing of the lunar module, because this was 5 years before we landed on the moon. Maybe he saw astronauts testing this thing, taking off, flying down, and landing, and it sounded right, but then it hit me that, nah, he saw something else. Yeah, and
You see this shit? Definitely, you see this shit? Rabbi broke up. You see this shit? Dahlia, you see this shit? Daniela, you see this shit? Danielle, you see this shit? Jacqueline, you see this shit? Yana, you see this shit? Deborah, you see this shit? Deborah, you see this shit? Deborah, Katan, you see this shit? Deborah, you see this shit? Deborah Goodall, you see this shit? Leah, you see this shit? Megan, you see this shit? Ella, you see this shit? Eliana, you see this shit? Elizabeth, you see this shit? Esther, you see this shit? Esther, you see this shit? Esther, you see this shit? Eve, you see this shit? Chava, you see this shit? Bracky, you see this shit? This rabbi eats pasta the same way he eats pussy.
As we discussed previously, some kinds of these sightings are the U.S. government's own secret plan, project, experiments, and operations. The CIA went back and tallied up that they think almost half of all sort of publicly reported UFOs in the 1950s were the nuclear spy plane, as it was being secretly developed during that decade, which was very much a UFO. It was a plane that flew at the altitude the plane did not fly at, that did not look like any known plane, flying at speeds that planes were not known And we know that there's some conflict today stumbling across similar efforts. We also know that there's a close secrecy around, as we discussed, that advanced adversarial technology that's being tested against by foreign governments. China, Russia, Iran, the other governments.
Well, it's got one pump.
Says that it detected some of this as adversarial technology. But the government is poorly about what it senses pick up, what it detects, what it doesn't detect, and it doesn't really necessarily want to let on everything that it knows about some of these UAP sightings for the purposes of not sort of sharing with China and Russia what it sees and what it doesn't. So, for those folks of secrecy that we know about, at the heart of the government cover-up, though, I think John Brennan, as I mentioned earlier in the show, when he said in December 2020 that there's stuff up there that he's puzzled by, that he doesn't know what it is, I think that was an honest comment. That I think I think that U.S. government leadership is honestly confused and unsure of what a lot of these UFOs and UAPs actually are. And one of the things that sort of bothers me as a taxpayer and a citizen writing about this subject is the lack of curiosity and serious study about what these things actually are. Unless it's going on clandestine. It could be clandestine. Yes. But I don't think that, when you see these high-level figures making comments that are
But how tall is a child?
genuinely puzzled at what John Brennan was saying, I think that there is at least some something that's put out of that, but they are still quite puzzled by it, and I think they should hear more
Yes.
about what the
Do the thing, Mikey.
do you think it's conceivable within government at the left hand that they know what the right hand is doing? Absolutely. We have all sorts of evidence across the 80 years that I really sort of spent, or the 80 years that I really kind of studied in this book, the government not knowing what the government is doing. We've rarely seen it from the ground of what we could then still call the flying saucer.
You should? I don't know. Just because they're vegetables or because they're psychedelics? I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm finding out with you. This show is brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners to this show, The Church of What's Happening Now, get a special discount of 30%.
This is the best.
I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just. I didn't take my. Listen, I was with my wife 15 years.
Never took her?
That's where I'm from. Never fucking
Never took her?
Never. I'm not in the mood. I only go down back to the company. I don't go back to the dilly dally when I go back. When I go back to New York, I fly in. I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. The next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery. I put flowers on my mom's grave. And then I do my 4 fucking shows.
Never took her?
On Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn city.
That's it.
I try to see some people in between,
Teachers.
A school teacher or two, something.
Really?
Yeah, I still talk to the school teachers, 2 of them. I was going to go to dinner with the one, but he had to take his grandkid out of the hospital. He wanted to meet me later on, but we were leaving early, so he couldn't meet him.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
So, we never really took a break from the podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. I took off Monday. We were going to do last night. But I tell you, Theo, I hate fucking doing podcasts when I'm tired. I don't want to give nobody, as Jimmy Schuber says, the short shrift. You follow me? I was just out of it last night. 5.5-hour flight with the fucking.
Oh, that's miserable, dude.
See, by myself, I'll eat a fucking pot cookie.
Right.
And I get stoned.
You
I
get
fall
the
asleep for half. When you have the family, you gotta get. I got caught smoking vapor on the fucking pen. I had one of those vapor pens. And I just filled it up. It was just brand new. I took the inhaler with me. They have an asthma inhaler now. So I took
for the pot,
for the reefer.
Yeah.
Oh, it did stabs. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York, and I sprayed it twice, a couple times on the plane, and it kept me there. And I hit it when I was in New York, and I hit it with Ari when I went over to see the tree, the fucking Saks Fifth Avenue, and all that shit. And I ran out, so I had this brand new 2 grams of oil. And I opened it up before I got the plane. I charged it up. The first 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits. Like it's just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. Then I got on the plane.
It's not a
2
bad
hours
smell.
into the flight, I looked at my daughter, and every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let her have it. So I go, let me go to the back. I'm in the bathroom with the fucking iPod on, listening to Pink Floyd.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I got the iPod on. That's how fucking crazy I am. I'm not listening. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like Shine On You Crazy Diamond and Have a Cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 3, 4 red stars.
Oh, so you had a little magic in your system.
Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. That made a big difference. I got agitated on the 2-hour mark. On the 2.5-hour mark, if you don't have something, once Mad Max is finished,
right,
you're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane. Because there you are sitting there, everybody's driving, jumping over people and shit, shooting motherfuckers. And you're sitting there next to like some fucking politician or some shit.
You want to get up.
So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin. I had a main cabin select. It's the one behind first class. So we could all sit together because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself. She'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So we're like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin select.
How tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3.
How tall is
she's just a little baby.
But how tall do you think she is?
She's up to.
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little baby.
Oh, that's
so I got up. I go to the bathroom. I close the fucking door. And I'm in there. I'm in this bed. And I see clouds. And I'm like, wow.
What color was that?
Fucking clouds of smoke. And I'm hitting this vapor. And I'm hitting this fucking sound.
With your iPod on.
With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On You Crazy Diamond. And all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going on. They're like, open up. Are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in my pocket. And I take this out and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. And I go, hold on. I can put my dick in my pants, which I really did this. And then I fucking wash my hands. And I'm like, what's the problem? And she goes, were you smoking in here? I go, no. Wow. I go, do I look like I was smoking in here? And she looked at me. She goes, does it smell like smoke? And she took they take everything in the garbage. They do everything. They look for a cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And now what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there?
I'm standing there going, I don't know what happened. I banged it. When I came in, the plane shifted. I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you people were knocking on my phone. Power of smoke. I wonder what made it go off. Just by everybody went fuck that. No, they're just playing.
Oh, really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there, they were cool. And at the end, I get my wife the keys.
Love China and their economy, right? You take China out of it, nobody in the world even fucking
What did you say?
Well, it's just astounding. So you have to again contextualize, not just America,
and I walked off the fucking plane like my own belly.
Wow.
Nobody said dick to me.
Now, did you think though somewhere in your head that whenever you got to LA there was going to be people?
Oh fuck yeah! They've been waiting for me before. I just approached.
Actually, I got plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool or is it just fucking not cool?
There was
if you get off a plane, you got to put some weed in that second. It's fucking cool. But if you get off the plane and you're cool, you know, the one time I was in Columbus, I had weed. So there's some guy said, I didn't do nothing. They leaned back. Hold on 1 second.
leather straps.
I said, fuck you. Or something. I kicked the chair. He went and called the store. So I was the bad guy.
And then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy too. You're like, oh, you want a bad guy? So saying shit in your head, you want a fucking bad guy?
Put that seat back again. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus. They got us off the plane. They got a statement from both of us and they let us go. And a year later, got on the plane, the same fucking guys.
Uh-huh.
Why are you doing it? I just sat there the whole time like a little fucking.
So in all your years of being on the plane and like having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette on the plane?
1983.
You used to be able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you could smoke.
In Russia, you can't have heard.
Really?
Because Cicero
Actually, in Russia.
But I heard that you can.
You could smoke in like certain areas. You could smoke. But I tell you what, I did see one fucking time.
That too much wealth creates decay in society. Creates decay.
Smoking on a plane.
Standards create decay.
Russia never once smoked on a plane?
No, but in 1984, February 1984,
so
I got
what you
my
have to remind yourself is that you can't go around trying to find
Jersey,
individual little
way
things
back then was Jersey. It was a soul.
nitpick and say, oh, it was this, oh, it's that. No. You have to stand back and you have to say, as a society, as wealthy,
This guy had a wooden fucking bowl. I put the weed there. We took 2 puffs. The fucking whole plane smelled like
course.
weed.
Wow.
They were pissed. Who smoking marijuana on the plane? We were searching. They do shit. I walked out there with that soldier saluting the cops and shit. Yeah, I take a chance from time to time.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. I get a soldier high. I get him doped out of his brain if I have enough dope for him.
They fucking press heavy duty charges on him. Good night, Theo. I got so fucked up in that point. I had 12 ounces of blow. I was coming from New Jersey.
No. Do people from New Jersey get busted for coke more often than other people?
I don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal. I was living in Aspen. And coke was $1,800 and $1,800 pounds. Right. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm paying $800. And they're fucking beautiful ounces. And I can cut it, still make money. I go, fuck it. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast and started bringing coke back. But this was the problem. That I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7, and it would start snowing. I still had to take a connecting flight from Denver to Aspen. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport with 12 ounces of blow peeked out of my face at the fucking bar. I remember one night I was at the bar just drinking, fucking doing lines in the bathroom. I kept putting the coke in the locker. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the coke out. And I became friends with a guy at a bar and me and him started snorting. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's stall, in the fucking bathroom.
That is dark and
That
awesome.
is fucking, yeah.
Dude, that's the dark side.
Oh my God.
That's the worst, bro. You just up with your fucking ideas, feeling your fucking pulse.
What's up, Lisa? It's been a week without an edible.
I know. I'm just glad
And
I
you're
never
back
did
from outer space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh, no, fuck you. We don't fuck around.
Oh, yeah.
Theo Von, my boy joined jiu-jitsu 3 months ago, and he did his first fucking tournament. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for 2 fucking years, and I'm still scared to go in a tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than
he
practice.
took 3rd fucking place.
No way.
Out of 3 people. So.
bro.
That's
No, bro.
You know what place I took? No fucking place. All right, I wasn't there. I was walking around the fucking Central Park with ducks, and there you are, fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have
Commendable, bro.
You could end up in 4th place, bro. You could have got disqualified.
You could have showed up.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Butt, and everyone will kill me. So I'll just go.
No, we wouldn't have killed you. I understand.
What was the match like?
I wanted to see you play out the hand.
I was never scared of it. Like I've said, I've wrestled in high school. It was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna like physically die, or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something. But that's not even the end of the world. I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were like 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me.
Were you pretty
Smoke first?
Did you smoke first?
No, God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine doing that high.
It makes me
Really? When Javier was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I checked the laugh.
It's a different world.
Is it?
Oh,
could you be high and do it?
No, I tried a couple times. I almost had heart attacks.
Damn.
Because when you start breathing heavy, your mind takes you away.
Yeah.
So, you know, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, like when I go to jiu-jitsu this morning, I was breathing heavy.
Yeah.
I was having a hard time.
Yeah,
So if I would have done an edible, the edible takes your mind away. And also your mind, the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just from listening to your mind.
Oh, damn, it's not even true.
Sometimes just here I'll start having like a little bit of a panic
palpitation.
Really?
Yeah, the edibles. Let me tell you something. Edibles aren't copacetic for everybody. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, you know what, I like smoking pot, but for me it gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
And it's not good for you. It's not good for you at all if you get that uncomfortable feeling. There's times we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edibles. And it's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high.
Do you really?
Because I don't ever smoke, so I feel fucking.
When did you start comedy?
Pretty high, man.
You've been around in LA for like 10 years, right?
Yeah. I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I know you were in LA. You were really young, like 2005. So
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? Bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat. Yeah. I miss, like, I didn't care.
Like, how much would you eat? Would you just eat the fuck out of something?
Oh,
sometimes?
yeah.
Oh,
I worked.
Nice.
I worked.
Really?
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
Oh,
just
it's
fucking
great.
put it in your mouth.
It's like, even football, like, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like, I used to watch football all day, and I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, just great. And not even worried about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking like piece of crust or something? Like you were just eating like a fucking monster.
Not normally. Like we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. and I would work nights. Yeah, we did it for like a year for like at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would like it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be getting Jack in the Box. Yeah. And like sometimes I'd just pass out.
From eating it?
Well, no, just from all these things. But then I would pass out, but like the wrappers would still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay. Because you never hear like people's like fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear when you was just fucking hiding chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got up to 315. That was the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And
Reese
in my
sticks?
Yeah, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best.
Yeah.
I can't have them. But those are the best. And then either Swedish fish or gummy bears.
Yeah.
And just have them. And I would tell myself I would have 2 of each the next day, but it would never happen. So I miss
them all, huh?
I miss that. Now I have a fudgicle. And it's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread, what you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now, you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far from New Orleans? A suburb?
About 40 miles, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters?
Yeah, our family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had, pretty much.
I've had 3 experiences in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And 1 outside of New Orleans. And all my experiences have always been around food. It's a very food culture.
People love to eat.
Foodie culture. And depending where the fuck you go, they'll hit you with some alligator.
Shrimp po' boys?
Shrimp po' boys like a motherfucker,
Oh, they'll fucking.
When I went to shoot Grudge Match, we shot that in New Orleans. But, that was low bit. They put me in a hotel where they give you all the meals are inclusive.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, I'm not fucking eating no fucking hotel. Oh my God.
The hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. It was all like a 7 course.
Yeah.
Start to finish, salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I like
you eat what you want, but you have a great metabolism. You work out a lot.
Not as much. I work out a pretty decent amount. I wish that I wish I actually ate more. And like, just like you would do, like you did, just like sometimes I just want to honestly just fucking.
It's
fill
fun.
myself with fucking food and salt and fucking
It's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So it's
really?
Yeah, man. I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, well, so your whole life's fucking feeling a little bit different on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me, man. I just thought like, man, this guy he's got kind of a unique shape. He's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then if you feel bad, that's a
I have like, well, I don't feel any different at all. But it's like, I would imagine. Well, I'm surprised you're not fat. Like beignets? Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp po' boys, I've never even had one. But I just see it and it just looks.
There used to be a place in Boulder.
Baby formula too, actually down there.
Baby formula.
You see a lot of the sisters drinking baby formula outside of the French Quarter.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever
In a
noticed
bottle?
that.
What do they do?
Huh?
In a bottle?
No, just a can, bro. They fucking just canning up. It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there canning up.
It's it's weird you're talking about it because I think that like my best eating period, you start off skinny. You work out in high school, you play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast and then there was cake. How the fuck that? And a gallon of milk. Whatever the fuck the milk is with the cereal.
Was he driving truck? That's insane.
No, he was in high school. He
Oh,
would
that's
lift weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. Then I moved to Colorado. They took away the night eating. There's no more drinking. I'm going to eat what I was used to eating. Right. It was an open steak sandwich at 2 in the morning with a filling and cream of turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Shit. Just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Fuck yeah, son. That's how I do it.
Fuck yeah. Fucked up.
So that's where I'm from, man. A place you get to bed with dirty teeth.
You got dirty teeth. You don't, I don't eat here at night. I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooked, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like 20 chicken cutlets. Well, there's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. There'll be like one leftover chicken cutlet. I'll eat a chicken cutlet, eat an apple. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. I've been lucky all week. My mom has been here for almost a week.
No
and
way.
I haven't eaten this good in 4 years.
She's making breakfast?
She hasn't made, we've been sleeping a little late. A couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like she made brisket, she made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just
I like all of that.
Stacked all my entire fridge is full now. For
I like peach cobbler.
Oh, she made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and graham cracker. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it.
Mm-hmm.
Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
Sorry. Okay. We used to we used to have this game where you would fill like two dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, and then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all. Keep it all. Well, here's the thing: it starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture is going to this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, man. You feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know. Like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8.
Like 8, 7, 8, 11, and then 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. 14. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro. So she was like fucking 14 shirtless.
Why was that?
I don't know. It's just their whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best-looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that till about 11. And then somebody's like, that's the girl, man. She just goes shirtless. And we're like,
nobody told her to put a shirt on in school or something?
Oh, I don't know about school. But she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless like that.
Who puts fucking sugar in their mouth?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar. And then y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid in my neighborhood, John Carney, not a bad kid, always great sense of humor. He had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids didn't have ADD, and they didn't have autism. You were just retarded.
Yeah.
Well, you had the cheeky eyes and
yeah, you just wasn't cutting it. You just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used to torture him.
Yeah, we called them God's favorites.
Yeah, they used to make him drink piss. Like they'd piss in a beer bottle and close it, and then put it in the last bottle. He would take it, have a beer, and he'd fucking drink it. I was never involved in this shit with Brian Carney.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know,
Yeah.
he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they pay him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird stuff.
How much shit? I mean actual shit.
No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. And then this other kid, the guy who they just fired from Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator, when he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys in there used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs and blow them up in his mouth and all that shit. Like put the eggs in the shell and smack him and blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder that my guy went to Penn State was an All-American.
Thank God I didn't go. I would have died in your town.
It was
Thank God I was too nerdy for that. I would have been one of those kids.
The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. One of the first times I went to New York to do comedy on my own, I booked a music club, the Village.
Right.
And I went there. The guy that started a fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. We were kids. You were in grammar school. He already had a legend. What he would do is he had a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape with your balls. Ooh, fucking that glue shit tape. Call it a table.
Oh,
They would give you a table. They'd lay you down and wrap you up with tape.
Yeah.
Pull the tape off you and shit like that. He was known for all that stuff, for spraying stuff on your balls. He was a big time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? They get beat up later on in life. People, and I remember that night, like it was like, I could take this fucking
Damn.
And I had already a plan. He kept coming in to try to apologize. And I kept going, you know what? I can take this guy. I can kick him in the fucking knee. You can see he got like 300 pounds.
Right.
Stop eating.
So, but you felt like, it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude. Like back in the day,
He was a bully.
Yeah, he was a bully.
Kid, you know, he was, bro, when I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school. Torturizing people. They said if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice that you hit him hard or something, he'd get his friends to give you the tape. Especially if you were Spanish or something.
Yeah.
Like that, you know?
Oh, that shit got racial, huh?
It was what it was.
Yeah.
It was what it fucking was. I mean,
We had one Mexican kid that showed up in our town. We didn't have any Spanish people. We had one Mexican kid. Let me think about what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And, actually, in science class, they had these hamsters you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to put them in a cage and everybody then we would do learning, you know? And this fucking one time, they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him. And I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in there. He fell asleep in the little pocket where you put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw him a book bag. I'm running. Next thing you know, I get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them had fucking killed this hamster that was still in this pouch and fucking punched it. So I never had it, like, sometimes I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have dreams where I feel like I had an abortion.
Or Superman. I knew something wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
Would you take the fucking hamster out of class and put in your fucking pocket for anyway?
No, because you was sitting in class. You just nothing to do. And it was nice to kind of have something more.
Where'd you go to high school?
Next to that town, a couple away from there, called Covington, Mandeville.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to LSU and University of New Orleans.
Did you graduate from LSU?
I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually. So I made it through.
When you went to LSU, they still talking about Mr. Pete.
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but in once in the 80s and in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University had their primate testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out, and they let us out of YMCA summer camp to help the police look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp.
What?
And they basically
They
took
sent kids to look for.
Let me get that pen real quick.
Not kids, dude, the tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out, and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, up a Highway 190. That's a true story, dude.
That's the name of your book.
Huh?
I surrounded some chimps next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And dude, the shit got racial. Like, people go around town, they were yelling. I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South you are. People were like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place or whatever. And you literally have, like, people riding around with guns, fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, the shit almost got, it was weird. Like people were like these fucking monkeys. Like they planned it. Like it was crazy. Like it was.
I just threw that name out because today in today's paper on Twitter, it said that the basketball player from the Lakers is producing Mr. Pete Maravich.
Oh, that's awesome.
Biopic. And I'm sitting there going, you know, what kills me about today is they're doing biopics about people that these motherfuckers don't even know. That movie should have been done 2 weeks after he fucking died.
Yeah.
But nobody thought about doing it, you know. Do you know much about Mr. Pete?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, you know, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his 2 sons.
Really?
Yeah. They played ball whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, you know, it was a small town. Like it was
legends.
Yeah, the biggest name in
his
sure.
Fucking, if he lost, his father wouldn't let him sleep in the house and shit. Make him sleep in the fucking yard. This is Southern basketball, Jack.
Dude, they had a half court or a quarter court in their upstairs of their house above the
look
in the attic. They had a basketball.
They didn't
court.
fuck around. The marriages didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around.
That dude,
he had like that's why he drank himself to death, Pistol Pete, because there was no childhood. His father made him go out there and do wind sprints and shit.
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal.
He made up for it.
In my life, I've seen 2 people handle a ball fucking phenomenally. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. And another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie.
White kid or black kid?
White kid.
Mm.
And he played basketball on acid. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable what he could do with a ball. And unless you see that,
right,
it's really hard to explain.
Right.
Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass or whoever, you know, Stephen Marbury pass, it was nothing but dribble, the control that Pistol Pete had for the white guys. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
I don't think he ever won a championship. I know, like, I think he still has like the highest average per game for college.
Right. Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father would do the coach or something. His father would say, "Fuck those 4 guys."
Yep, literally.
Shoot the fucking ball. Shoot the fuck those 4 motherfuckers.
I heard he even tried to. Sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like he would be on a team and they'd play in a team, and then he'd show up in a total different jersey. Be like, "I'm gonna play both you guys." And like, yeah, it was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chimps that had gotten out of that. You know, you can still look for it online. They got some old stories.
You know, it's crazy because
they had a lot of. Go on. Sorry.
No, I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans.
Yeah.
The other would have been Houston. And there was one other place I wanted to grow up when I was a kid. I don't know why.
New Orleans.
I don't know why.
I always thought New York would be really cool.
You follow me? Like, there's always places like, I'm very proud to be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting. Like, when I go to New Orleans, I was driving around, I always go, how would I have turned out if I would have grown up on this fucking street?
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the South gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, I drove across the country 3 times. I love the South. Everyone's nice.
Yeah.
It has nice weather. Like, I felt like I got a bad rap where I was in that.
People are fucking, I don't know. People are chill down there, man. But it's a lot of the same. Like you definitely notice there's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there. Like people, you know, concepts are slow, you know.
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read somewhere that last week, those guys, the terrorists, shot those people. That the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because he didn't want to seem racist.
Yeah.
Because he was too politically correct. You understand? We want to point out lines that were too politically correct. Look what happened yesterday. Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's like 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
What's that?
I don't know.
Ben Carson?
Oh, Jesus.
I can't vote, so I don't really know.
Oh, you can't even vote?
No, I got felonies and I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. Then you got to be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience.
So if you get a felony, you don't have to vote?
You can't.
Oh, that's awesome.
You can't vote and you can't have a fucking gun. That's what that's the punishment they give you. Like, really? So I can't vote. I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun, but what voting got to do with it? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote and move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. You follow me? You're in a corner at the fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like, if you make a bad vote and you know you voted for them, take 50 people out of each neighborhood, throw stones at them, you dumb fucks.
They're all liars.
Drown people. Drown them.
I don't vote. I got in a big fight with my mom and Paul when they were here. When there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially like where I grew up in Mass. There's no, if you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote. Yeah. And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote is the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
What would you think you would dress like if you were a politician? Do you feel like you? Sometimes I think about that, like would I fucking totally change the game and wear like like a white beater or some crazy boots or something, Like if you were like, sometimes I think like, say if you was a governor or something, you'd be like, I'm gonna wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a fucking dope jacket.
If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion. That's got nothing to do with the price act.
Yeah.
What you're gonna do? The country's in this state of the country right now. What are you gonna do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for the 8 years.
Yeah.
Give me the years. How it's gonna pan out. What are you gonna do the first year? What are you gonna take care of? What's second on the agenda? What's third?
Yeah.
Do I give a fuck about the homeless problem? Not fucking really. There's a ton of fucking problems you gotta take in before we worry about the minute little things. Homeless people want to be fucking homeless people. What do you want me to do?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here at the end of 134 getting change, then they walk over to their fucking